morning, members. I'd like to call the meeting of the Environment, Natural Resources Policy and Finance Committee to order. And we have the minutes before us. Representative Hancock, would you move the minutes of March 17th, please?
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moved.
Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Good morning. We have the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency on first today, a supplemental budget presentation. And I think without any further ado, we'll get started. And if you'd hold your questions, unless it's something really important, until the end of the presentation, we'll take it from there.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Gauthier.
Chairman. Good morning. My name is Greta Gauthier. I'm the Legislative Director at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Governor's supplemental budget request for the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency to you today. You should have a packet. In your packet, you should have a stapled together document that has our PowerPoint on the front, and then it has our information sheet stapled to it. So I would direct members' attention to that document as we get started. Our mission at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency is to protect and improve the environment and enhance human health. And this is a beautiful picture of Blue Mound State Park in southwest Minnesota down by Luverne. Mr. Chairman, is that better?
Okay. It is, yeah, it was a little low. I will have to admit that.
Sorry about that. So Blue Mound State Park down in southwest Minnesota. Mr. Chairman, a big part of the Governor's recommendation for 2016 supplemental for my agency stems and is tied to water infrastructure. Over the interim, the commissioner of my agency, the Department of Health, and the Public Facilities Authority held a series of 8 listening sessions around Minnesota. We invited wastewater treatment operators, drinking water treatment operators, so the people that run the plants, their supervisors, city administrators, mayors, and legislators, and many of you did, in fact, were able to work those into your schedule, and we're grateful that you could attend. We had about 83 communities that participated. There were over 200 individuals. And the question that was asked by the commissioner of these folks was, what is it that keeps you up at night in operating your facilities? And again, our focus was on water infrastructure. And what they told us was that they are appreciative of the existing projects or programs at PFA, but they wanted more grants than loans. Then that small and medium-sized communities are challenged by the increasing percentage of their population on fixed incomes, the percentage sometimes of their population that are in poverty, and that they have a tax base that often cannot support these infrastructure costs. And I should point out a note of history here, Mr. Chairman, that in the 1970s and the 1980s, when after the Clean Water Act was passed by the Nixon administration, a lot of the federal government paid about 75% of the cost of putting together these water infrastructure facilities. And that money faded away after that and turned into loans instead of grants. So that's kind of where we find ourselves now, many years later, when that infrastructure's aged out and needs to be replaced. So I give you that background on our listening sessions because it is because a couple or several of our budget items are directly tied to that need and to what we learned in those listening sessions. So this is a summary. We do not have a large request this year, Mr. Chairman. It is $1.989 million. We have 2 requests that are tied to the water infrastructure listening sessions and to the governor's priority of water infrastructure to improve water quality in the state. We have 1 that is a land-related program, a cleanup request, and that also is tied to water quality. It's up in the St. Louis River, estuary, and bay. And we have 1 administrative request, Mr. Chairman. Again, these address key concerns from our listening sessions tied directly to bonding proposals, and they do enhance our efficiency, and our ability to respond to increased demand for services. So the first one is a supplemental request for 3 FTEs. At the MPCA, 1 FTE costs $108,000. And it's a little different at every agency. I know when I used to work at the Department of Ag, it was $110,000 there, but kind of all in the same range. So again, the governor recommended $167 million in his bonding package for more money for grants and loans, but mainly grants to municipalities for water infrastructure. So how that works at PFA, they get applications for grants for both drinking water and wastewater. On the wastewater side, we at the MPCA have a number of criteria that are in our rules, and we rank those proposals as to how well they meet the criteria. So on the drinking water side, the same thing happens at the Department of Health. So along with, if you think of this $167 million, we are asking for 3 FTEs to support our work in getting those grants out the door. And Health is going to be asking for, I believe, 2.5 FTEs to do that work. There usually are more dollar amount of grants for wastewater than for drinking water, but it can vary. At any rate, these would help us by providing technical assistance and by processing construction permits for the new water infrastructure projects that cities will be able to undertake with this new grant money. We anticipate at least 20 new projects per year. It could be more. And so we're asking for these 3 FTEs. One would be a permit writer. That person would review permit applications, work out the timing of the construction with the municipality. They would write the permit. They would take care of the public noticing and making sure that the public got the adequate notice and input. They would respond to those public comments that came in that part, and then they would process the final permit issuance. So that's the permit writer. The effluent limit staff person would actually work with the municipality and develop the limits that would be in the permit for that specific facility in that specific location. And that they will work out, the limit, again, relates to the water quality standard, which you kind of can think of that as a statewide goal. And then each permit is specific to each facility in every location, because the permit limit will vary depending on where the effluent from the plant is going into. If it's going into a trout stream, for example, on which we have laws that protect trout streams to a higher level than other waters, that's a different consideration than if the facility is on the Mississippi River, which is a huge river, great volume of water, and whatever it is discharging dissipates quickly. So we need one person just to be looking at those effluent limits, because it's a complicated calculation and there's a lot of factors that go into it. And I can talk more about that, and I have people here who can talk more about that too, Mr. Chairman. But just to be brief, then we have an engineer, FTE, and they would look at the planning and the construction documents. They would review them. They would provide technical assistance and help to the municipality and getting those documents in order so that the planning and the construction can proceed, and then there's reasonable assurance that the project can be, when it's finished, it'll be in compliance with all of the limits. So we not only set the limits, but we work with the city so that whatever they're planning to build, the design and the engineering and all of that is all set up to meet that limit.
So, Ms. Gauthier, I'm going to break my, my rules here. Thank you. I'm curious on the request on the permit writer and the effluent limits person and the engineer, the FTEs. You're saying that these are new FTEs. Where do these people actually come from? Do they come from outside of the agency, or are these people who are familiar with the processes? It would seem to me that if we're bringing somebody in from outside of the agency, they're going to have to come up to speed on this stuff, and I don't see a lot of efficiency in that, but help me out. And if other members have questions, well, waive my request from earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. Actually, a couple things. First of all, They will bring efficiencies, because without new staff to help us with this additional load of grant applications coming in, we will move slower on processing those grant applications. We want to keep up the level that we're doing now, so that's why we want to make sure we have enough people on staff to do the work that the municipalities need in a timely fashion. And as to whether or not, these are not, my understanding is these are not people that we already have on staff, but we would be, I'll turn it over to Shannon Lotthammer. She's one of our division directors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, state your name for the record and who you represent, please.
I'm Shannon Lotthammer. I'm the Director of the Environmental Analysis and Outcomes Division at the Pollution Control Agency. And one of the functions within the Outcomes Division is to do the effluent limit determinations. And as Ms. Gauthier said, these would be new positions at the agency. We do typically have staff that kind of come in as entry level and can work their way up to these higher responsibility positions. For example, for effluent limit determination, sometimes we'll actually draw from existing internal other programs, but then those folks are doing work, and so we would need to be able to backfill behind those positions. And we also work really closely with the various universities and do a lot of outreach to them. So they're familiar with the kind of work that we do at the agency, and it's a really good kind of recruiting pool for bringing new staff in as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to summarize, they would be new positions, but the new hires may not be exactly the people that are ready yet to work on these complicated projects. We would probably move other folks already in the agency up to this position, bring in the new hires to work on some of the things and backfill behind.
Thank you, and that, that's kind of what I suspected was the case. Representative Uglum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Flood. So how many FTEs actually work at the PCA?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Uglum, I believe it's between 950 and 1,000, but let me turn it over to our CFO.
I think this is the phone a friend here.
Mr. Chair, my name is Lyle Mueller. I'm the CFO for the Pollution Control Agency. Last year in our testimony before the committee, we reported a count of 965 FTE.
Mr. Chair, follow-up?
Representative Uglum?
To either of the testifiers. So with 900, almost 1,000 people working at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, from a workload perspective and everything else, you can't reassign people to take care of this. You're looking for 3 FTEs. Typically, private business with a workforce as big as that in a corporation would find additional duties for the people that are already on staff. Have you considered that as an alternative?
Mr. Mueller? Or Ms. Gauthier?
Mr. Chair and member, certainly of the number of FTEs that I just stated in the agency, it's a much smaller number that specifically works on this body of work. And as Ms. Gauthier has already mentioned, if we didn't have or we didn't request the new positions, we would be slowing down the permitting work basically across the whole system. And so the concern is to maintain our responsiveness to the municipalities that are already in the pipeline.
Mr. Chair?
Representative Uglum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what you're really telling me is that of the nearly 1,000 people that are working at the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, everyone is working to 100% capacity, and there's no slack capacity for taking over some of these 3 FTE duties?
Ms. Gauthier?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Uglum. So a couple things I think might help explain our situation here. So, we have 6 regional offices. We do a lot of work in water permitting, air permitting, and land permitting, project cleanups. There's a lot going on around the state. And the work that we do, this work especially, it's really important that we get it right and that we get it done in a timely fashion. And so we need to bring on more, we need to devote the expertise to this so that municipalities can proceed. Because if they have to slow down, then they get into trouble with construction costs. If the construction costs can change, then they have to come back to the state. They have to get a different loan or grant amount or package of financing from PFA, and then they have to go back and start again. So we want to keep that process moving because it's really important. We've got a lot of aging infrastructure out there that needs to be replaced. Actually, Mr. Chairman, our aging infrastructure problem in Minnesota, as I testified before the House Bonding Committee, is $11 billion. $11 billion over the next 20 years. So what we're in right now with this proposal, with $167 million from bonding and us asking for 3 FTEs and health asking for 2.5, is we're ramping up so that we can start processing more of these grants and address this $11 billion infrastructure problem that our state has.
Mr. Chair?
Representative Uglum.
One final question. So you're ramping up this part of the division, and so other parts of the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency have no free FTEs that they could devote to this. So everybody's ramping up at the Pollution Control Agency. So what I'm really saying is, out of 1,000 people, you can't find 3 people to reassign duties for this request. Is that what you're telling me?
Ms. Gothier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Uglum. Representative Uglum, we have to provide services that the law determines that we must provide, and the legislature writes the laws, and we execute them and provide those services. We do not have people who are sitting around with nothing to do, Mr. Chairman and Representative Uglum, with all due respect. Our staff work very hard. They are dedicated. They could go to the private sector and make more money, a lot of them, and a lot of them do. It's very frequent that we train people and they end up going into the private sector. But Mr. Chairman, I'm getting beside the point, which is we need these 3 people in order to perform the services that these cities need in order to update their aging infrastructure. Without this staff, we won't be able to do it in a timely fashion to help these municipalities.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative Uglum. Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gothier, so these 3 new staff, would they be scientists?
Mr. Chairman?
I'm sorry. Ms. Gothier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Hanson. Well, Representative Hanson, one of them would be an engineer, so that's a hard science, I believe. I believe the effluence limit person, yes, they're all scientists with very different degrees. I can have someone come up and talk about what their training would be, Mr. Chairman, if that would be helpful.
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm confident in your hiring ability and the importance of hiring qualified people to do the job. You know, if we're going to spend public money on public infrastructure and rapidly ramp that up, it's going to take people to make it happen. And so you look at that $167 million request, direct PFA, and looking at permitting, we want the permits to be reviewed. Now, it's a lot cheaper if we just buy a rubber stamp and say approved. That's not what Minnesotans want. They want to make sure that their public money is spent well and that it goes for important infrastructure that's not going to fail later on, and that we can get the bang for our buck and protect the public waters. I mean, that seems to be simple. And the way to do that is to have qualified people that we're hiring. And if we spread that out, you might not get the timeliness that we've been hearing we needed for the last 6 years. So it takes people to move the process. It takes people to make sure that the money's spent well. And, you know, it appears to me that even with the surplus here, we're going to have probably a 0 target for this budget area, you know, that we're not going to have any money because the money will be spent elsewhere. And so we can't have everything. But if we want to make sure that we're having the infrastructure put in the ground, we got to make sure that it's done well. I think this is a reasonable request.
Ms. Gothier.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just one comment to follow that up. What we learned on our listening sessions was that many communities, especially the smaller communities out there that have this aged-out infrastructure, they simply do not have the technical staff to do this kind of work on their own, and they rely on us to provide them with good engineering, technical assistance, good, work with their effluent limit and with their permit. And so we want to make sure we're there for them when they need that help from the state.
Proceed, Ms. Gothier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our second proposal that ties into what we heard in our listening sessions and to our water infrastructure proposal that the governor has put forward has to do with economic equity in water fees. So let me tell you the story of how this came about. We had a listening session in Hibbing, Minnesota, Mr. Chairman, and a community came forward. Many of you may know that in northeastern Minnesota, they're dealing with the issue of mercury in their water. The Great Lakes watershed has a higher or a more stringent mercury requirement than the rest of Minnesota does. So if your city happens to sit in the Great Lakes watershed, you have a different number that you have to achieve for mercury than if it does not. The reason for that is that we have a mercury problem in the Great Lakes, in the fish. A recent Minnesota Department of Health study showed that 10% of the babies born on the North Shore in Minnesota, when they are born, their blood has too much mercury in it already. So we need to address this problem. So one of the cities up there, a small town with not very many people, that is going through an extraordinarily difficult time right now due to the recession and the glut of imported taconite, et cetera, from other parts of the world. They are in a situation where their tax base is crumbling, and they are not able to afford right now to build an additional structure on their wastewater treatment facility to get their mercury down to the level that it needs to be at in that effluent coming out of the pipe. It doesn't take very much mercury to damage human tissue, and babies and children are especially susceptible. And remember, the damage is permanent. It can't be undone. And again, 10% of the babies on the North Shore are born with too much mercury in their body already. So what they wanted to apply for a variance. A variance is when we go to the EPA and we say, this particular community here is having a specific problem, set of circumstances that are economic, et cetera, and you need to give them a pass for now on this regulation, and for a period of time they don't have to comply. We are working with them to go to the EPA for that right now, but unfortunately, we have to charge them $10,000 for an application for that. And the reason for that, Mr. Chairman, is that we have laws on the books from back in the 2000s saying that we have to recover only the cost of what it takes us to provide that service. And providing that service is very labor intensive. So this city said, why do you have to charge us so much? And we said, well, it's really, there's a situation with our water fees where it just works out that way. And so the question arose, and the commissioner actually said in that listening session, he said, I hate that $10,000 fee. I want to get rid of it. But in order to do that, we need to look at our water fees as a whole and try to solve this problem right now. So that's how it came up. And we want to do the right thing for these small towns. Remember, 75% of their water infrastructure was paid for by the feds back in the day, but that money's long gone. So we want to try to make this easier, especially for the smaller ones that are having a harder time because of their, growing population of senior citizens and so forth. So right now, the way the system's set up is there's an application fee. If you are a city and you have a wastewater plant, you pay that every 5 years. When you renew your permit, the federal government requires us to renew their permits every 5 years. And then there's an annual fee for technical assistance and other evaluation and services that we provide to that city or that facility. Right now, those annual fees are not, they're not scaled to the size of the facility or the facility's potential to impact water quality. So that puts your small communities and your medium to small communities at a disadvantage because they have a lower ability to pay, Mr. Chairman, because things have changed and the federal government doesn't pay for it anymore. And in areas like Northeast Minnesota, there's a struggling economy. And people who use less water don't get an advantage from using less water as to cities that use more water. So what we're proposing is we're going to go through these the structure of our water fees and our water program, and have people pay according to how much water their facility or their facilities, some cities have more than one wastewater treatment plant, discharge, and how much impact they have. That seems common sense, but like many areas of law, it started out a long time ago and it gets gerrymandered and rigged and changed here and there to meet a need every year, and pretty soon, after 20 years, you've got a system that really needs an overhaul, and that's where we're at right now.
Ms. Gothier, you said in your comments here, you just said wastewater treatment, but
Yep.
shouldn't it be on the other end where we're taking the mercury out? I mean, we want to get it out on the discharge end too, but in the water treatment facility, isn't that what you're talking about, or am I missing something?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. At MPCA, we look at the wastewater side of things. The Department of Health handles the drinking water side. We've had that structure in Minnesota for a long time, and it works really, really well. In fact, that's one of the problems in Flint, Michigan, is they have one agency that tries to do both. And it obviously has problems. At any rate, no, Mr. Chairman, that would be the Department of Health, and I'd be happy to try to get that information on what they're doing. But the drinking water standard for mercury is even higher than the wastewater treatment standard for mercury. In general, the drinking water standards are all higher. So what we're asking for is 1 FTE for $108,000 to work with all of our stakeholders, municipal, industrial, et cetera, and develop a restructure of our water program fees so that everybody pays according to how much water they're discharging and what kind of impact they have to those waters. And Mr. Chairman, that's a high-level summary. We can get into a lot more detail if you would like. But I'm happy to move on or take questions.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want a point of clarification, if you would, Ms. Gauthier, that you just said that the standards for mercury in wastewater versus drinking water, and that the standards for drinking water are higher, and I believe more stringent would be the more restrictive. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it looks like we're dealing with two issues here, and the one that stopped me was when you were talking about the mercury poisoning of the babies even before they're born, presumably from the eating of fish that are contaminated with mercury. That's usually the source, I believe, for most prenatal mercury, if I'm not mistaken. And so I'm just stopped at that point because we're talking about doing something after the fact. And I know you're not the health agency, but the, I guess, can you just say anything about the front end of that, prevention, and the kind of work that MPCA may be involved with in trying to prevent that kind of poisoning?
Ms. Gothier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and Representative Clark, yes, I looked at that 2011 study the other day, and the number one cause was fish consumption by the mother at the time that she was pregnant. So that's the first question. And the second question, what we do, I mean, I'm not the health department, you're right, but what we do at MPCA is we work with wastewater treatment plants that are upstream and all over the state to try to reduce the amount of mercury going into our lakes and streams and rivers. Because if we can reduce it at all those points, that'll help downstream, and it'll help the fish, and so forth. In terms of prevention, in terms of outreach to the mothers about fish consumption and that sort of thing, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, I'm not prepared to speak on that, but I could certainly get that information.
Representative Clark, follow-up?
I do know that we have passed laws that have required the labeling of certain lakes according to their mercury content. And actually, I think some of that signage has lapsed, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, maybe it would be something we could hear from later from this agency or the, I know they work with the health department on this, but I do believe the MPCA is responsible for that part of it. I'm not sure.
And to that point, Representative Clark, I know that MPCA at this time is studying some of the causes of mercury contamination in the rivers in northern Minnesota. That was through the LCCMR, was done. Ironically, when they first brought their proposal forward, they were not going to study the cause of mercury poisoning in the Roseau River, but Senator Thomasoni got that changed. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, our next proposal is also tied to water quality, but not necessarily the infrastructure. And this one is a cleanup of the St. Louis River, Bay, and estuary. So the St. Louis River, of course, drains into Lake Superior. It is the headwaters of Lake Superior. The St. Louis River, this is a $12.705 million bonding request that we have before the House and Senate bonding committees to clean up this bay. And members, if you look at the next page, there is a map of what is going on. The St. Louis River estuary in Duluth Harbor and Bay was first declared an area of concern by the US EPA in 1987. We have been working over the years to address a number of problems there, and we are down to kind of the end of the line here. What we have in this bonding proposal is to clean up 10 sites in the estuary and the bay where there is contaminated sediment. So the river bottom has contamination in the sediment at depths between 5 and 12 feet. There's a fact sheet in your packet that also shows the map, and it lists at every single site what the contaminants are. And they vary, but generally they are things like lead, zinc, mercury, dioxin, PCBs, PAHs, chromium, cadmium, etc. So not good things, Mr. Chairman. What we have been working very hard over the last few years with 40 or more agency partners involving over 100 different technicians and folks to coordinate our plan to clean up these 10 sites. The plan was approved by the EPA last year, and we are in line to get 65% federal match on this bonding request. So the $12.7 million in FY16 would be matched 65. That would be the 35%, and we would ask for another $12 million in 18. And against that, the feds would provide $47.2 million. So this is a $72.6 million cleanup, of which the feds would pay $47 million. So we're asking for our first half of that funding this year and the second half in 2018. So it's legacy pollution, and what that means is that a lot of this accumulated decades before there was a Clean Water Act, long time ago, over the last century. I should note, too, that the federal match is available for a short window of time, and that the money that the federal government has appropriated is available to some 40 plus sites like this on the Great Lakes. This site is the biggest of all of them, and we are ready to go and in line now to get this money. So if we are not able to move forward with this project, then other states would come in and be able to get that money, and then the money would be gone. So it's kind of a short window of availability. Mr. Chairman, the federal government's been very generous in providing this money. President Obama appropriated $250 million, and the United States Congress actually increased that to $300 million for the current fiscal year. But the federal government no longer allows us to use federal dollars to pay for FTEs. That provision has been eliminated. So we would, the governor's budget has $125,000 for one FTE to coordinate this work and ensure that we stay on track as we move forward with this project. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the sites But in the interest of time, Mr. Chairman, I'll keep going.
Representative Hanson.
Oh.
Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification again, if you will, Ms. Gauthier, and why are taxpayers paying for this cleanup? Why aren't the businesses that did the polluting paying for the cleanup? I don't understand that.
Ms. Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Representative Purcell. Representative Purcell, there are super fight sites in this area, and they have been cleaned up with the responsible party. But my understanding is that this is a federal program, the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative, and the idea here is to accelerate the cleanup of these contaminated sites around the Great Lakes. And it's something that the Great Lakes Commission, made up of states and provinces bordering the Great Lakes, have worked very closely on, and both the governments of Canada and the United States.
Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sandeep Burman. I'm the manager of the Site Remediation and Redevelopment Program at the MPCA. And thank you again, Mr. Chair, and Representative Purcell, thank you for clarifying that question. These are, as Ms. Gauthier said, these are legacy contaminants that have happened over the last 100 years of industrial use. The relationship to businesses to a lot of this contamination is tenuous and unclear. There will be definitely an attempt made, an attempt has been made and is ongoing in partnership with EPA. If we are able to find solid links to past industrial use, conversations will be had with those entities to bring them to the table as partners. And the Federal Great Lakes Legacy Act, which is the driving force behind this effort, does have a provision for partnership recruitment that the US EPA has followed very successfully at the other similar sites across the country. So that process is ongoing, and certainly if we are able to engage with business entities that still exist in some form that could be attributed to any of this pollution, an attempt will be made to also engage them in the process as a partner.
Representative Purcell, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but so just so I'm clear, so is it safe to say that we don't have, this isn't background contamination that we're talking about here, things that, I mean, this some entity caused this, not a citizen out doing a picnic or whatever. This is, you know, you get what I'm saying? It's not, I'm just wondering why taxpayers are on the hook for this. Understand it's probably difficult to go back to all the businesses that operated in the St. Louis River area, but this is a lot of money. Millions and millions of dollars the taxpayers are putting out here to clean up this stuff. Well, I'm just glad that we've hopefully got things turned around now so that folks that are doing this kind of stuff are putting some money on the line to start with, a bond, if you will. So I hear more and more about that, but this is a lot of money.
I didn't hear a question there. Representative Hanson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm supposed to check the mic so that they can, they replace this microphone, so I need to test it to see if it's working, but I do have a question as well. Ms. Gauthier, so I'm wondering about timing here. So if we fund your proposal and the Great Lakes restoration money comes, I know there's money that's coming from the federal government. There's been a significant amount of Great Lakes restoration money that has been coming. So July 1, October 1, new money. Can you maybe talk about timeline and how we match that money if it's, if we did fund this, and what would happen if we didn't fund?
Ms. Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let Mr. Berman speak to that.
Mr. Berman.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Hanson, Representative Hanson, sorry. The agreement that we have with the US EPA requires us to complete these 10 sites by December 31st of 2020. So that is the official agreed upon date. We have to get these done by then. That's contingent to receiving the federal money. And the federal money will of course start flowing as we start doing the work. The plan that EPA approved in 2013 has a start date of July of this year to start on these cleanup sites. So there are milestones built into this 4-year interval of time from 2016 2020, and we have to meet those. But the end date for getting all of these 10 sites cleaned up is 2020.
Follow up, Representative Hanson. Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on Representative Purcell's issue, and it's always harder to go after companies after the fact. And so hopefully we have learned from this very expensive lesson. And before we go in a new direction where we potentially endanger water quality, that we've learned and that the departments will fight like heck for those financial assurance mechanisms in place sufficiently on behalf of taxpayers, to protect taxpayers from future devastation.
Ms. Gauthier.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hausman, you are right that in many cases, the industries, the watershed here goes 39 miles up the river. So in many cases, the industries that may have contributed to this contamination are long gone. But it is a priority of ours and the federal government and Congress to clean up the Great Lakes. And so this would be our part of this. Obviously, there's vast economic development benefits from cleaning up the Great Lakes. But I'm not sure I can speak to the rest of your comment because, watershed, I'm not sure exactly what your question was.
Well,
Representative Hausman.
I guess my question going forward is, have we learned from this? So, for example, I see our next slide. We're getting ready to go in a direction of a new industry that has potentially greater threat to the water than anything we've seen. Have we learned a lesson from this that the departments are going to be the ones who protect the taxpayers and vigorously put in place financial assurance mechanisms?
Ms. Gauthier.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Hausman, of course, we have learned from the past. That's why we have the legislature has put in place a state Superfund project and other projects that would allow us to look at these point sources. In terms of what the department, we work under the law and we follow the law. So the legislature writes the law, we follow it. And I don't know that I can speak in any more detail about what we might or might not do in the future because in some cases, applications for permits have not even been made. So I guess I can't, obviously, Mr. Chairman and Representative Hausman, we are always learning. We are always trying to learn from the past. And we do our very best to hire the best people we can to do the best work that we possibly can.
Thank you. Members, I will remind you that we do have DNR on deck here to get through their request as well. Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Just reflecting on, I used to visit then the late, great Representative Munger at his hotel, which overlooked the this very area that you're talking about. And, I think we should do this for him, but as well as the environment. But what are the consequences of inaction on this? What are the environmental outcomes that would happen if we were not to clean up these several sites? What would we be looking at?
Ms. Gauthier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Hornstein, I'm going to let Mr. Berman talk to that, but I can tell you the financial consequences. If we do not take advantage of the federal money, then the state of Minnesota will have to pay for it.
Mr. Berman, quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, there are 9 very specific environmental consequences that have been identified in the St. Louis River Estuary. And these come from the international treaty between the United States and Canada that really forms the framework for all of this work across the nation. So the International Joint Commission identified 14 possible impairments, that's what they're called, beneficial use impairments. And these range from fish tumors and deformities to fish consumption advisories, restrictions on human contact with the water and the sediments, restrictions on dredging. So it's a combination of 14 factors like this that are both ecologically based, human health based, and also economic restraints such as navigation and dredging. The St. Louis River Estuary failed, so to speak, on 9 of these 14 criteria. So it was listed for failing 9 of these 14 that the binational committee came up with. So those would not be removed. And the whole objective of this work is to complete these 10 sites and the other restoration activities and actually get the St. Louis River off that list of 43 sites across the country.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, our next request
Ms. Gothier.
is a supplemental request. It's an administrative and legal support request. Mr. Chairman, as you know, there is a project that is being planned and considered for the PolyMet NorthMet project. We know that no matter which way the multiple permits that we will be determining, which way those permits go, there will be expected additional legal costs to our agency. Mr. Chairman, I believe the DNR has a similar request for their expected legal costs. What this is 1.432 million for legal support in the current biennium related to the PolyMet NorthMet project. We also have a policy provision with this that the committee will see at a later date that would allow us to conform our billing procedures to those of DNR. That would make it more transparent and hopefully streamlined for the public to see. Together, this will ensure, if we are able to get this legal support, it will ensure that our processing of this very large project will not impede our ability to do our regular work for the many other project proposers that come before our agency every year.
Proceed.
The final item I have, Mr. Chair, and this is not an expenditure or request. This is a point of information, if you will, or fiscal impact related to another bill that is a policy bill. We have a policy bill that Chair McNamara is carrying that would call for the investment of the funds in the Metropolitan Landfill account and the MillCat account. And we expect to get, we estimate our anticipated return would be 4.5% a year. So this slide is mainly just to make a note for you that on a fiscal standpoint, we would be getting additional revenue back generated from this investment back to the Metropolitan Landfill account for, the purposes of that account. And we are estimating those amounts for fiscal 17 at $423,000, fiscal 18, $473,000. So again, that's not a request, that's just a notice of what the impact would be of a policy bill that we have. So overall, Mr. Chairman, in summary, our request is 1.989 million total. There is a big focus on support for water infrastructure improvements and water quality improvements. Has direct ties to 2 bonding projects, one for the cleanup of the St. Louis River estuary in Duluth Harbor, and a second one related to the PFA $167 million governor's request for infrastructure, water infrastructure grants there. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to entertain other questions.
Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to sort of catch my breath after the page 5 first, the legal support. And knowing, having read the newspaper this morning, I know this is just part of the request. You suggested DNR will also ask for legal support. And so we're not cleaning up, we're getting ready. And the newspaper suggests millions that we're going to ask for this year for legal fees for potential lawsuits. Is that unprecedented?
Ms. Gothier.
Mr. Chairman, our request is 1.432 million. I'll let DNR tell you about their request. I would have to get back to you. I don't know if it is Okay. Sorry, Mr. Chairman and Representative Hausman, I'm told that we have not done anything this size before, to the recollection of our fiscal staff.
And Mr. Chair, this is one more indication of moving into a very unknown future. Are there any limits? Are the departments looking at this particular question and looking at an issue like this, just even preparing for the legal fees, the cost to taxpayers? Are there any limits you've set beyond which you say, well, obviously, we can't go this direction?
Ms. Gauthier?
Mr. Chairman,
Quickly, please.
Representative Hausman, I have not heard any discussion of a limit like that because it doesn't, regardless of what the permits end up saying, we will have lots of litigation against our agency. We will have to defend our permits either way because of the highly controversial nature of this project. So we are looking to be able to do the best work we can on what the law charges us to do. And in order to do that, this is far more legal service than we can cope with without being able to, we don't want to impact the regular work and the service that we provide to all other Minnesota cities and businesses and individuals. And that's why we're asking for additional money, is so that we can put this out there and have the right resources for it, but manage it in a way that our agency can continue to provide a high level of service that we do now. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. DNR, if you'd come down, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just say no.
Members, just before we go any further, in your packets today, there's a letter from the St. Louis River Alliance. Make sure that you read through that, okay? Next up, we have DNR supplemental budget presentation. Welcome, Commissioner Landwehr. Proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. Thank you for the opportunity today. For the record, I'm Tom Landwehr. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources, and with me today is Barb Julich, who is the CFO for the Department of Natural Resources. Mr. Chair, members, what I'd like to do is just open with some high-level points on our supplemental budget request to you today. I will take some questions after that, and then I'll turn the presentation over to Barb, who can get into the detail on our supplemental budget request.
And Commissioner, if I may, just, we are up against the clock here today, too, so I appreciate your being here. So if we could
Move quickly.
move as quick as you can.
If I start speaking too quickly, Mr. Chairman, just let me know, because I am a fast talker at times. Mr. Chairman, the department has a supplemental budget request here that addresses several priorities. I'm going to go through each of these very quickly, and again, stand for questions, and then Barb can get into the details. Our first budget request to you is to address a shortfall in our Parks and Trails budget. We did get an increase last year, but due to costs that exceeded our expectation, in particular on salary costs, personnel costs, we have approximately a $5 million shortfall this year. We want to retain our current effort in the Parks and Trails Division rather than making cuts, and so this budget request will attempt to fill that shortfall. Mr. Chair, members, we are proposing to respond to emerging issues. You just heard from Greta about the North Met legal costs. We also have a request here to cover anticipated legal expenses for advancing this project into the permitting phase. We have a request for $1.5 million for a study to look at environmental impacts related to water appropriations in the Pineland Sands Aquifer, an area roughly between Wadena County and Park Rapids. We have a small request for operating a new office on the shores of Lake Mille Lacs. Everybody's aware of the walleye situation on Mille Lacs. We are trying to intensify our management and outreach efforts there by opening a new office there, and we have a $3.5 million bonding request for that as well. And finally, under policy changes, we are requesting a supplemental budget change for a purchase of a helicopter. The legislature did give us funding previously for purchase of a helicopter. We are proposing a appropriation transfer to the Game and Fish Fund to make up the balance of that purchase. We are proposing an exemption for tribal members for harvesting wild rice in Minnesota. They have tribal members have exemptions in a number of places. We feel this is a good faith effort to acknowledge the cultural significance of wild rice, while it will have no impact, relatively modest impact on budgets. And finally, we're proposing to make a minor change that would allow us to recover costs for administering local and regional grants costs that we don't have a source for funding right now, Mr. Chairman, and this would follow practice on other grant programs that we administer. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would stand for questions before we get into the details.
Questions, members? Representative Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Landwehr, thanks for being here. On the Parks and Trails operations, so if the money doesn't come, what happens?
Mr. Chairman, members, this is really just a maintenance budget. This is just to keep services where they're at right now. If we have the time today, Mr. Chairman, and I don't think we will, we'll get into a little bit of a discussion about our system plan. We have spent several years now looking at the statewide system of parks and trails in an effort to right-size and modernize our system. We know that not all parks are created the same. We're proposing to reduce some services in some parks, increase services in other parks over the long term. That is not the purpose for our budget request. That is just to make the park system as cost-effective and efficient as possible. Setting that aside, we still have budgetary needs this year just to maintain the park system at the level it currently is.
Representative Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Landwehr. And I've heard other members ask, well, we have the legacy dollars for parks now, isn't that taken care of? And maybe if you could answer that question for the public and for members, just on how that is dealt with versus ongoing operations. And then maybe a little bit just on what attendance is like at the parks, at what we're seeing in terms of growth or decline.
Commissioner Landwehr?
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you for the question. Our parks visitation has been up dramatically over the last couple of years. I believe last year was a 14% increase over the year before in day use. Significant increase. Of course, we anticipate that to continue. Minnesotans love their parks. With respect to the legacy funding, of course, everybody's familiar that the constitutional language says it shall supplement, not supplant, traditional sources of funding. Because we administer, we receive funds from multiple constitutional sources, we have developed an internal guidance document, Commissioner's order, that says how we shall determine whether or not it is supplementing versus supplanting. In general, we do not fund operations out of dedicated funding, and in particular, any program that receives legacy funding has to have no other funding in that current fiscal year in order for it to meet that test of supplementing and not supplanting.
Representative Hanson, follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then a final question on a bit different subject. You had referenced the Game and Fish Fund and transfers, and just wondering how we are in terms of projections with the Game and Fish Fund in the out years, and how does Pittman-Robertson dollars coming in, what's happening with those, so the intersection of those two.
Commissioner Landwehr?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Historically, the folks who have been here for a while know that in the longer history of DNR, we have requested an increase in hunting and fishing licenses about every 6 years. And if you look at the numbers, you understand that is essentially just to capture the loss of revenue due to inflation. And so it has been 6 years since we had a license increase, and we're reviewing those numbers right now with our Budget Oversight Committee, our Game and Fish Oversight Committees, to get their recommendation on what our approach ought to be with respect to seeking an increase in hunting and fishing license fees. If we took off the Pittman-Robertson funds, of course, the trend, because of erosion of the buying power, is that the Game and Fish Fund continues to decline. I don't, perhaps Barb will know it. I don't know when we anticipate going in the red there. But of course, we've been the beneficiary of a boatload of money from Pittman-Robertson funds. You know, the excise tax the federal government distributes back to the states as a result of purchase of firearms and ammunition. We look at that as one-time money because we never know when that's going to dry up. So we initiated a number of one-time projects this year with an appropriation the legislature provided last year, and that's my preference for how we handle that going into the future. But of course, that is project neutral. Those dollars can be used to extend the time between license increases. But again, I look at that as project money and really a good thing to have to ramp up some activities rather than try to depend on that for an ongoing revenue source.
Representative Hanson? Okay. Representative Torkelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I see you're talking about emerging issues. I'm sure you noticed that a big head carp emerged from the Minnesota River in my district recently. Have you evaluated that situation? Do you feel like there's a reproducing population in the New Ulm area?
Mr. Chair, members,
Excuse
thank
me,
you for the
Commissioner Landwehr.
question, Representative Torkelson. Big head carp found in New Ulm. One carp caught by commercial fishermen, and sometimes people don't realize there actually are commercial fishermen out there netting rough fish in particular that they sell for various purposes, and that's how that one was caught. We were very fortunate that a year and a half ago, Congress closed the Upper St. Anthony Falls Lock and Dam. It protects the upper Mississippi north of the cities, but it does nothing for the St. Croix or the Minnesota River because that's, of course, upstream of those two rivers. We have looked at, and we're continuing to look at options for the Minnesota River in particular because we think that's especially vulnerable. It's a type of habitat that invasive carp would tend to lean towards. There is not a practical barrier alternative right now in the Minnesota River with the possible exception of the Mankato flood channel there, where there is actually a human-made channel through the city of Mankato where conceivably we could do something like an electric barrier. There continues to be investigation looking at whether or not that would be an alternative. The problem with all these big rivers is that when they flood, they typically get above the control structure we have in place, and that's also when the fish are moving, so it renders them less effective. So we continue to look, Representative Torkelson, we don't at this point have a real good physical solution. We also work very, very closely with the University of Minnesota, the Aquatic Invasive Species Research Center, which as an advisory group that I sit on and have been the chair of in the past, that really is looking for the long-term solutions. We put up these barriers to slow down the spread, but ultimately the fish will find a way to outmaneuver our barriers. We have to figure out how to get rid of them once they've gotten there. So short answer is we do not have a short-term solution. We're looking for the long-term, how to reduce the impact or reduce the species.
Follow-up, Representative Torkelson.
Yeah, I didn't hear in that if you've evaluated whether or not you believe there's a reproducing population in the region.
Commissioner Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Torkelson, sorry I did not address that. We do not believe there's a reproducing population in the area right now. We don't believe there's a reproducing population in the Minnesota River, perhaps not even north of Hastings. We catch occasional fish, never in numbers that are sufficient to indicate a reproducing population and never carrying eggs or showing evidence of reproducing.
Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you going to say more about slide 4? Or are you finished with your presentation, or are you saying more about that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, Barb would take that over when we get done asking questions of me.
I'll save my question for that.
Okay. Commissioner, I have a question, a couple of them actually. It's my understanding that in the last legislative session, we basically fully funded DNR's request for Parks and Trails, and in the previous biennium, we did the same. In the previous biennium, DNR came with a supplemental request. This is a disturbing pattern for me, that DNR comes with the supplemental requests in the even-numbered years. Can you give me a little history on DNR's coming to the legislature for a supplemental request?
Mr. Chairman, members, I can give a little bit, but then I might turn it over to Barb. Specifically this year, the legislature did fully fund our request last year, and we very much appreciate that. Recall we requested a salary increase of 1.8%, and of course, ultimately the approval was for 2.5%. So we incurred additional expense beyond the anticipated salary increases. That was a big part of our current shortfall. Barb, do you want to address more, or do you want to?
Well, proceed, Ms. Ulick, right?
Mr. Chair, Barb Julick, CFO for the DNR. If I'm understanding the question, prior funding for the Parks and Trails prior to last year's request have been primarily one-time fixes for long-term operational needs. Last year was the first time I believe permanent new money was granted for the Parks and Trails operation systems. But as Commissioner Landwehr said, the request, and we'll get into a little more detail when we get to that page, The request was two parts. One was $4.5 million to maintain certain levels of services throughout the system, and the other was a salary supplement that was calculated at 1.8% only on a portion of the funds that are used to fund the Parks and Trails system. And as we get into that page, once you take into account the full level of increases across all the funding sources that are used in Parks and Trails, that salary supplement did not cover the overall increases that we're seeing.
So, Ms. Julich, I'm curious then, what is it in your budgeting process that, where you didn't anticipate these things? I'm not clear on that.
Mr. Chair, the salary supplement last year was a statewide salary supplement for 1.8% across only certain funds, and this was across all state agencies and how they requested their funds. The 1.8% was determined by Minnesota Management and Budget, and what funds could be requested were based on what what funds were available in those funds. So as an example, the state parks account, which is a primary source of funding for state parks, was not included in the request because at the time, last year's forecast did not project funds being available. We are now sitting where, with the 14% increase in customers, there are funds available in that fund that could be used to have funded the 1.8% or now toward the greater known amount that is needed.
So, Commissioner, we're on the clock here. This, you know, in my part of the state this year, the week before Christmas, and I know you're familiar with this, the people who are the Friends of the Lake Brunson State Park called the office up there and said, when are you going to start grooming the cross-country ski trails? And they were told, we're not going to. 5 weeks later, I finally get an answer from DNR, well, it has to do with liability. And leading up to that, there were a number of other, I'll say, excuses that were given for why they weren't going to be grooming the trails. Then this happened in Old Mill State Park, it happened in Hayes Lake State Park, happened in Zippel Bay State Park over in Representative Hancock's district. It makes it difficult for me to support the supplemental budget request when the methods that were used by DNR to communicate with county commissioners and the Friends of the Park were really lacking. The decisions, I was told, were made well in advance of the week before Christmas, and there's been very little outreach to the people in those communities, and it was very disturbing to them. They count on the parks. We can't use volunteers to do these things. People are buying cross-country ski passes. They don't get to use them in the park. There's no process for refunds. It's the decisions like this that go on within the agency that frustrate my constituents, and they voice those to me. And Assistant Commissioner Myers may be in the room, I'm not sure. But, you know, when they call me, I call him. And these issues seem to go on, and you just need to do a better job of reaching out to local people. And then cutting services to those parks when we fully funded you, it's very disturbing to me. If you have any comments, I'd welcome those.
Mr. Chairman, members, and several issues there, and let me kind of tick them off. First off is communications, and Representative, I don't disagree at all. We need to do a better job of communication. I've actually told our staff this will be the year of communication excellence. We have to figure out ways on all of our activities to better engage citizens right up front, let them know what's going on, and continually keep them in the loop on information. And I totally acknowledge that on several fronts this year, we failed to communicate adequately, and we're paying the price for that. With respect to those activities in particular, some of this goes back to the notion that not all parks will be looked at equally in the future, because we have differing levels of uses at different parks. It does not make a lot of economic sense to be treating them all the same. And Representative, for instance, one of those parks that you mentioned, we have historically spent $10,000 a year grooming trails at that park, and we did a survey on one of the busiest weekends of the winter this year and found 8 users. 8 users in the park on the busiest weekend of the year.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I'm going to interrupt you. Did you say this year in one of those parks?
Correct. Mr. Chairman, that was this year.
Well, Commissioner, you weren't grooming the trails.
Mr. Chairman, members, we groomed the trails up until, I believe, January 1st. So this was early in the season. We had people out surveying the number of users. And that was the number they came back with, 8 users, and we're spending $10,000 a year. So part of our, right-sizing here, part of our developing efficiencies is increasing the services where there's a lot of demand, reducing the services where there's not a justifiable amount of demand. And so, again, that goes back to communication. We have to let people know what's going on and look for partnerships. And I think that was the third point you made, Mr. Chairman, and that is we may be able to find friends groups who are willing to do the trail grooming for us, for instance. And we're absolutely open to doing that. We have 21,000 miles of snowmobile trails in the state that are done entirely by volunteers. We have certain administrative hurdles we have to deal with. One of them is liability insurance. We can't put a person on a $100,000 piece of grooming equipment, send them out without having adequate liability insurance on it. And I think that's the current state of discussion right now, is determining what is the right level of liability insurance? How can we ensure that those volunteers get that coverage?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you.
Make sure I'm going in order here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to build on questioning that you're referring to the cross-country ski trails. In my area, in Mankato area, you stop grooming on Minneopa State Park and the Cicada Trail, which are, I'll guarantee you, there's more than 8 people a day that want to ski on those trails. Is this true statewide? There was no grooming after January 1st?
Commissioner Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman, members, I might call Phil Leversedge up here, who's actually our deputy director, can explain exactly what happened.
Director, state your name for the record, please.
My name is Phil Leversedge. I'm the Deputy Director of the Division of Parks and Trails. Mr. Chair and Representative Johnson, we reduced cross-country ski grooming in about 23 of our parks, which represent about a third of the parks that had previously had ski grooming last year. And it was part of our system plan implementation, focused on trying to do excellent grooming in the areas that we provided based on higher levels of use. In the Mankato area, we put our attention on the Flandreau ski trails and focused on other trail activities at Minneopa State Park.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just, the comment is that, Mankato's got a metropolitan population of well over 50,000. There's a lot of people my age. We find Minneopa State Park to be a very appealing place to ski because generally the skiing's in a hilly terrain that's flatter. And then the Cicada Trail likewise has a lot of activity. And I bought my pass and didn't get to benefit from that. And I'm not the only one in my community who did that. Therefore, my follow-up question is to perhaps Mr. Landwehr. The operations funding that you're requesting, can we be assured that there will be grooming of those trails next year?
Commissioner Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman, members, and part of the reason I've mentioned the trail, the new system plan, is to point out that some of what we're doing is not just economically driven by the current budget situation. These are changes that we're proposing to make because we think they make sense, economic sense in the long term. We are always under financial pressure. We can't continue to provide everything we have always provided everywhere. And so we have, as Mr. Leversedge said, looked at the grooming practices across the state and determined that some of them we simply can't afford in the long run to groom. And so we would be stepping back. The budget request we've got before you today would not restore that. And Mr. Chair, if I could add one thing. In the Senate yesterday, it was suggested that we should look at the cross-country ski pass because I think we passed that in 2004 or something like that, and I don't think there's been any discussion. I couldn't even tell you how much money that generates, and I don't think, frankly, there's good compliance with that. And if those funds were available to do trail grooming, it would certainly be dedicated towards trail grooming and may open other opportunities.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just finish by saying this kind of reminds me of highway funding too, because it relates to congestion, and my guess is the bulk of the trails that were groomed in their metropolitan area, but we can never fight against those congestion issues or the raw numbers. But I live in a community that takes a lot of pride in a community that is a good place for people to grow old in. And cross-country skiing, frankly, is part of that. And I would hope that you take another look at Minneopa and the Cicada Trail. Thank you.
Director Leversedge, I have a question. You said that you had made the decision. When did you, specifically the date, when did you make the decision to not groom cross-country ski trails?
Mr. Chair, the planning for that decision took place in the late fall and early winter, and implementation was kind of driven by the early snowfall that we got in early December, and that's where, if Mr. Chair, you recall, or members, where we ran into the stumbling block of not maintaining the Gateway Trail. So early December is when we actually decided to make the decision. But we were working on budget scenarios and various plans around where we would reduce services through the fall.
And to that point, Commissioner Landwehr, if the decision was made then, or when the decision was made, late fall, early December, back to one of my original points is, how was that message communicated out to the counties and the areas and so forth that use the parks for cross-country skiing?
Mr. Chair, members, I might let Mr. Levisage provide the detail on that, but in most cases, we relied on the local park to figure out who needed to be contacted and how to make that contact. But, Bill?
Mr. Chair.
Director Levisage.
Mr. Chair and members, I accept the responsibility for the failure of the communication. We did rely on our local staff. We should have done it differently. And I give you an assurance that we learned a valuable lesson.
Well, just for the record, Director Levisage and I had a number of conversations. So, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, for the Commissioner or for the Deputy Director, either one, maybe you can elaborate a little more. That was my question, Commissioner, exactly is the ski trail pass. And we do have that ski trail pass. Are there folks at the parks letting folks in, making sure they have their passes? I know that, like at Father Hennepin State Park, there's somebody at the gate. You have to pay to get in. You have to make sure that you have a trail pass, those kinds of things. So if that's not happening, maybe that has to happen. I don't know. But we do have this fund, and how much money is in the fund? And do we have, I think that's part of the responsibility. I mean, you guys come forward for increases in different fees for different things all the time. Maybe it's not good planning on your part. I don't know what the deal is, why we didn't have this request last year for an increase in the ski trail pass. But you're absolutely right. Maybe we can involve the public more. I think you're a little bit wrong on saying that we've got this gigantic, very expensive piece of equipment to do the grooming. I don't think that's quite true for the cross-country ski trail, to groom those. It's relatively easy to do. You hook onto a snowmobile and you drag it down the trail. And I think it's an easy thing to do, and just about anybody can do it. And if we have somebody at the park that's working there, I don't see why they can't go in and run down that trail really quick. I don't think that's going to be as big a problem as it should be. So we need to have a discussion about this, maybe turn something over to some of these clubs, or if there's no club, at least get some kind of volunteer that will groom those trails. I'm sure they can find a snowmobile somewhere. The DNR owns a lot of snowmobiles. Take care of the liability issue. We can handle that at the legislature. I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. So this has to be addressed, and I think it's more important than you might think.
Mr. Chairman, members, I couldn't agree more. Our winters are long. People look for things to do. Cross-country skiing is one of those things we do. It's not something we have sat down and talked distinctly about, and I will commit today that we will have a discussion that will involve stakeholders, talk about, the whole package of how we provide cross-country ski opportunities in state parks and other ways.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Do we know how much money is in this account? Is it exhausted? How much money is in that dedicated account for the ski trail?
I see a phone a friend coming here.
Yep. Mr. Chair and Representative Hackbarth, as Ms. Julik looks up the number in the account, I can let you know that the Division of Parks and Trails gets $75,000 per year from the cross-country ski pass for our maintenance of trails. The majority of the ski pass funds go out in grants to local ski clubs and local communities. And so I can speak to the $75,000 per year. And we invest considerably more than that across our system in cross-country skiing.
Representative Hackbarth.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And so 75,000 of the ski trail, so we are selling ski trail passes in order to get that kind of money. And you're getting $75,000 of that. and plus there's money being given out in grants, so there are clubs that are getting some of that. How much does that amount to? Are the clubs more local in the metropolitan area, or where are some of those clubs, and are they buying their own equipment to do those, the grooming of the trails, or is it to build trails, or what's happening with that money?
Director Leversedge.
Mr. Chair, Representative Hackbarth, we can get you more details as far as the distribution of the grants, but it is distributed statewide, and it is for cross-country ski trail maintenance and some limited development, but primarily for grooming and maintaining the trail systems to be prepared for the winter season. And they do use some of it for equipment as well, but we can get the details as to the distribution. CFO Julik gave me the fund forecast, and it looks like about $280,000 per year go out in grants. And there is some fund balance in the account right now, according to projections, somewhere around $300,000 ongoing fund.
Mr. Chairman, so we've got that kind of money in the account and we can't groom the trails?
Director Leversedge.
Mr. Chair, Representative Hackbarth, we are dealing with an appropriation in that account, and we will need to take a look at it.
Follow-up, Representative Hackbarth?
I'm done.
Thank you. Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is sort of a good news, bad news discussion I think we're having, and your slide 8 was really helpful to me. There is a very big change happening. Demographic change and shifting recreation preferences that maybe weren't reflected in our past judgments, but it's a huge issue. And the second point, active outdoor lifestyle increasingly important to improving population health. I was recently in a room with all the Parks and Trails people from all over the state, and they talked about those two issues with a great deal of not only excitement, but also frustration. And after the panel was over, I was approached by, believe it or not, 2 physicians who are working in their part of the state, and they said that physicians prescribe walking for their patients. I mean, they were talking about the connection, direct connection of health and the people they serve. But the bad news is all of that's happening at the same time our system is aging, and our budgets reflect some activity of the past and not the future. And I think that's what we're hearing some of that today. But I think overall that's good news. And I think just reflecting that sometimes our budgets will change as people's activities change.
And Mr. Chair, if I could respond, I think, and thank you for that observation. That is really kind of the crux of our system plan, is figuring out what does the Parks and Trail system of the future look like versus what it looked like in the past. And just one example, I have been on a mountain bike, probably I can count on 2 hands the number of times I've been on a mountain bike, even though I own one. But that is very much an emerging industry, a growth industry, and these fat tire bikes are even more so. We have a very limited portfolio of opportunities for people to use those bikes in the state park system. The ones we have in Cuyuna Country is an outstanding example. Very, very heavily used, and it's nationally known as a destination. I think we need to be forward-thinking in terms of what we provide for outdoor opportunities, because demographics of the future are different than demographics of the past. We have to be conscious of those changes and start addressing them. So I couldn't agree more. I think that's something we need to focus on quite a bit. And we're looking at outreach to new communities as well, making sure we're providing the types of activities that new communities want. For instance, I think most of us, when we think about camping, think about going to a private site, no neighbors around, in the woods somewhere, where we can be with our immediate families. Well, some of the new communities want group camps. And so part of our system plan calls for more group camps to accommodate the needs of communities that want to camp with friends and families in larger settings.
Representative Hancock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Landwehr. On a related thing to the trails and so on, we talked about liability, and I know I've had a couple of people contact me not only from volunteer groups wanting to help groom the trails, but also from some private business operating within our state parks. And it seems like the requirement in their contract negotiations for just an exorbitant increase in the liability insurance to the amount of not only 100% increase, but in some cases requesting up to 500% increase, which makes the cost of their operations extremely difficult to justify. And I'm just wondering what is driving that exorbitant increase in liability insurance.
Commissioner Landwehr.
Mr. Chairman, members, I think Barb has some insight on that. I agree 100%. I think the insurance requirements are now creating an obstacle to getting volunteer groups assisting with the.
Ms. Julik.
Mr. Chair, Representative, it is a state requirement that comes out of the Department of Admin Risk Management, and we are working with them to look at what are some alternative ways that we can either look at reduced, like a waiver type of option. So we're going to be working with them, talking with them to see what kind of options we can look at for these specific type of activities.
Representative Hancock, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's coming out of the state, because I've looked, some of the insurance companies have looked at what's happening nationally, and it seems like we're not in step with what's going on a national basis. So again, maybe that's the agency I would need to look at then as far as what's driving it, but it is a problematic for private industry, I think, trying to do business with the state.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add
Commissioner
a
Landwehr.
final thought that I think as we investigate this, Representative, if we believe there's a legislative solution, we'd be happy to bring it forward too.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, thank you for coming here this morning and answering these questions. I would like to go back to something that you brought up earlier about really working on your communications. That has been an issue that I'm glad that you've identified that and that you look to address that. I've been at a number of communication events that have been held by your department, whether it pertains to clear cutting or groundwater irrigation use, that type of thing. The feedback that I'm getting from the constituents, first of all, these meetings are well attended, number one, sometimes in the hundreds of people. And number two, the way that they're put together, I think you've done a rather professional job at doing that. The issue that I have here is when I speak with my constituents afterwards, these community meetings where you welcome community input, the feedback that people are saying is like, look, we really feel like that this is not in our best interest to go to these anymore, because we're under the understanding that we're going to go to these meetings to help partner with the DNR to make a decision. And that's basically their attitude going in. When the folks come out, they're saying, Jim, we were really just there for show. And this has been a consistent pattern of what the folks that I speak to are telling me is like the DNR is there to drive their own agenda, and whatever that is. And yes, you invite the public, but again, like I said, the perception that I'm getting from overwhelmingly from people is that they're just there because it's they're part of the show. In particular, some of the community meetings that we've had, some of that I've been to, where you'll set up all the little tables and you'll bring people in, there's this divide and conquer kind of mentality where we have people from the public that are there, but then at each table you'll have staff members there, and then you do the little slips of paper. You'll do those, or you'll take feedback from there, and then at the end, when it really comes time for public input, that's usually the last few fleeting moments of the meeting, and there's really not a lot of exhaustive discussion that takes place. It's basically, okay, we acknowledged a couple of your problems, we're now adjourned. Most folks feel like it's real scripted, and I just want to encourage you to work towards being a little more user-friendly, a lot more user-friendly with these meetings. Case in point, there was a community meeting that was held. It was on the edge of my district. It bordered up against Speaker Doubt's district and Sandra Representative Erickson's district, where they were talking about some issues with the Sand Dune State Forest. And there was approximately 250 people that showed up. These are residents that had real concerns. To get 250 people to show up in the middle of snowmobile season, that's quite a, I'm telling you, my hat's off to you. You guys pulled that one off. But point being is there were a lot of people there with a lot of concerns and a lot of questions that wasn't even addressed. And one of our Representative Erickson literally had to get into a tug of war and almost had an arm wrestle to allow people to have an open Q&A time, and 200 plus people who were there with real concerns because they live there. And then I think they were budgeted about 10 or 15 minutes right at the very end, and that was just by concession on your department in order to do that. Suffice to say, these people, they come back to us and they're like, Jim, I don't know why we even go to these, because they're scripted and they're driving an agenda. That is the impression. I'm not saying that you are doing that, but that is the overwhelming impression that I get from the folks that attend these. So I'm glad that you're identifying communications as an issue, and I would encourage you to just to take my comments to heart.
Thank you. If we can, if we could move on. I think Representative Newberger's comments are well taken. And by the way, if you're going to groom trails, don't use a Skidoo up in my area. Use an Arctic Cat or a Polaris. Maybe we can go through here. I'm guessing that some of your main topics would be the North Met legal costs, the Pineland Sands things, and the Mille Lacs operations. Can we maybe get to those first? And then if we have time, we can move on to the rest, or if we need to, we can
Chair, I
do
think
something
I
in a
can
later
do the
date.
whole thing in about 6 minutes, quite frankly. So I am on slide number 2. This is just an overall summary of our budget relating to total. So we are requesting $11.6 million for the 16-17 biennium. This represents about a 1% increase over our current 16-17 biennium. Of that funding, the majority of it is being requested as one-time. About $2 million, about $2.4 million would be ongoing funding. Next slide. We did talk a little bit about the North Met legal costs. The DNR is requesting just under $4 million in general funds for legal support costs to defend the environmental review and permitting decisions relating to the North Met mining project. This is in addition to the PCA request. The challenges of the North Met project are likely to be significant. These estimates include costs for the outside general counsel, costs related to the Office of Administrative Hearings, as well as costs for a document management system, as we need to organize literally tens of thousands of documents over that have based on the last 10 years' work for the environmental review. And similar to PCA's comments, when agencies have large one-time legal challenges, it's not possible for program areas to absorb these costs without significant disruption to our core programmatic activity. And I'll leave it if any other questions.
We go through the whole thing.
There's a question. Okay.
I think they want to wait.
Okay, keep going. All right.
Proceed.
We're going to run. The next slide we've talked about a bit as well. This is the $5.3 million for Parks and Trails. As you can see, it's broken up between the two funds, $3 million general fund one time, 2.3 natural resources. We talked a bit about this. Of the 5.3, 4.1 is for the budget shortfall. This is relating to the topics we have discussed. But in addition, 400,000 of this is for some immediate trails maintenance needs. And 800,000 is for some technology modernization improvements to help transition within our systems plan. The next slide just does go into that 4.1 million. We have talked about this. This is primarily related to inflationary costs being higher than what we had anticipated last year. So I think we've talked about that. I will skip to the next one. Did want to talk about the trail maintenance and the improvements a little bit. So the 400,000 for trail maintenance would prevent further erosion of parks and trails operations. Paved trails have doubled in the past decade without any increase in operations and maintenance funding. Without regular maintenance, these trails degrade faster and cost more money. We would use the 400,000 to help meet our highest priorities within the paved trail system. This would align with our systems plan to prioritize these investments for the most popular trails, but we also want to make sure we have some basic level of maintenance across the entire system. And then the second piece, the 800,000 for system plan investments, would create a number of changes to create a more efficiently operated system. In order to do this, we would need some upfront investments in new self-service technology and resources for a self-directed system. This could include a network connectivity, self-service stations, plain language, signage, and other self-orientation material. We're going to probably skip through the next few. This does have to deal with the systems plan and how we would use that $800,000 investment to help create these efficiencies. But in summary, for the parks and trails, without funding, we would have some immediate staffing impacts and service reductions. We'd have continued deteriorations on our paved trails, and we delay implementations of some of these system improvements that could lead to efficiencies. With the funding, we would rely on attrition to transition from our current system to a more self-service model. We could provide high-priority parks and trails operations and maintenance, and we could provide modernization, modernize our customer service. All right, Pineland study. We are requesting $1.5 million in one-time general funds to study the impacts of groundwater and habitat changes in land resulting from change in land use in the Pineland Sands aquifer. Currently, there's not sufficient information about the impact of land conversion to water quality or water quantity for either surface or groundwater. This would include information on drinking water, habitat, plants, and animals to inform future permitting decisions. The study will include a review of the environmental impacts of drinking and surface water, plants, and animals. The results will help inform water appropriation permitting decisions and long-term sustainability issues for the area. In addition, other government entities such as local governments, Department of Agriculture, and Pollution Control Agency would benefit from the information of this study for the work in drinking water protection and development of best practices in the area. Mille Lacs, the governor is requesting a bonding proposal that includes a new fisheries management stations within Mille Lacs. This facility would allow for enhanced focus and resources for the Mille Lacs Lake fishery. And the facility would support management and research projects for the lake that would directly contribute to the enhanced fishery management and hatchery infrastructure. The governor's supplemental budget includes $197,000 base general funds for the operation and maintenance of this facility, and this would include funding 2 seasonal hatchery staff and a year-round scientist.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other than the 3 FTEs here, the Mille Lacs operations, how many FTEs are we talking in the supplemental package?
Mr. Chair, it's probably more like 2 FTEs because 2 of these are seasonal, so it's 3 bodies, but,
Okay.
Less than 3 FTEs.
But the rest of the package I'm more concerned about.
No new FTEs. I think it would depend on how the Pineland Sands study is done. That could be either contracts or one-time temporary hires.
Follow-up, Representative Hackbarth?
No, good.
Thank you. Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to slide 4 and adding the 4 million you're requesting plus the 1.5 that PCA, so now we're up to 5.5. I asked them, are there any limits beyond which we won't go? And I guess the 2 things that I would ask, at a certain point, does a department ever say the costs and risks are so great to the taxpayer, because the taxpayer is going to be paying this, are the costs and risks to all the taxpayers in the state so great that the benefits don't possibly outweigh them? And then I think the second part to that, does an environmental review ever get to know, or is an environmental review just pursued and pursued and pursued until it gets to yes? In which case, is an environmental review a legitimate tool if it only ever gets to yes and never to no?
Mr. Chair, members, let me answer the second question first. An environmental review is not a yes or no document. Environmental review is just an evaluation of a project and the potential impacts and the potential mitigation for that project. It's not a yes or no document. Having said that, the document can describe a project that is permittable under state standards, or it could describe a project that is not permittable under state standards. Obviously, if you're the project proponent and you're going into an EIS process and it is clear that your project is not permittable, there's no sense in proceeding. And so I think through the process of developing an environmental review document, when a problem surfaces, there is an effort on behalf of the project proponent to find out how to mitigate that problem or avoid that problem, so the project actually can change over time. And that is the case with PolyMet. It's part of the reason there was a 2009 negative finding by the EPA was because the project at that point in time was not well described. And so the company went back, redefined the project, and we proceeded from that point on in 2010 to do the environmental review on that project. So I think, in short, yes, you could get to a no, but I think if it's obvious that there's going to be this is not a permittable project, the project proponent either redesigns the project or pulls out of the environmental review process. To the first question, we have an obligation, I believe, when we get into a permitting process to defend our decisions, regardless of which way they go. I don't know that we do a sort of mental calculus on larger projects as to what are the benefits versus what are the costs. I think we defend our permitting processes, and so if we should start evaluating, what the potential benefits are versus what the costs are, I think it would be challenging, but I don't know how we would. I don't know what criteria we would develop. Certainly, we do that on smaller cases. Is it worth pursuing a personnel case, or do we settle on it? It'll cost us $20,000 to settle. It'll cost us $40,000 to litigate. We make decisions like that, I'm aware, but I don't know on a permitting case that we've got a history of doing that.
And Mr. Chair, just to follow up,
Senator Hausman.
I asked PCA if that was unprecedented. I would wonder if you have, I mean, this is taxpayer money we're talking about, 5.5 with no upper limit as far as I can tell from that. We haven't a clue.
Mr. Chair, members,
Commissioner
it's
Landwehr.
not unprecedented. I think the one environmental case that we're aware of goes back to reserve mining. There was an advance appropriation provided to the state to defend the state's case in the reserve mining case.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just I had a similar question about the upper limit, and so you answered that. I mean, it's 5.5 million now, but essentially it could be a blank check. But my question revolves around the choice of the firm for this North Met Legal issue. And I get that, Commissioner, that you have to defend your position, you have to defend your the document that you prepared, but you chose a firm that apparently has a lot of industry connections, and they're, I'm sure, firms that could advise you from a public sector perspective. So why this particular firm, with its strong industry perspective?
Commissioner Landwehr.
Mr. Chair, members, and we had a support role in selecting that firm. That was a contract through MMB, as you recall. And I think when we put a request for proposals out, I think the reality on litigation is that in most cases when an environmental issue is being litigated, the defense is a state. It's a government entity, and so it's not a private firm. So most of the private firms that are involved in this business are typically on the other side. And so from our standpoint, I think as we discussed the merits of the different private firms that were out there, almost all of them were litigants on, what I'd call the other side of the aisle. We used to have a saying in law enforcement that, if you want the best game warden, you hire the biggest poacher. Because they know how it's done, and so I might make a similar assertion here, but that is not why they were selected. It was simply because of the breadth of their expertise.
It's a good thing Representative Cornish isn't here. Ms. Julik, you had one point to make, and then I'll get to Representative Clark.
I just had the last slide, 20 seconds, 3 proposals on here. The first was for $670,000 in one-time game and fish funds for the helicopter. You may recall you appropriated $2.1 million last year for the purchase of a helicopter. Based on risk associated with used helicopters and wear and tears, warranties, and resales, we did purchase a new helicopter. The price difference is the $670,000 you see here. Next proposal is a policy proposal with a small revenue impact to the wild rice account. This would allow tribal members to harvest wild rice within the state without a state license. And then the last proposal, budget proposal that would allow 2.5% of an existing regional and local trail grants that are administered by the DNR to be allocated for grant administration. So basically $25,000 would be allocated for administration versus grants.
Thank you. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question about the Pineland Sands Land and Water Study. I don't know if you mentioned this, so the $1.5 million that's on that environmental review, is that for the whole thing, or is that just for the first phase? I think there's a couple of phases to that study.
Commissioner Landwehr.
Mr. Chair, members, that's the entire study.
Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? We're adjourned.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members.
committee meeting to order, and we have enough for a quorum. So Representative Anderson, would you care to check over the minutes of the last meeting and offer your approval?
So move the approval, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Motion's been made. All those in favor of approving the minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. Approved, same sign. Minutes approved. Have a good group in the audience. It's Ag Credit Day, Farm Credit Day on the Hill here in St. Paul. Glad to have you all here from, I believe, all across the state. And if you stay overnight, there's a storm coming tomorrow. If you're heading south, watch out for the weather, I guess. But anyway, glad to have you here today, and hope you enjoy the meeting. And we have some special guests, a couple that I know real well. So welcome on Ag Credit Day, Farm Credit Day, and present yourselves, and let's hear your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mark Nisley, CEO of United FCS.
I'm Jessica Feary, General Counsel with Ag Country Farm Credit.
Mr. Chairman, Paul Coles, I'm the General Counsel at AgStar Financial Services.
Good morning, and proceed.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As the chairman duly noted, we're here for Farm Credit Day at the state capitol, so we're excited to have representatives from not only management but our board of directors from the associations that serve the great state of Minnesota. And we thought it would be helpful to provide some background and talk about not only our response to the current situation in agriculture with the significantly reduced income and increased losses in a lot of cases for our crop producers, but also talk about the proactive things that we've been doing leading up to this and what we do on a regular basis to counsel our customers and try and make sure that they're prepared for these types of downturns in the cycle. So Jessica, if you could, we'll go to the next slide. I thought it would be helpful if we started out, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just talk about the commitment that the farm credit organizations and the farm credit associations in the state of Minnesota have to our producers and our members. And I went through and we included the first section of the Farm Credit Act as it was revised in 1971. And I highlighted or bolded some of the key words on there, and we want to make sure that we leave the message that we're a farmer-owned cooperative. We were set up and established to be a farmer-owned cooperative. We're very proud of that fact, and it allows us to really cut to the chase and serve both our customers and our owners with one voice and one methodology. We don't have to pit one against the other because our owners are our customers. We were designed and set up to improve the income and well-being of the American farmers and ranchers. And these next three statements, I think, are key as we serve credit and as we, particularly in a challenging time that we're facing right now with some of our producers, that we are here to provide sound, adequate, and constructive credit and financial services for efficient farm operations. So I wanted to kind of keep those key phrases in mind, or have you keep those in mind as we talked about our servicing efforts. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Ms. Feary is going to talk a little bit about some of the proactive measures, as Mr. Nisley discussed, that the farm credit lenders and other lenders across the state of Minnesota take when working with producers. But in order to set the stage for that, just quickly, you're probably very well aware of the current stresses that many of our producers are facing across Minnesota. And what we have here are a couple of slides from the USDA. And they show projected prices for certain commodities. So the slide, or the chart on the left, you'll note that the USDA's projection for corn prices for 2016 at $3.45 a bushel, $8.50 a bushel for soybeans. I want to try to give just a little bit of context. I'm sure many of you have talked to producers from your districts or others and have some sense, but what do these prices mean for a typical producer? And it's of course challenging to paint with a broad brush because there is no typical or average. Every operation is different, but I'm gonna try to do that anyways. In talking with the credit staff and others at AgStar and with the other associations, a typical break-even for a corn farmer in Minnesota probably runs between $4.25 to $4.75 a bushel. For soybean producer, we're probably talking somewhere in the 11.25 to 11.75 per bushel. And so what we're looking at is projected prices far below most producers' break-evens. Another way to look at this, a typical, again, painting with a broad brush, a typical southern Minnesota corn and bean farmer could look to lose between $100 and $150 an acre in 2016. So times are challenging for our producers, to be sure. The numbers aren't ideal. Clearly, a number of producers are going to either start or continue to experience financial stress. One of the things that's important to keep in mind, though, is the situation today is significantly different than the situation that occurred in the 1980s. The chart on the right shows that producers today still have a relatively low debt-to-asset ratio. And most producers during the good years, we experienced many years of strong earnings. Most of our producers were able to not only lower their debt, but build significant working capital, increase the equity in their operations. So they have very strong balance sheets today, and we hope most will be able to weather these challenges. In addition to sort of the strengthening up of the balance sheets that producers were able to do during the good years, lenders in Minnesota, the Farm Credit lenders and others, really are sitting in a pretty good position to be able to work with our clients going forward. We've got very, very strong capital positions, and we've been taking steps to proactively work with our clients over the last several years. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Feary, and she's going to talk about some of those proactive efforts.
Yeah, like Paul said, we have been working very actively, very proactively with our customers to kind of take a look at their financial picture and create some options for them and work through their options. We're committed to standing by our customers through the good times and through the bad times. So, first of all, being proactive. I think we've said that a couple times, but that's something we have really focused on is taking a look at each customer, each loan specifically, and seeing kind of in advance what are some of the things that we can do right now to kind of make sure that they have a better financial picture and a better outlook. And we're looking for unique solutions tailored for each operation. So in terms of looking at and evaluating options, everyone's going to be set up a little bit differently. Some people are going to have a lot of working capital built up, and so they will be just utilizing some of that working capital. Others might have significant assets that they have. They might have excess equipment that they'll take a look at. Maybe they want to do some asset sales. We can also work through those options in terms of if they have to do some sales, what are going to be the tax implications of those sales. Our customers are all positioned differently. We've got new, young and beginning farmers, and we have some farmers that are nearing retirement. And so I do think that we have some that are kind of taking a look at what's going on in this current downturn and saying, maybe it's time to exit, maybe it's time to retire, and we can evaluate their options there for exiting farming, doing a sale. What are the tax implications there? We also run a lot of pro forma analysis with our customers to make sure that they really truly understand what their financial picture is. With commodity prices changing, sometimes equipment values are changing and land values are changing. So we run a number of different projections for them so that they can see where they could be, what their financial picture looks like this year and next year, and in light of some of the changing collateral values. And then, marketing education and break-even analysis tools. Paul talked a little bit about how much an average corn farmer or soybean farmer might lose per acre. We do help them run those break-even analysis, and that can really help when they're setting up their business plans for each year and identifying where are some areas where I maybe can reduce costs. If I see I've got a high chemical bill or fertilizer bill, I can really take a look, and maybe there's some places that I can dial some of those areas back. And then when setting up those break-even analysis, we also run looking at what the projected commodity prices are. And when they have plans like that, it can help them, pull the trigger when they do see the commodity prices hitting a point where it hits their break-even, and it can help them just plan ahead there. On the loan side of things and on the credit side of things, we're always looking at different ways that we can restructure loans or rebalance their debt. Sometimes, you know, they might need to get additional working capital so that they can run their operation this year. We might, you know, they might have had, this may not be their first year of losses. They may have had losses last year because we saw some low commodity prices last year as well. So they may need to term out some of those losses. We may need to slow down some of the loan payment demands so that they can keep their working capital up. So we look at areas where we can defer principal payments. We look at areas where we maybe just charge interest only for a few years and then have the principal and interest payments kick in. We may re-amortize or extend the amortization of our loans. And then we just can reposition debt. So if it was a short-term debt, we can move that to intermediate or long-term debt. And then along with that, we also utilize the other partners that are out there and other risk management tools. We do a lot with FSA guarantees, and those guarantees can help support farm ownership or longer-term loans. They can help support intermediate-term loans and operating and short-term loans. We also utilize the Minnesota Rural Finance Authority programs. Our crop producers rely heavily on the federal crop insurance program to mitigate their risk there. And then, you know, anytime we do see some collection situations, we do work through the Minnesota Mandatory Farm Lender Mediation. The other unique thing with Farm Credit is we offer our borrowers borrower rights, and this is a regulatory requirement, statutory requirement under the federal the Farm Credit Act, where we offer certain loan and collateral action rights to our farmers. So when we do get into a situation where our customers might have some distressed loans, we provide them certain notices that are different than the state, you know, foreclosure notices, and then we offer them the ability to restructure. We provide them applications to restructure, and if they submit that application, we are obligated to provide a least cost analysis that we would evaluate what are our costs for foreclosure and what are our costs to restructure under this program, and we work through our customers through those rights, and oftentimes can avoid a collection situation by doing a restructure through those programs. So that's kind of just a high level summary of kind of some of the things that I know the Farm Credit Associations and I'm sure, you know, other farm lenders are doing, but at this point we would open it up to any questions.
Questions from members? Very timely information and things that all farmers need to take into consideration. Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was wondering, didn't hear much about the livestock industry, and obviously directly related to particularly corn prices, but it's related to a lot more things because obviously live cattle create a huge amount of jobs for plants and all the way to the grocery store. So I was just curious. I happen to be in that business myself, so I took my lumps already last year and this year, but could you give us just a little broader aspect of how that's going for folks with four-legged animals?
Mr. Nisley.
And two-legged animals as well with poultry. We, as a farm credit system, we serve all aspects of agriculture, large, small, every commodity. So we're kind of acutely aware of the economic stress in some of the animal protein sectors as well, including dairy now again. We're cycling down in dairy. So, you know, we're using the corn and soybean just as an example because that's kind of top of mind for everyone right now, and that's been a little more of a severe hit initially with the commodity price situation, but clearly we think there's stress in a lot of the animal protein sectors, and poultry, you know, because of the avian influenza issue last year are still holding pretty good in terms of feed costs are down obviously with commodity prices being lower and input costs being lower, And the supply was hurt pretty significantly with the avian influenza situation, particularly with our turkey growers last year. But
Further questions? Ms. Fryer, or Mr. Coles, a term that I've heard somewhat used this winter is a term called burn rate, where the break-even numbers you're talking about obviously do not show a profit, and farmers are burning through their equity. What do you see the dangers in that, and how long can that go on?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I can try to give at least, again, painting with a broad brush. We're going to see different situations depending on the operation. As I mentioned, as you know, many farmers, particularly crop farmers, did very well for a number of years. In the last 10 years, 7 or 8 of them were incredibly strong years. And so they did establish really strong balance sheets, lots of working capital. They increased the equity in their operation. That burn rate is basically the difference between what's coming in the door and what's going out, and it really is an individualized situation. We do analyze our operating rates. We take a very close look at our operating rates, or operating loans, excuse me. For example, if we have a producer who has a $200,000 operating line, and historically they've only drawn $30,000, $40,000 on that, that's sort of been where they peak out, and all of a sudden we're seeing them drawing $100,000 or $125,000, we're going to take a closer look at that operator, his or her situation, and try to understand what's going on and work with them, as Ms. Fury explained, to try to find if there are alternatives or other loan structuring potentials that we can and should be working with the borrower on. So we do watch that burn rate. We look at it from our perspective in terms of sort of the draw on the operating lines, but we also, as we collect financial information from our clients, we're evaluating how their owner equity and working capital is changing year over year.
Very good.
Yeah, along with that.
Ms. Fry, go ahead.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Along with that, like Paul said, there is a lot of equity out there, and so there, especially in the real estate area, our customers have a lot of equity there, and so they are a lot of people are utilizing that equity on the real estate side of things to help finance their future operations.
Mr. Nisley.
Mr. Chair, we at United, we trend or do a benchmark of a number of farms that we watch pretty closely, and just looking at the cash grain sector, within that benchmark group, we reached a high of about $500 per acre of working capital following the 2012 season, and we were down to 182 on average. So you can see the decline in working capital. So when we talk about burn rate, it's not always just the bottom line net worth or the equity we're looking at. It's probably more importantly, as has been indicated already, as the working capital that the operations are losing, which translates into equity loss, obviously, but it's the working capital crunch that's really going to put the squeeze on operators.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any other questions from members? If not, again, thank you very much for coming. It's going to be a challenging year, but we thank you for your work, and very good. Farm Credit Day on the Hill today here in St. Paul. Thank you. First bill on today's agenda is House File 2974. Representative Nornis, would you care to move that bill?
Yes, Mr. Chair, move that House File 2974 be re-referred to the Committee on Job Growth and Energy Affordability, Policy and Finance.
Representative McDonald, welcome to our friendly Ag Committee, and please, let's hear about your bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, how many of you here have eaten a fine piece of corn on the cob at the State Fair? Raise your hand. How about in the room? Just a couple of us. Well, a good friend of mine, a next-door neighbor to the city of Delano, the county of Wright, which I represent, Jerry Untite's vegetable farm, produces all of the corn that we consume at the State Fair, and many of the flowers that I purchase in the Delano for my studio and for my home, he produces and grows those as well. Which brings me to House File 2974 and why I'm in front of your committee. He brought to me a situation with some of his workers when it comes to the H2A program, and after studying it for a great length of time and in great discussion with himself and many others regarding the program, and speaking with Congressman Emmer, because it's a federal program, I've come to the conclusion that there is something that needs to be done to help our local farmers here in the state of Minnesota. So I'm going to just give a brief explanation of what this bill will do, and then I'm going to turn it over to my good friends here. You got Peter Coyle, and then Jerry Untite to my far right, who's from Wright County. So what this bill will particularly do, it'll codify existing practices that workers under the H-2A visas are not required to pay overtime, which is outweighed by many other benefits and compensations that they receive for part of the program. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, Mr. Chair, with your permission, to Mr. Coyle, and he will give a little brief summary as well, probably not as brief as mine, on the program and educate you on the issue.
Good morning, sir. State your name and proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and staff. My name is Peter Coyle. I'm a lawyer lobbyist for Clark & Hoffman, and I represent a coalition of Minnesota, what I'll call farmers market growers, who are the folks that supply your farmers market or supply your fresh produce kiosk out in the supermarket's parking lot or otherwise. And Mr. Untite and another gentleman, John Jacobson, will testify as growers in support of the bill. But very briefly, Mr. Chair and members, the H-2A visa program is a federal program which establishes a procedure whereby Minnesota farmers that are growers can access a foreign labor pool under a legal program that allows seasonal workers to come to the United States for a maximum of 10 months a year to work on a farm. And in exchange for having access to that labor pool, the farmer, the individual farmer, must certify to the federal government that they are not able to hire the workers they need for their farm from the domestic employment market. And these gentlemen will testify as to how difficult that has become. In addition, though, they also have to provide a number of financial guarantees as enumerated as follows. They have to pay round-trip airfare for the workers that they bring overseas to the United States. Or if they're coming over land, they have to provide compensation to help them return to their home country, and they have to take responsibility for doing that. They have to provide permanent lodging for them while they're in the United States at no cost to the employee. They provide transportation at no cost to the employee if they do not have their own vehicle to operate. They have to guarantee a minimum number of hours that are going to be paid to that employee as a condition of their coming to the country to work. The federal government sets an adverse wage rate that's higher than the minimum wage, and they're obligated to pay that adverse wage rate to any employee, domestic or international, that they hire to work on a seasonal basis on their farm. So if they have minimum wage employees that have been hired locally on a seasonal basis, and you'll hear from them that they're not able to even attract those employees, they're obligated to pay those employees the adverse wage rate, which this year is $12 an hour, $12.02 to be clear. So they're obligated to pay that additional wage rate on top of that. And if there are any legal expenses associated with helping that employee qualify for the visa program, they're obligated to pay that expense as well. So there are a number of fixed financial obligations that these growers have to incur on the very front end before they have one cherry to pick, one apple to pick, one strawberry to pick. They're contractually bound to provide those financial assurances. The issue that's come up is this. The federal program does not require payment of overtime on those seasonal worker wages. And the employees, or the employers rather, did not understand that state overtime requirements applied. Fairly or not, they understood it was a federal program, they thought it was an all-in-one program, and they have always believed they were in full compliance with it, but it appears that they are not. And the issue is overtime. So the bill that Representative McDonald has brought to you would clarify what has been the historical practice, again, favorably or otherwise, that overtime would not be paid because that's what federal law says. And it turns out that there are already in statute 19 such exceptions of various sorts for various categories of industry, so there's nothing novel by itself about this request. What's important, I think, for you to understand respectfully is the amount of investment that's required on the front end by the farmer to participate, and also the narrow scope of this bill in the sense of the number of employees that are affected by it and the seasonality of how it applies. And with that, Mr. Chairman, unless there's a question for me at this time, I'll turn it over to Mr. Untite and Mr. Jacobson for the balance of the testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Questions from members? If not, proceed. Identify yourself, sir, and tell us about the program.
Certainly. My name is Jerry Untide. I'm a farmer or a grower in rural Wright County, Minnesota. We're a first-generation farm. We've been working at this for 45 years, a long time to be in this business. It hasn't changed a lot in terms of harvest methods, and that's why we need this labor. I'm here as a representative from a group of growers who basically have this issue that we're addressing today. It has to do with the type of agriculture that we're involved in. And we want you all to understand this, that we do currently pay overtime on all our regular agricultural employees. This is a different program. This is a program that's utilized by somewhere between 65 and 70 users, growers in the Minnesota state area. And we have all agreed to conform with the federal regulations in order to bring employees to our farm that are vetted, thoroughly vetted by the federal government, so we know exactly who we're getting, why we're getting them. Always offering the job first to any able-bodied American. Halfway through the season, halfway through the contract period. So if anybody shows up, and I want to assure you we'll hire just about anybody, we have had in the last 3 years a total of 5 applicants. And we advertise profusely, trying to get local people. The quality people that we get generally are not agricultural savvy, and so they usually don't last very long. We're a lot different than the regular agriculture that you see out there and that the people addressed from Farm Credit here. We're the type of organization that doesn't have four-wheel drive tractors. We don't have 50-foot bean heads on our equipment. We're the stoop laborers. That's what our insurance company calls us, classifies us as. We do everything by hand. We've done this for the last, in my case, 45 years. And in that case, we're picking our raspberries, we're picking our strawberries, we're picking our tomatoes, we're tying our tomatoes, we're doing, even the sweet corn we raised for the state fair, we're doing this all by hand. In the apple business, and you'll be able to speak to John Jacobson in a minute here, it's all hand. We are not mechanized. We'd love to be mechanized. But so far, John Deere hasn't put a lot of emphasis in developing equipment that'll pick raspberries or pick apples for us, or prune apple trees. So we're out there, for instance, today, we're out there pruning apple trees by hand. In another 5 weeks, we'll be out there thinning apple blossoms by hand. And as the season develops, we'll be thinning some more, and we'll be training these limbs by hand. So you can see that the need for this type of worker is paramount. Our problem with this bill that we're utilizing and the program from the federal government is that it's very, very expensive. We are ordered to pay the wage that the federal government determines we should be paying for this state. It's called the adverse wage rate, and it is $12.02 an hour. Up to 48 hours is the way that we've always interpreted for all the hours they work, but we're being told differently, and that's why we're in front of you. This program also dictates that we bring these people here, as Attorney Coyle referenced. If they're from a foreign country overseas, obviously we fly them here. We fly them home when they're done with their contract. We pay their per diem expenses. We pay or furnish lodging, which is inspected, by the way, by the state of Minnesota, Department of Economic Development, DEED. We're subject to at least one and several instances, 2 inspections a year, that they see the facilities that these workers are staying in are up to code, are safe and comfortable. And I will say, speaking for our growers here, and that we furnish excellent housing. We've been told that by the inspectors. Every one of my units that I use is air conditioned, more than the adequate number of bathrooms and showers that you need, kitchens. These people are our lifeline. They're part of our family. We visit these people in the off season. We work with these. We're even getting into employing the second generation. In terms of untieds, we've used this program for 14 seasons. And I want you to understand the reason we want this program, we use this program, is that it's legal. We have no fear of the Department of Labor swooping down for unannounced inspection and taking our labor force, which you've all read about, I'm sure, has happened with undocumented workers in many cases. So we bought into this program. It's been a hard program to work with, but we're making it work. We like to say that we have the most interesting group of people in our particular growing. We have people from 5 or 6 different countries. We have people from Ukraine, we have people from Moldova, we have people from Mexico, we have people from Brazil, we have people from Russia, a lot of different countries. And you know what? We all get along. We work with each other, and year after year, these people come back. It's not uncommon. I have many people who've been coming back for that full 14 years. So I think that speaks to the way we treat these people, and it's very much based on the golden rule. We'd like to treat them like we'd like to be treated ourselves, and it's a good program. I also want to add that while these people work here at this wage rate, they pay no taxes, 0. They're not liable for any state or federal taxes. They are no burden on the system. They are not entitled to receive any social benefits. So they're very, very limited that way. Like I said, no taxes. As far as other opportunities that they receive, we furnish them a vehicle to travel about. They're able to travel throughout the states and see different parts of the country if they so choose. And all of this is based on a visa that they carry, which makes them legal and without fear of having any problems from enforcement officials. So this is a good program. It's just that when you start reaching out over 48 hours, and we estimate currently with the 1202 base and the fact that we're providing transportation, we're providing a certain amount of food and per diem expenses, we're taking care of their lodging. Our group believes we're paying somewhere between $16.50 and $18 an hour to house these people. On top of that, we reach into the overtime category. It adds another $6 an hour to this. So we're up in the range of $22, $24 an hour, which is a lot of money to pick a plot of raspberries or to pick a bushel of green beans and apples. And what's happening is that our labor cost alone invested in these products is more than we receive from the people we sell it to. It doesn't work. And so we feel that by having a carve-out or some type of waiver on this very, very unique and small program, that we could make this system work, provide a system to our workers where they're protected, their facilities are inspected, and all of the above. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jacobson, and a reminder that we have other testifiers and several other bills to get to also today. So, Mr. Jacobson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee members. I would just like to add, did a very eloquent job of describing the dilemma that we do face. Looking at my farm's in White Bear Lake, Minnesota. I grow apple trees and strawberries. We are at the point now where we're looking at, expansion, expanding the business, and it's always, we have to take into account the labor force that we do have. And as Jerry alluded to, there's just not an indigenous force of people that are willing to come out and do the heavy lifting at the farms that we operate. So I would, take that into account, that it's just, the apples grow on trees, but it certainly takes someone to get them there. So that's about all I have to say.
Questions from members? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony. I'm learning about your business. I'm curious, what you're having trouble attracting local labor. What wages are you offering in the marketplace?
Our starting pay is. I'm sorry.
Mr. Reinhardt, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm not familiar with your procedures. I'm used to working out in the back 40. $12.02 is where we start. And if they come on board full time, we offer those people our other corporate benefits such as simple IRAs and if they're a full-time person, hospitalization. And I neglected to say that these workers that we have, we've also been informed, are also eligible for the Affordable Care Act coverage.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a follow-up, you say that the cost of these workers from other countries comes to $16.50 to $18 an hour. Have you tried offering that kind of a wage locally to see if that would attract more workers?
Mr. Rennick, go ahead.
No, we have not.
Any other questions from members? If not, Representative McDonald, did you have a
Yes,
comment?
thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder that no other state in the nation imposes the overtime needed for this particular H-2A program. And currently in the state of Minnesota, there's 2 exemptions for other employers in this field, if you will, or a similar field, the sugar beet industry and the silo industry. Currently, those 2 are exempted from this paying Minnesota's pay overtime. So it's already been in practice for several other farmers and other industries. So at this point, we ask for your support in this one. You know, it's a really good opportunity. I used to tassel corn when I was a young kid and pick little raspberries.
Must have been short corn.
It was before July. And I had friends that I could stand on their shoulders. So, well, anyway, it's a shame we can't find the help necessary. For $18 an hour, I might consider applying. That's pretty good pay. But anyway, they do. Mr. Untight, Jerry, he says that these people, but they're family members, and they become very close and dear to them, and they pay them well. They do very well. They are lifting up folks in other countries. So it's a great program, but there is a point where it's just unaffordable.
Representative Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, my question is for the attorney from the who testified. Yes, there you are. Good. So here's my question. So this is the first time I've heard about this, but of course I haven't served on this committee in the past. Is this a new issue? How long have we had the overlap of the state's minimum wage requirement with the existence of this program? And I know the program goes back to the '86 Act, at least that's what I was told. So what's happened during that period of time relative to the state legal requirement to pay the overtime? Has that been happening? Has it not been happening? If it has been happening, what is the new economic tension? Because then apparently, if it's been happening, the margins have been met. So do you get where I'm going with all that? Thank you.
Mr. Coyle.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, very briefly, the obligations have always been in statute. It's that the federal program was articulated and promoted in such a way that the federal program doesn't require the payment of overtime, and the farmers, I'll say, presumed, understood that it was all-encompassing in the sense that state law did not apply. And it appears that was a mistake. So without knowing individually their circumstances, I'm going to venture a guess that the vast majority of the companies that have been partaking in this program have not understood that they had an obligation to pay overtime, and probably have not been. So the issue has only come to the light in the last 4 to 5 months. We've been working on this, I'll say, weeks, trying to raise the issue and to see if there wasn't a way legislatively to bring this forward. I mean, to the point where we really didn't even have a chance to sit down with the Department of Labor and Industry, who I know is going to testify, and try to talk it through. When it was clear that they were not interested in changing the law, we didn't get very far in that conversation. But to answer your question directly, the obligation's been out there. It was not understood by the farmers that it was applicable to them in this unique circumstance because of the federal overlay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative McDonald.
Mr. Chairman, I want to clarify something. I didn't have my cheaters on when I stated that no other state in the nation imposes the overtime. I was incorrect. It's 4 states in our nation imposes the overtime, but none in our surrounding states. So if we wanted to be competitive and encourage our farmers to use this great program, then I suggest that we probably be best to pass this bill and vote, have your support.
Testifier from the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. and stay around in case there are any further questions, okay? And thanks to Mr. Untied and Mr. Jacobson as well. Identify yourself and proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, I'm Doug Busselman. I'm the Director of Public Policy for Minnesota Farm Bureau. We are here to support passage of HF 2974. This proposal would add H-2A workers to the current list of 19 other groups of workers exempted from the overtime requirements. From the standpoint of H-2A employers paying an adverse wage under the requirements of the federal program, as well as covering the additional expenses that the program requires, would stimulate a cost if you add overtime into that could result in H-2A programs being unavailable or unworkable for farmers using the program. The H-2A visa for temporary workers is a responsible agricultural labor program. The consequences for making it an unusable option because of further increased costs need to be evaluated. This bill covers a limited group of workers and employers and employees who each voluntarily agree to participate and work in a mutual benefit manner at a higher than usual pay, and it also provides a certainty for legal workforces that farmers of this type that need this type of manual labor would have. So we would urge your passage of this bill.
Thanks, Mr. Busselman. Questions from members? If not, next on the agenda, Bernie Hesse? Come on down, have a chair, identify yourself, and proceed, sir, with your testimony.
Mr. Chair, I'm Bernie Hesse. I'm with the United Food and Commercial Workers Union. We oppose this bill. It singles out immigrant workers who often aren't aware of what their rights are. We also find that often, and this doesn't seem to be the case with these two employers, that workers are recruited and often pay a fee to find work. Some workers actually have to take out loans on this. We don't know why this bill is being forwarded right now, because with a worker shortage, it seems to me that Minnesota would want to incentivize themselves above other states. So if a worker knew that he or she would receive overtime, that would be much more inviting for them for a place to come to work. Often, workers are economically desperate. So H-2A, in my opinion, is not a great visa program, and there are many visa programs. There's over 47 different types of visas the last time I counted. Temporary workers lack full rights. As we all know, farm workers are exempt under the National Labor Relations Act. It makes it hard for them to do concerted activity. Often employers handpick types of workers who might be more prone to be exploited. We also think, well, it's true employees or workers aren't paying taxes, so our employers are exempt from paying Social Security and unemployment taxes. So it goes both ways on that. And then we just find that this just opens up the door for chiseling away on more things, and workers should, all workers should be treated the same. And I agree. We believe there are just too many carve-outs right now under different overtime laws and that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Questions from Representative Mariani?
Mr. Chair, and so Mr. Hess, a couple things. One, quickly, I want to clarify. When we're talking about overtime here in the ag sector, we're talking anything over 48 hours. Is that correct? Okay, so that's
Mr. Chair, yes, Representative.
Right. He's nodding yes, and I'm sure the ag pros around the table know that answer. But being new here, I just want to clarify that. So my question, I guess I have two questions really quickly. One is, so what do we know and how do we know, A, the effectiveness of this program, and B, whether or not employers, as you indicated, your sense is that the good folks before us seem to be, pretty darn good employers. But I think you're also indicating that that may not be the case across the state. And so, you know, there is a state, I would argue, state compelling interest that we make sure that employees are treated fairly in the workforce. How do we know whether that's happening or not happening relative to this program? Who monitors it? How often does it monitor? Maybe it's a question for labor, but I'm assuming you might have some ideas on that.
Mr. Hess.
Mr. Chair, Representative, we applaud good employers, but often under an H-2A program, workers are brought in, they're not familiar with what their rights are. They are a captive audience because they are tied to that employer, and some folks would be less prone to speak up if somehow wages were shorted, a number of other things. We're concerned about bad employers. We applaud good employers. Let's be very clear on that. But because you're tied to the employer, we feel that there is a real barrier to making sure all things are well. And all you have to do is do a literature search. There is a lot of wage theft in Minnesota, and we're concerned on a number of the different industries also.
Representative Mariani.
And Mr. Chair, and I share that concern as well. What I struggle with in this particular sector is who do I turn to for verification whether that's happening or not happening? We heard the previous employers, for instance, say, hey, listen, we get visited, you know, once or twice a year, you know, to look at the housing issue. Do we have the similar kind of due diligence on the part of state and or federal governments, this is a federal program, relative to verifying this wage issue with the consistency of applying the law relative to the wage issue?
Mr. Chair, Representative.
Further comment, Mr. Hess.
The Department of Labor will react to complaints, but they don't have the resources to go out and audit. They don't have the resources to have an ongoing program, but they will react to complaints, but it's complaint-driven.
Comment, Representative McDonald.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, just to reiterate what Representative Mariani mentioned, and so did my testifier earlier, that DEED inspects these farms and the growers rather twice a year, and they're under great scrutiny to make sure that everything is in compliance with the law. It is also known that the workers are entitled to the same workplace laws that govern every other citizen in our state of Minnesota.
Okay.
So, and just another thing, Mr. Chairman, if I may, the sugar beet industry and the silo industry is it's a thriving industry, and they have no trouble getting the workers, and they are exempt from this particular overtime. So what our testifier said isn't necessarily the case when it comes to proof in the pudding with the sugar beet industry and the silo industry.
Representative Mariani.
Mr. Chair, along those lines, and this might also perhaps invite our attorney friend to come forward. So Mr. Hess testified that, and so I'm just looking at the economics here, right? So that clearly there are economic costs that ratchet up if you're going over 48 hours. We should, you know, be considering costs for all the other expenses. On the other hand, Mr. Hess has testified that some of those costs are either offset by different obligations that employers would have. I think you mentioned Social Security taxes, et cetera. So that's a saving, you know, inside of an economic model. And I guess so I guess the question is what is the extent of that? How is that factored into what is the proper cutting point, tipping point for profitability? And second of all, what other write-offs, if any, exist for these employers that are different from other employers relative to their costs? So several questions there. What I'm trying to get at is a full picture of the economic cost that goes into this particular business model. And so as I said, we heard about, you know, the housing, transportation costs, those things, but we're also hearing that there are some offsets that exist relative to that business model.
Representative McDonald, care to comment?
Thank you. My comment to that is a very good question, Representative. The offset, they are subject, employers are subject to workman's compensation, although you were correct in saying that they don't have to pay the Social Security and/or the workman's, what was the other one, Social Security and unemployment tax. But you have to include the cost, of course, the transportation from bringing them over here, the cost of housing, the cost of the per diem, which is, you know, we get per diem, you know what that is. So I think you're correct. We have to look at all those costs and the benefits to both the farmers, the growers, and the workers. There's it's a great opportunity for lifting folks out of poverty all over the world and bringing them here to help the farmers in our own state. But you have to, I think we have to be prudent in balancing that. What's fair for the farmer, and we certainly don't want the growers to go out of business, and what's fair for those great people that are coming from all over the world, and we are lifting them out of poverty and helping them with their families back home. And I think you're right, Representative Mariani, there is a fine tune there that we need to tune to make sure that it's even keeled for both parties. But certainly keep in mind the cost of it for the growers.
Representative Mariani, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, and I won't belabor it, but I think it may be helpful, and perhaps this becomes, if this bill moves, I imagine that it's going to go to a jobs committee where and maybe that might be a place where these questions can be asked. But I do think it's important to have the entire economic model, the inputs and the outputs on the table. There are other issues. I mean, this isn't just about economics also. But, you know, for the sake of the economic issue, you know, are there write-offs for providing housing? Are there write-offs for providing transportation? All those things, I think, need to be part of our consciousness as we make decisions, at least on the economic issue. I think Mr. Hess has raised some other issues that we should also consider.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hess. And the last testifier I have on the list is Ken Peterson. Good morning, Commissioner. Identify yourself and proceed for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ken Peterson. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Industry, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. But first I want to say that I want to, some of the businesses have signed the letter to you endorsing this bill. I more or less keep them in business every year, it seems like. When I go to Gerton's, I buy about half the stuff they have there. I buy Bailey's, I've got 8 trees I bought for them. So, and I love the corn at the State Fair. At the same time, on behalf of the department and the Dayton Smith administration, I want to encourage you to not to approve the bill. We don't think it's needed. More important, we don't think it's needed. We don't think that the type of economic analysis that Representative Mariani has talked about would show that it's really not needed on an economic basis. So a second reason I don't think it's needed, because for the first time we have these 18 or 19 exceptions in the overtime law. This would be most of them are things like babysitting or taxi cab driving or silos, which silo ability or sugar beet growers. This would be the first one that would be based on national origin. Would not be based on the work you do, would be based on where you came from. This is a bad area for us to get into. I'm not saying it's unconstitutional, but I am saying it's a bad direction for state policy to go to for a state like Minnesota. Let me give you just a few facts on the program, though. There are 948 H-2A workers in Minnesota. There were, this was last year, there were 1,030 positions initially requested, so about 60 of them weren't filled. And it was already pointed out they don't pay Social Security unemployment taxes on H-2A employees, nor do you withhold taxes, no income taxes. They don't. I'm not sure if they're liable for taxes, but you don't have to withhold the taxes on them. Then one of the things about that hasn't been mentioned, that H-2A visa holders are not allowed to change employers. They come here on a certain visa, they stick with that. If they don't want to work with that employer for one reason or another, they have to go back to their nation of origin. So that forced tie, we believe, I don't have any kind of data to show this, but I'm not sure it happens in Minnesota, but elsewhere, that it has the effect of discouraging workers from complaining about unfair labor practices or unsafe practices, because they have no choice where to work. They can't go working to the farmer across the street. They have to work for the one they came here with under the visa plan. And workers' compensation is provided And we're certainly glad about that, but as we said, Social Security and unemployment compensation is not provided. For these reasons, we think there may be some problems with this area of paying people. There may be some issues they have. I think it requires some more time to look at it. We got to think about it. It should be carefully considered. I think it can lead us down to a path we don't want to go. So I encourage you to not to approve the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, I just had a question for you then. I get it, you talk about all these different exceptions to the rule, but as far as I know, this is maybe the only one that requires from the Fed people that they pay a certain base wage. And I think that in itself would lend to make this a little bit different in that that's probably $2 or $3 higher than they would normally start with if they were paying overtime. Could you comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, members, on the surface, I think you're right. At the same time, the labor market, as we discussed, the labor market for this type of work would probably dictate that they pay a lot more than they're paying now. If you were to pay American workers, I expect you would be up in the realm of $16, $18, $20 an hour for this type of work. If you compare it to other similar jobs doing that, the sort of work they're doing, you would pay American workers. So I do think that the growers are probably, for the most part, are getting a good deal. I'm not saying it's a great deal, but it's probably a good deal, and that's why they're doing it. So I do think that the workings of the labor market would dictate they pay more than they're paying now.
Okay. Any other questions from members? Did you have a question, Representative?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm ready
okay.
to make a motion.
Anybody else in the audience who's not on our list who'd care to offer a comment or a question on this legislation? Not seeing any. Any final comments, Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I just encourage your support. This is good for Minnesota. I've looked into it with my good friend Jerry Untite and studied it before I just came to a conclusion that we need to come to the state of Minnesota and pass a law. But it's good for our growers, it's good for our farmers, and it's good for the workers who they bring over. They are subject to all Fair Workness Acts federally and state. They're treated very well and compensated very well. And we want to encourage our growers to continue with this program and not to go out to pasture. Because in some cases, at one point it'll be too much, too expensive, and they'll have to close up the farm doors, if you will, close the barn doors. So it's good for Minnesota, and I ask for your support.
Representative Nornis, would you care to renew your motion?
I renew my motion that House File 2974 be referred to the Committee on Job Growth and Energy Affordability, Policy, and Finance.
Representative Nornis has renewed his motion that this file 2974 be re-referred to the Committee on Job Growth and Energy Affordability and Finance. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
The motion prevails.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee.
Thank you. Next bill on the agenda is House File 3231.
Representative Anderson, would you like to move your bill?
I certainly would, Madam Chair. House File 3231.
Representative Anderson moves House File 3231. And Representative Anderson, if you would please present your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the department bill, and not as thick or as many pages this year, so we hope it's going to just sail right through. And with me this morning is our legislative person from the department. Welcome, and walk us through the bill.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Whitney Place. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Department of Agriculture.
The Minnesota Department of Agriculture's 2016 policy bill contains 5 basic initiatives. The first initiative would simplify the process for golf course pesticide applicators. It removes requirement for certifications under multiple use categories, which will save time and money for the applicator. A golf course applicator that demonstrates their competencies already in a core primary use category, which is always required in order to prove specialized pesticide knowledge, would no longer need to take part in trainings and testings for additional use categories. We feel that additional training and testing is duplicative and has little benefit. The next initiative would require that a basic pesticide application notification be made available to affected persons in multi-unit housing or public buildings. Currently, when a pesticide application is made in an apartment building or a public building, the customer receiving the record of application is often a building manager and not the resident of the apartment or user of a building. This bill establishes that the requirement of a notice of pesticide use posting following application of a pesticide, which would include the applicator's company name and contact information, the application date, and any restrictions or precautions related to the pesticide application. This bill also establishes the right of individuals to request pesticide application information from multi-unit housing or public buildings. The next initiative The next initiative can be found on page 4 on line 4.9. This removes the requirement for an administrative meeting and follow-up inspection for food safety violations related to prohibited acts and sanitary notices. Administrative meetings are not needed in most instances of these types of violations, given that they occur frequently, and the $150 reinspection fee would not even cover the cost of holding the meeting or the reinspection. This would streamline the enforcement process and uses the department's compliance resources most efficiently. Now, the intent here is to remove the administrative hearing and the reinspection fee in the case of prohibited acts or sanitary notices. And an example of a sanitary notice would be, like, for example, if the soap dispenser was out of soap. That's something that could be taken care of on the spot. So I'm not sure that came across in the House research summary that was passed out today, so I wanted to make sure that the intent was clear on that one. The next change on page 4, on both line 4.23 and 4.28, this is a technical change to ensure that Chapter 31.122 references the correct statute. And then finally, in Statute 31.94, this initiative reauthorizes the Organic Advisory Task Force until June 30th of 2019. The task force is currently due to expire on June 30th of this year, and task force members serve 3-year terms. The Organic Task Force advises the Commissioner on policies and programs that will improve organic agriculture in Minnesota, including how resources can be used for outreach, education, and other needs for the organic ag sector. Does anybody wish to testify for or against House File 3231? I have Whitney Place from the Minnesota, we also have Todd Lacey, sorry. And then following Doug Strandness. And Todd, to the bill. If you'll state your name.
My name is Todd Lacey with Adams Pest Control and the Minnesota Pest Management Association. I'm the president of MPMA. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the representatives. And Doug Strand is not available today. Last summer, we met with the Minnesota Department of Agriculture over similar language. The multi-housing industry and our pest management industry met with concerns over similar language. And our concern is really with the second initiative that Ms. Place mentioned. We think the current system is not really broken, it's unnecessary. there are very few calls that go into MDA from tenants requesting information about pesticide application records. They're quite used to going to the property management company or the owners of their building. That's the norm. That's their communication. A lot of times they don't even know who the pest management company is, but they know where they send the rent check and they have a relationship there. We in the industry do not have a relationship with the tenants typically, so we don't know who's a resident and who's not a resident. We could get calls from people and we don't really know who they are. We wind up having to go back to the property management company to verify before we could provide such information. We'd be concerned about there being privacy acts reporting that a particular unit had bed bugs, for example, and here it wasn't even the person that lived in that unit, it was someone else fishing for information. So the landlord or the property management company, they have that information. They're routinely providing it. In fact, most of the time we're in units, it's because a tenant has reported an issue and that tenant has reported to the property management company or owner. They've hired us or maybe have a regular ongoing agreement to service the property. They schedule it with us. So we find out, okay, it's Tuesday, we're going to be there on Thursday morning. And they go back and tell the tenant that they're going to be there Thursday morning. And in the case of some pests, like cockroaches and bed bugs, there's actually typically prep instruction sheets that are used. So the landlord might give the tenant, hey, this company's coming out on Thursday morning, and here's the steps you need to follow. So they know well in advance that we're coming and that unless something's happened, that we've been there. So when we get there, we do the service and we're gone. So the tenant can always go back to the property management company who's had communication with them already. And the property management company is communicating with their residents, not just about pest control, but about plumbing fixes and other repairs and maintenance, stuff like that. So to have this communication where tenants can request information from us directly is arduous, and in some cases it's a little bit vague too, because some residents are also condo owners, so they're the owners. In our industry, we actually fear that there won't be cooperation from tenants reporting issues because they don't want potentially other people knowing that they have bed bugs. There's still a stigma with having bed bugs. And to solve this problem, we actually need cooperation. We need people reporting. And if all of a sudden stuff is getting posted in lobbies or getting where other residents can find out what's going on, then they might not report. In fact, property management companies might not use professional pest management. They might just do it themselves where they wouldn't be subject to these types of rules.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Right, Lacey? Lacey.
Lights is a pest, I'll go with it.
Does anybody have any questions or comments that they'd like to address? All right, seeing none. Oh, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share that concern with the folks from the pest company. The language on page 2, beginning at the line 25, I think that does require a direct connection between the pest company and the resident, and I think we have to go through that chain of command with the property management company. So I think this part of the bill needs some additional work, but I just wanted to put on record that I'm not comfortable with that section requiring a direct contact between the pest control company and the resident themselves. And I'd also be interested if the Department of Ag would have any statistics or numbers on actually how many complaints or requests they've had for this information in the past year. So if they would have any of that information.
Ms. Place? Or not? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Wallman.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Matt Wallman. I'm Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Ag. I don't have that information offhand, Representative Anderson, but I'd be happy to go back and get that. We would also be happy to have additional conversation with you about this section and see if there's some ways that we could keep the intent of what we're trying to do here, which is to make sure that citizens and tenants have good information that they can make decisions with for their families. So be happy to talk with you further.
Fabulous. Thank you, Mr. Wallman. All right. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Wallman? No? All right. Seeing none. Do we have anybody else that wishes to testify for or against the bill? All right. Seeing none. Does anybody have any questions that they'd like to ask the department at this time? Amazing. All right. Well, Representative Anderson, do you have any closing comments?
I do, Madam Chair. We're
Great.
going to lay this bill over, and I appreciate the department's willingness to look at this one particular issue again, and we'll visit and talk about that. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to lay the bill over so we don't need any motion to renew that.
Yes. Thank you, Representative Anderson. And so House File 3231 is laid over.
Next bill on the agenda is House File 2771. Representative Bly makes his way down to the testifiers table. And would you care to move your bill?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Anderson. I move the House File 2771 be referred to the Committee on Government Operations and Elections Policy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy digging through my pile here. Representative Bly moves that House File 2771 be re-referred to the Committee on Government Operations and the Elections Policy. Representative Bly, please present your bill.
Okay, thank you. I have two concerns in the bill. Primarily, what I'm trying to do with this bill is to ask the task force to look at ways to help farmers who wish to convert to organic farming. And what I would like to have happen is that we would have a report from the department to consult with the task force on organic, the advisory task force, the organic advisory task force, and present to us some information about how we might better help farmers who wish to make that conversion. In order to do that, I recognized that the task force was scheduled to sunset in 2016, which would make it impossible for them to do the work that I'd like to have them do. And so I asked for an extension. Now, I also noticed that there is a bill that the department has that would extend that task force to 2019, which kind of makes that part of my bill moot, I guess. I understand, Representative Anderson, that you had an amendment which would take out really the guts of my bill. And I guess what I'd like to do is have you ask whatever questions you have about what I'm hoping to accomplish. And I think there's a misunderstanding about what some of the suggestions in the bill have to do with.
Representative, should we move the amendment first, or do you want to talk about the bill?
Well, I guess my hope is that the amendment won't be needed once we discuss the bill itself.
Okay, please go ahead and explain where the possible misunderstanding is. Yeah.
Well, before the committee started its meeting, you asked me about what I intended with the agricultural zones or organic zones. And that's a suggestion of one idea. It happens to be representative of a bill that I have introduced earlier And the bill, what I'm aiming at with that organic zones is it's perhaps similar to a pilot program, but the idea was that if you create an agricultural zone for organics, in that limited area, you could incentivize those kinds of practices, those kinds of, and allow a farmer who wants to convert and through various tax incentives or other means, help them do that. It's not to exclude within that zone other kinds of farming. People who are already farming in that way could continue. It was just to try to identify a certain area where we would focus those kinds of incentives rather than trying to do it across the whole state, which might be more expensive. The other idea I had was that might be advantageous for farmers to have processing of organic products in one central area, so that if within that zone we increase the number of organic farmers, it would attract processing to that zone, and you'd have a close proximity, so you wouldn't have to ship your crops great distances, but it would make it easier for those farmers in that area. I'd also talked with local folks in my district who were very interested in this idea. There is a industrial zone in Northfield, for instance, which is looking for some kind of development. And one of the things they were thinking of was organic processing. And certainly that's a possibility if there were farmers who were interested in wanting to make that conversion, and it did attract enough farmers to look at that. But in no way am I trying to say that we should try to limit the practices within that zone of other farmers who might have some choice for doing that. My idea is that with the growing demand for organic products, for farmers really kind of needing that, if they're moving to organics, that processing should be in place, to try to facilitate that in some way. And I'm not trying to make the argument that it's better, although there are some signs that show that organic farming is perhaps better with some of the water issues that we have. But that's not an issue that I'm trying to address here. I'm just trying to help those farmers who want to make that conversion from conventional to organics, which is complicated to do, and that's the purpose. The study looks at a variety of ways, and this was just an example of one thing to look at, and they might tell us whether or not that was a good idea. I mean, maybe it's a bad idea, I don't know, but hopefully the study would look at a variety of things that could be done to help farmers who want to make that conversion.
And Representative, do you feel that needs to be a part of the bill that would otherwise be outside the scope of the Organic Advisory Committee that we're going to be extending?
I guess what I'm asking, thank you, Chair Anderson. I guess what I'm asking is that that the legislature hear back from the department what some of those ideas might be, and to really engage a conversation and also give us some feedback so we understand how we might enact some legislation to help them do that. I think it's a place where that discussion can happen that is maybe more difficult to have within a committee or something like that. So my hope is that there would come forward recommendations that we could consider.
Okay. And again, as you and I mentioned, when I read this, my concern was that establishing these pilot areas would be exclusively for a certain kind of agriculture,
and that's not the case.
And I don't. Okay. I respect your answer, and go ahead.
Okay. So as I said, the purpose then of the bill is to try to get more information to us as decision makers how to help farmers who want to make that conversion from conventional to organics.
Okay. Questions from members? Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I got a pretty basic question. What's actually broken right now with the advisory committee that we would need to tell them basically what they need to do in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture? I mean, do we need to add any more cooks to the stew here? I've got a lot of faith in the Department of Agriculture and these advisory committees. I've worked on those in the livestock industry, and do we really need to get in the business of basically telling them what they're going to do and when? I guess I'm just not sure we need to go to this level of micromanagement.
Representative Bly.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the question, Representative. I guess what I'm looking for is, it's not a judgment on whether or not they're not doing their job, or it's really to, in a sense, close the loop so that we hear back some of that information, and if there are legislators who are interested in incentivizing that kind of option, that we hear about it. I have found that it's not that I'm not hearing that kind of information necessarily, and I want to encourage greater discussion and greater cooperation between the legislative body and the department to work on that issue.
Further questions? Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Bly, I do see the amendment that Chair Anderson might be proposing. I'm wondering if, instead of having a separate section 2, would it be possible under pages 2.6 to 2.10 to just include that, as the task force already is working with the commissioner and the University of Minnesota, and maybe to there say, to add including the establishment of dedicated organic ag zones as part of what they might be talking about as far as available resources. Just curious about the placement of a separate section versus kind of defining what the task force will be doing.
Representative Bly.
Well, I guess I don't have a specific answer to that. I could ask help from Colby Sullivan, who helped me prepare the bill, if there's a reason for that separation. Other than that, I don't know what to ask, but I certainly would call out to a friend here and see if he has some comment.
And our friend is Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby Sullivan, go ahead.
Mr. Chair and Representative Bly, just to comment, I guess, on the structure of the existing statute and the new section. The commissioner is required to report to the legislature in consultation with the task force. That's only every 5 years, and years ending with a 0 or a 5, as you see on line 1.23. So the latest report happened in 2015, I believe. I know the statute was changed recently, but thereabouts. And then you'll see on lines 2.6 through 2.10, the task force advises the commissioner and the University of Minnesota on policies and programs, but there isn't, outside of the every 5-year report, there isn't a mechanism for the task force's views to be communicated directly to the legislature. And I know that the Department of Agriculture, when it receives consultation from this task force or others, might put forward proposals to the legislature that represent the initiatives of the administration, but there isn't really a mechanism in the current statute, as I see it, for the direct communication from the recommendations of the task force to the legislature. So I think, though, Representative Poppy, your comment about could this be incorporated into this structure, this reporting structure, and this advising chain of command, it probably could, with some time, try to figure out how to work this in. But as far as explaining why it's laid out the way it is in the bill right now, that's kind of why it's here.
Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I appreciate that, because I think now I understand that there are really two parts to what your section is, and one is that you'd like to have the establishment of dedicated organic ag zones be a part of the conversation, but you would also like to have more of a reporting mechanism on an annual, perhaps, basis. So,
Representative Bly.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. That certainly could happen, I guess, but what I'm asking is for this particular report in 2017.
Sure.
So, maybe that could, if it proved valuable, we could do that. But that's what I'm hoping to do is to engage more of the conversation by having the task force have that more current communication with the legislature.
Representative Poppy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think then I understand what Representative Bly is trying to propose here, and I think that I'm not sure if you're going to propose your amendment or not, but I think it seems pretty innocuous as far as proposing a report And to have that might not be the worst thing in the world. I mean, it sounds like it's something that is a reasonable request.
Okay, thank you. I just had a question for Mr. Sullivan, following up on your earlier question. Would putting it back, on page 2 in that 2.6 to 210, putting it in statute, would that result in something more permanent, something we weren't intending it to do, rather than just this one report in the standalone section 2?
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. If the concept of the dedicated organic ag zones were to be put into statute on page 2, then that would be something that the Organic Advisory Task Force would have to consider each time they advise the Commissioner of Agriculture, whereas in section 2 as uncodified language, it's just a one-time concept for this report.
Okay. And I guess I'm a little bit uncomfortable yet with the putting it in the statute language like you're mentioning. So in my opinion, if this is going to proceed, I would just as soon see it in the form it's in now rather than including it back in the statute. Would that be okay with you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur.
Yeah,
After the questions, I understand it more.
Yep.
And I would
Thank you.
agree.
And again, I think it could raise some eyebrows, the dedicated organic zones, and I appreciate your explanation, but a lot of folks would perceive this maybe as something that we aren't intending it to be. So I think we need to look at that a little bit more again. But any other questions, comments on this bill? Representative Bly.
Representative Anderson, and I think it's unfortunate we didn't have a chance to talk about it before committee. And if you would like to talk with me more about better language or better way to say it, I'd be happy to consider that.
Yeah.
And I agree with you. Yes, it could be taken in the wrong way, and so let me know if there's something more.
Yeah. Let's do that. For now, any final comments on your bill, Representative Bly?
No, I do want to thank you for the opportunity to present the bill before the committee, and appreciate the conversation that we've had, and would like to work with you in the future on making it move forward.
So Representative Bly renews his motion, House File 2771, with no amendments, be re-referred to the Committee on Government Operations and Elections Policy. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Next bill on the agenda, and we have a limited time left, House File 2881. Representative Johnson, would you like to move your bill? And I would add quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that House File 2881 be re-referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources Policy and Finance.
Representative, do you have an amendment for your bill?
I do. I move the A1 amendment.
And would you care to talk a second about that?
This was just this amendment clarifies the role, basically brings the Department of Agriculture in a consultation basis with the Board of Soil and Water Resources on the project. Makes sense because we're talking about growing perennial crops.
Okay, any questions on the A1 amendment? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Amendment is approved. Proceed, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This bill, House File 2881, is an important supplement to the cellulosic biofuels bill that we passed last year, in which 50% of stock from ag land would be for biofuels would come from perennials and or cover crops. And this bill would set up a program for incentives for farmers to establish and maintain these crops for biofuels and also for livestock feed, and create a feasibility study to be conducted by the Board of Soil and Water Conservation for the program. This has value to the industry, to agriculture, and the environment. And I want to be out front and say that those three groups are working together and support this bill. I'd like to introduce Amanda Billick from the Great Plains Institute, who can speak further to the bill.
Good morning, and identify yourself, and please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is Amanda Billick, and I work for the Great Plains Institute. and I'm here representing the Bioeconomy Coalition of Minnesota. The Bioeconomy Coalition membership represents agriculture, forestry, and environment groups, as well as companies representing advanced biofuels, renewable chemicals, electric utilities, and law and design and engineering firms. A full list of the members can be found in your packet. The Bioeconomy Coalition is pleased to support House File 2881. We view the Working Lands Watershed Restoration Proposal as a viable, voluntary, market-based approach to source and supply biomass feedstocks, which does not require agriculture producers to set land aside without a productive use. Although the program can be run similar to other set-aside programs in terms of payments and administration, it would still allow for the productive use of agriculture land. And in this way, we think that this could be a new model for how we might look to achieve some water quality benefits without taking land out of production. This program does create another option for producers for managing their land and offers a tool to help move the needle on water quality in some of the selected watersheds. As Representative Johnson laid out, the bill essentially does two things. First, it establishes a program for agriculture producers to grow perennial crops. And then second, it directs the Board of Soil and Water Resources to develop a program implementation plan for the program. I just want to call your attention to a couple of key areas of the bill. I'll do a shorter kind of walkthrough than I had planned given the time constraints. But in subdivision 1, section 1, there are some key definitions. For a biomass processing facility, this would really include facilities that would take perennial biomass and produce electric or thermal energy, renewable chemicals, or advanced biofuels. For perennial crops, these are agriculturally produced crops that are non-invasive and not listed as a noxious weed in Minnesota. Perennial crops also have a life cycle of at least 3 years at the location where they're grown. And for the purposes of this program, biomass from alfalfa on a 2-year rotation is considered a perennial. Subdivision 2 establishes the program and gives authority to Bowser to contract with agricultural producers. Bowser is well versed at delivering conservation programs like this and currently coordinates RIM and CREP programs. And they also have strong relationships with local units of government for implementation of non-regulatory programs. Subdivision 3 details the eligible land for the program. This is land that has been in agriculture use for crop production or land that has been set aside, enrolled, or diverted under another state or federal program for 2 of the last 5 years. In Subdivision 4, it does outline the initial voluntary contract terms. Landowner contracts must be at least 10 years in duration, and the biomass grown would have to be supplied to a biomass processing facility. It also does allow for some of the biomass to be used as livestock feed. This helps to, in the scale-up of the program and the scale-up of the feedstock, to have this allowance. And priority is given to areas that have a significant potential to leverage federal funding. Subdivision 5, it details the pilot watershed selection. The important point here is we're talking about a maximum of 2 watersheds for this pilot program, and those watersheds are required to have completed a watershed restoration and protection strategy, as well as having access to a viable proposed biomass processing facility. Section 2 just details the requirements for the feasibility study and the program plan. And this would need to be submitted and completed and submitted back to the legislature by February 1st of 2018. There are several different requirements. There are about 11 different requirements for Bowser to look at when doing this implementation and plan and feasibility study. It includes things like looking at the process for selecting the pilot watersheds, some assessment of agriculture land that's eligible for the program, landowner interest, opportunity to leverage federal funds, also looking at state programs that could be complementary, looking at integration with existing conservation requirements. And the Bowser is also asked to coordinate with other agencies and stakeholders as they develop the feasibility study and program plan. And then there is a one-time appropriation of $479,000 to cover the agency costs for completing the program plan. So I would just add to some comments that Representative Johnson had introducing the bill that the Bioeconomy Coalition does support this program and the feasibility study. We do see it as a complementary tool to supply perennial biomass feedstock to future processing facilities that might take advantage of the advanced biofuel production incentive put in place last year by the legislature. And the Advanced Biofuel Production Incentive Program does require cellulosic biofuel producers to use a significant share of their feedstock mix from perennials. And we do view this program as an essential component to make sure that we're able to secure those facilities and provide adequate supply of feedstock. Closing, I would just reemphasize the broad base of support for this proposal from the environment, industry, and agriculture stakeholders. Also in your packet is a letter of support from the Minnesota Corn Growers Association, and Minnesota Corn is an agricultural member of the Bioeconomy Coalition along with the Minnesota Farmers Union. The coalition looks forward to continuing to work with Representative Johnson on this bill as it moves through the process, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Question from Representative Lewick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate this bill. We've had a lot of discussion here over the last 48 hours, and I see with the A1 amendment, the Commissioner of Agriculture and his folks are brought into this. I guess I would just have a general question for folks from the Department of Agriculture on exactly how do they see playing into this, and I'll just lay my concern out. I would have been a lot more comfortable with this if this would have read the Minnesota Department of Agriculture shall administer in collaboration with the Soil and Water Board. But I would, if somebody from the Department of Agriculture could provide us with some concept of exactly what they see their role in this, because we keep coming back to crops and that type of thing. And while I got a lot of respect for Bowser, I keep defaulting back to the Department of Agriculture as that's their primary wheelhouse. So I don't know if we've got anybody from the Department of Agriculture here in that August group that could answer that question.
I see Mr. Wohler is getting ready to come down. Yeah, I had a question too about that. Good comment, Representative Lewick. You know, Bowser is going to be having their hands full with the buffer implementation. So, will they have time? And the Department of Ag would seem to be a very logical place to stop with this program. But go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the production incentive for the biofuels currently resides at the Department of Ag.
It's really hard to hear you, Mr. Wohler. Could you speak up, or I don't know
I'm sorry.
working now. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I was saying that the production incentive for biofuels is currently in the Department of Ag. So it makes sense that we would ask
I think we problem. Anyway, does that answer your question or comment, Representative Lewick?
Mr. Chair, I'd like a little more, little more detail on when you say consultation. Are you properly funded right now to be really hands-on and assisting in this project? Obviously, there's a $500,000 slated to go to Bowser to develop this this pilot study. If I remember right, I don't think it's acceptable to Bowser to start sending money over to you folks without getting into trouble with all of us at this table. I'm concerned that you're really able to be directly involved in this and have the resources to do that.
Mr. Woolman.
Well, Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate that, and to be fair, this is the first that I've seen the amendment to the bill personally, and so if it would be acceptable to the committee, I would certainly like to not hold up the bill, but to take some time to review the funding as you had requested and report back to the committee.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Lewick. Couple of points. First of all, as in discussions with the corn growers, we talked about how it made some sense because it's real clear to me that the Board of Soil and Water Conservation and Soil Resources should be managing this bill, because fundamentally this is a water quality bill. But they would benefit as the plan gets implemented through support from the Department of Agriculture, because there's bound to be some questions about productivity issues, how you rotate the crops, any number of the questions that would come from the agricultural community. The $479,000 is really for the study. And the study, if you look at on page 3 in line 3.19, that the board shall coordinate development of the plan with stakeholders and the commissioners of Natural Resources, Agriculture, and the Pollution Control Agency. That we're asking them to reach out and take advantage of various state agencies. State agencies work together on lots of projects. And I do, just a comment, I can't resist making the comment. We asked Bowser to take, by the way, the other thing is, Bowser's been really involved with this whole process, and they've assisted us in writing the bill. And we asked them to take another look at the cost that it would take to finance the study. They said it would take between $479,000 and I believe $519,000. We put the $479,000 in there, and so that's and they agreed that they can do it well with that. So that's my response to your question.
Any other comments or questions from members? Anybody in the audience who would care to weigh in on the issue? If not, I see the bewitching hour is approaching. Any further final comments, Representative Johnson?
No, I'll simply renew my motion that House File 2881 as amended be re-referred to the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources Policy and Finance.
And as the representative said, the motion is to renew and is amended, House File 2881 be re-referred to the Committee on the Environment and Natural Resources Policy and Finance. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The motion prevails. And with that, our meeting is going to be adjourned. Just a quick comment. Ag Policy is going to meet tomorrow and Thursday as well. So Ag Policy Wednesday and Thursday of this week, and at least a couple of days next week, probably Tuesday and Thursday of next week, Ag Policy. So watch your emails and updates. I don't do Facebook, but check those other things to see when the meeting is going to be. Have a good day.
Good afternoon. The House Education Finance Committee will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Before we get to any of the testimony on the topics today, we have a number of special guests. So we're going to start off by recognizing them. First, we want to welcome Representative Wills back. She's back with us this week and has, who I hope will be a frequent visitor, although you're sitting too far away from the chair. Just
You had him yesterday.
I did have him yesterday, but I had to give him back. But anyway, really good to see you. And do you want to introduce the new member of your family who's here with us?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gideon. So this is my first child, and he was born February 4th, and we're excited to have him here. And he slept through the first two committees today, and now he's wide awake, so it might be a little noisy.
I think it's because he finds education more interesting than tax committee, where he was asleep the whole time, I did
Federal
notice.
conformity discussion.
Yes, tax conformity is riveting, but, you know, we're glad he's here. Thank you very much. Good to see you. And we have some terrific visitors from various high schools around the state with us. FCCLA Shadows are here today, and I know I just met with Courtney from Fulda, and several members have students here from their district. So I'm going to ask you all to stand up and then in a nice loud voice give us your name and where you're from. Why don't we just start with you right there?
Hi, I'm Sheridan, and I'm from Malacca High School.
I'm Jacob.
She's mine.
I'm Jacob Justin from Morris.
I'm McKenna Larson, and I'm from Wheaton. I'm Rebecca Baker, and I'm from Goodhue. And I'm Courtney Hepler, and I'm from Fulda. And I'm Allison from Hinckley.
Excellent. Well, thank you all. It's so great to be here. Okay, personal sharing time, but FCCLA, which is a wonderful organization, the precursor to that about 100 years ago was Future Homemakers of America. And I was an FHA member. In fact, I was a state officer. And if anyone produces a picture, the chair will be very embarrassed from those days. But a great organization, and very glad to have you all here. So thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate it. So, all right.
Madam Chair,
Representative Murphy.
did you win the Betty Crocker Award?
No. I did not. Well, one other funny story going along with that, and I just wish my mother was here right now to hear this. She, and nothing's happened to her. She's just in Arizona right now. But she, there was a pie baking contest sponsored by the FHA. And I remember it very clearly because it was during a basketball game, and during halftime they would announce the winners. And I tried really hard. I made 3 different pies, and none of them were great. So my mother took pity on me and rolled out a pie and took it in. It was still warm, this apple pie, and stuck my name on it. And guess who won? And so it was a cookbook, and I did give her the cookbook, just so you all know. I did not keep those ill-gotten gains. And that's more than you need to hear about me today. So.
The chair of the ethics committee is sitting.
I know. Well, which is why I made clear to say I did not keep the cookbook, and I did make it clear that my mother made the pie. So anyway, all right. So welcome. I think, do we have enough? We have enough for a quorum. So Representative Christensen, if you would like to move adoption of the minutes from the March 17th, 2016 meeting.
Madam Chair, I move the minutes.
All right. Any questions or comments? If not, all in favor of adopting the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Thank you very much, Representative Christensen. And, all right, so today we're going to do a couple of things. First, we're going to talk about, we don't have a specific bill or a proposal, but a situation that Representative Creasure brought to our attention on shared time revenue. And so we agreed that we would hear sort of the situation that has come up affecting the Pierce School District in committee today. And Representative Creasure, if you want to just kind of frame the issue and what the particular dilemma is.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and committee members. What you have in front of you is what I'm hoping to prevent a legislative situation that we just, so often we hear a story from our districts that we respond with some piece of legislation and then we end up fighting about it amongst the whole state. And what I have here is I have a school district, Pierce School District, as well as Holy Trinity School District, which are, I believe, a block and a half or 2 blocks apart. And they are trying to share resources in a way to offer services to kids, and they've always had a very good relationship. What they've run into was a situation around shared time revenue, and quite honestly, I'm not as familiar with all the in and outs of the shared time revenue that I'd like to be, but MDE, rightly so, has made an interpretation on that, which, as you can imagine, is differs a bit from the intentions and what the Pierce School District and Holy Trinity are trying to do. And what they're really trying to do is come to a memorandum of understanding. They're just trying to make this work for their kids. I fully respect where MDE is, and they have to make interpretations, they have to make rulings. So what I'm doing here, and I hope will be helpful and it's unique to my time, is I'm bringing them in front of the committee first. And let's talk about that. Let's hear about it as committee members. Many of us have rule. And what I'd like to know is at the end of this, can we come to something that works for both sides? If I have to offer some legislation that we could all agree on, I'd be more than happy to do it. What I would really like is if MDE and the school districts could come together and say, how about we do something that grandfathers this for a year until we figure out the right approach? So what I'm hoping is we hear from all the parties today, and rather than just throw a piece of legislation and hope it sticks against the wall, let's see if we can come to something to help both sides here. So, Madam Chair, that's what I'm hoping for today.
Thank you, Representative Creasha. And with that, I know you have Mr. Weber, Superintendent of Pierce School District, who is here. And if you want to go ahead and come to the testifier table.
Madam Chair, he used to be my superintendent, so I'm going to lay claim to him first.
Very well. Very well. Thank you. All right. And I understand you're.
I'm Deborah Meyer-Myrom, and I'm the administrator at Holy Trinity School District.
Very good. Well, welcome to you both.
And she used to be mine, too.
So we're very glad to have you both here, and whoever would like to lead off, if you just introduce yourself for the record before providing your testimony. And if you could, members may not be, all familiar with kind of the situation that's bringing you before the committee to have this discussion today. So just give a little background information for us as part of your remarks. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
Welcome.
Well, my name is George Weber, and I am the proud superintendent of Pierce School District. We have a very, very, very good thing going on in Pierce, and I'm proud of my representation as well. And I appreciate your time here. From a purely statewide perspective, shared time is a very, very teeny slice, which is probably why it doesn't get a lot of attention, and maybe why some of the definitions of this aren't real clear. I think the whole state appropriation, Mr. Melcher is here, must be about $3 million total or something like that. So it's hardly anything, and probably doesn't get a lot of legislative oversight, and doesn't really need to. And what it really comes down to is students that aren't full-time students in the public school system that are somehow getting some services from public school teachers. And the example would be for us, Holy Trinity is a K-6 private school located in a school district. It's the only one. All of their children eventually go to our 712 public school. In our circumstance, and it's probably an event that happens almost only in outstate rural Minnesota, which is why it's such a small amount of money. But it's really pragmatic in really small towns. For one of the examples we're going to use is our band. So we have an elementary band, 5th grade and 6th grade band. And our total 5th grade numbers, if you combine them, are probably about 100 children. And of those, maybe 50 are in band, which is great. So we have one 5th grade band. It's not like we would have a different band for Holy Trinity than we do for our public elementary school. And we have one band teacher who teaches elementary band. And we were, I guess, the lucky recipients of a Mars audit this year. And that's what brought it to light. And these are events that don't happen very often either. I don't know the last time. Have we ever had one? Once? And Earl's been there a long time. I've been there a decade, and I've not had a Mars audit. So it wouldn't even have been brought to light had that event not happened. And the auditor claimed that we couldn't give band lessons to the children of Holy Trinity schools at Holy Trinity schools. they said that, and so they're asking us to, or they're going to penalize us about $50,000 in revenue that we've generated through shared time. And it's not really a money-making event because the only way you generate the revenue is we have to account for that sliver of the day that that child is getting services from a public school employee, and then count all those hours in the year, and then sort of prorate that against the gen ed aid for that particular child. So if you think of it, that child is 0.001 something public school student for that year. That's kind of how that's what generates the money, and that's how the formula works. But the statute on why you can't provide services in the private setting is kind of vague and says that core curriculum can't be provided in the public setting or in the private setting. And so our thinking, having done this for years, is that sending the band teacher over there to give lessons to a fifth grader is not core curriculum. But MDE's interpretation is that it is, and that we have to pay a penalty for any of the money we've generated from doing this over the years. So that's kind of our concern. That's what, Deb and I thought, well, how are we going to do this next year? Are we going to bus? And we were doing Phi-Ed as well. So we would send a teacher over there a couple hours a day to teach K-6 Phi-Ed. And I mean, the alternative would be we bundle kindergartners up and bus them over, as opposed to us sending a teacher over there. It just seems more pragmatic for us to send the teacher to serve children than to try to drive children over, especially in a setting where those children wouldn't get those services in a very small private school. I understand the potential statewide implications, and I kind of get that as a big picture. But for outstate Minnesota, it just is a logical way, and it's worked. And I just don't understand really why, like Mr. Creasha mentioned, there can't be some sort of looking at it, some sort of MOU, some sort of saying, okay, let's evaluate our interpretation of core curriculum and see how it applies, especially on behalf of the children of outstate Minnesota. So.
Thank you. And thank you. I think Representative Creasha had a
Thank
question.
you, Madam Chair. And I just want to, and thank you for that, Superintendent Weber. And I want to add a little bit of context there. We have a parochial school that's 2 blocks away, an administrator sitting next to a private school superintendent. They've worked this out. They're 2 blocks away. They made the decision that to move a teacher versus 30 kids is much better, less disruptive, and is working. And that's what they're asking for. So I wanted to highlight that because when I first heard that, I mean, here we have educators doing exactly what we asked them to do, which is find out the best delivery method for these students and make it fit. And so I'm hoping that we don't make the system put a square peg in a round hole. So I wanted to add that context because that's what you added to me in the first conversations we had. So if I want to just keep going from there.
And Representative Creasha, I'd like to add to that. We actually have 165 K through 6 students. And so you'd be actually transporting that many students back and forth twice a week for physical education classes. And I'm not even sure that the district will have room to service all of, because we take 2 full days for Phi-Ed. And I'm not sure that they'll even have room in their facility for that. And that creates a lot more conflict going on in your setting also. So I know we kind of talked also about, well, maybe the district can rent the space from us, but we're not even sure if that's allowed.
And if you think about how elementary Phi-Ed happens, like in our school, it's part of a specials program that's about 25 minutes long.
Right.
I mean, by the time you bundle the kindergartners up and drive them over for 20 minutes and then drive them back again, it's such a disruption to the day. It's so much cleaner for us to send a teacher there and get it over with in a day, so.
I have another question. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just trying to think through, particularly with the band lessons, kind of what are the pieces here. So I assume when you say band lessons, it's group performance. There may be some individual instrument instruction, but it's a group performance thing.
The band actually is, they come to the private school for the small group lessons, and that's once a week. And their band, they actually are picked up and brought over to the public school for the large group instruction. along with the public school students. So it's very minute, the band is a very minute piece
So-
of what's happening.
Representative Dabney.
So, Madam Chair, it sounds like it's a hybrid situation with the band students getting some of their training at your school and some at
Correct.
the public, okay.
Mr.
So, I'm sorry,
Correct? Did you say correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. All right.
yes.
Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Air Traffic Controller. So the concern I was spinning around and wanting to land on is who's making the decision in terms of the music being performed, and just wanting to avoid any sort of church-state conflict there. But it sounds, so why don't you tell me, who makes the decision as to what music is performed, and does it, you know,
We have an elementary band
Miss-
teacher.
Mr.
pass
Weber.
pass muster?
Mr. Weber. And we make the choice. The kids are part of our band, okay? And so we have the band room. They don't have a band room. And so for the actual large group band, which is twice a week, we do transport the children over fifth grade band. But then the lesson model, we don't have band as a class. So even in our school, for children to get their private lessons or individual time or group time, we pull them out of a class sometime during the day. And so that's what we do at Holy Trinity. We send the teacher over there, and then those teachers excuse those children kind of in a rotationary basis once a week or twice a week to get their lessons. So that's what we're doing.
Representative
The
Dabney.
music selection is completely public schools.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wondered if Mr. Melcher could come to the testifying table and explain this vagueness in the definition. You know, is it an interpretation by the department, or is it an error that we have made?
Thank you. And welcome, Mr. Melcher. If you just introduce yourself for the record.
Madam Chair and members, my name is Tom Melcher, and I'm the Director of Finance at the Department of Education. So we've had the shared time law on the books for many years, and the shared time law does specify that with the exception of special education and English language learning services and title services, that shared time aid is paid for. Core instruction services provided at the public school cannot be funded at the private school. Unfortunately, we don't have a definition of core curriculum in statute. Core curriculum is also used in the Minnesota Education Credit Statute, where parents can be reimbursed for a certain portion of the cost of providing supplemental instruction outside of the regular school day, and that references core curriculum as well. But there are also other references in that law which make it a bit confusing. So there are department interpretations of what core curriculum is that go back for 35 years. And the department has pretty consistently said that if it's a program that's offered for credit or required for graduation or contributes toward grade progression, something during the core school day, that's considered to be part of the core curriculum. And the department, the MARS manual, MARS is the student accounting manual for school districts, spells that out. But it's not an area that's trained heavily because it is a very small program, $3.5 million a year. So quite frankly, our student accounting specialists, when they're training, they're spending a lot more time on what we're doing with the $7 billion of money that's going out through the general education formula than we are with the shared time piece. So it's very understandable that there may not be complete understanding, especially if there are practices that have developed over the years. We do 25 audits a year by state law. We go out and audit the MARS data, the student accounting data, and we happen to have had an audit in December in Pierce. The preliminary report actually just came out yesterday. The school district will have time to appeal the report, and the commissioner will ultimately make a ruling if the school district appeals. And this morning was the first time that I had heard that part of the band program was provided at the public school and part was provided at the private school. So I'm guessing that on appeal, the commissioner would consider that part of that's at the public school and take that into account. So it may be that the audit findings would be a little bit smaller in this circumstance. But the area of physical education and music are included in the definition of areas that we have required academic accountability for. That includes language arts, math, science, social studies, physical education, health, and the arts. So those, there are some documents in statute that kind of refer to physical education and arts programs as being part of the broad curriculum of schools, and that would be consistent with our interpretation. If we were to change state law to say that physical education classes provided by public school teachers at private schools were fundable by the state, there would be a significant fiscal impact on the state budget. So we've got a very kind of small situation here, but I think in part that's driven by the fact that we've provided this guidance over the last 35 years, indicating that that's not an allowable thing to do. So we're sympathetic with the school situation, but our past history is that we would not allow instruction in physical education or in music to be provided at a private school.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Melcher, and I don't want you to tell me school district, but have there been other situations in which the audit has revealed the similar occurrence that's happening between Holy Trinity and Piers Public?
Madam Chair and
Mr. Melcher.
Representative Erickson, I haven't reviewed that specifically, but I can't recall one. And there are a relatively small number of school districts that I think you have a list of the school districts that have shared time, and they're relatively small programs. And to my knowledge, most of those non-special education students are in fact going to the public school to take some form of instruction. But to my knowledge, we have not had a finding like this before.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. And Mr. Melcher, just a question. So in sort of coming up with these guidelines or procedures, is it as formal as rulemaking or regulations that the department has undergone in trying to, put some definitions around this, or is it a little less formal than that?
I think it's probably less formal, Madam Chair. This has been going on for at least 35 years, and so we get inquiries from school districts. We try to provide clarification. Sometimes we check with legislative staff as to intent. I know when I talked to our student accounting person who works on the Mars manual, she said, well, the last time we took a close look at this was in the 90s when the state had something called the Profiles of Learning, and at that time we said if it was one of the subjects that was included in that, there were 10 areas. It was considered a core academic program, and physical education and music were part of that, is my understanding, and so that was included. We haven't really spent a lot of time reviewing those things. It's just kind of been carried forward year after year, and we do provide a lot of accounting guidance to school districts in terms of exactly how to report their student information. And so it's just been department administrators trying to carry out what the law means.
Thank you. I have a couple of other members with questions on the list. Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Melcher, does this extend also to homeschooled students? Can they also avail themselves, say, of a music class or a physical education class?
Madam
Melcher.
Chair and Representative Newton, I believe that homeschooled students are considered non-public school students, and if they want to enroll at a class at a public school building, they can do that, and they would be counted as a shared time student. And the shared time funding is based on the general education formula allowance multiplied by the percentage of the day that student is enrolled in the public school building taking a class, and then we apply the pupil unit weighting if it's a secondary student, the 1.2. Recently, the largest issue we've had with this program has involved online programs, and specifically homeschool students that wanted to take online programs. And the ruling that we've been following is that homeschool students are not allowed to take online programs unless they come to the public school building to take them, because the law specifies that they can only be courses that are offered at the public school. So that's another area. If you get into the issue of shared time and what should be defined to include that, this online becomes kind of a breaking area where things are a little bit less defined than they have been in the past.
I've got Representative Newton follow-up?
Yes, no, thank you. That's very good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, members, I've got a few folks on the list. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Talking about or thinking about like a fifth grade student taking a clarinet lesson, to me, doesn't conjure up the idea of core curriculum. So at least when we were in school years and years ago, band wasn't required. So does that make any difference if a course, in this case, a music lesson, is not a required course? It's an optional course?
Mr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative, the department interpretation of at this time and what's in our student accounting manual essentially says if you get credit for it, if it's a high school class, you get credit toward graduation, or if it's in the elementary school, if it's part of the core day, it's not something you come in before school or stay after school to take, then it doesn't matter if you've got some elective classes. You couldn't offer elective classes and have a public school teacher go, like for example, fourth year French might be an elective class, but you couldn't say, well, the public school teacher can teach electives at the private school, but not required courses.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you. Mr. Melcher, could you explain then what happens if you find an error, or if the audit finds an error? Is there a penalty, or is there an exchange of monies, or a bill sent, or what?
Mr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative Murphy, as I indicated, under state law, the department is required to perform 25 audits of data that's used to drive state aids each year. And we primarily focus on data that's provided to the department that drives our general education aid, which is where most of the money is. So typically we're auditing average daily membership, we're auditing whether a student was actually qualified for free and reduced lunch in order to get compensatory revenue. Those are the main areas we look at. So if the auditors go out and have findings, and we have 3 auditors that are full-time that do this work, they will have an exit conference with the school district before they go, and they will say, here's our preliminary findings, and give the school district an opportunity to talk about those with them. Then they'll come back to the department and write up their findings. They'll turn it over to my staff, who calculate, if we're going to take away, 4 students in average daily membership, or we're going to take away, in this case, 147 students were involved part-time in shared time programs. We'll figure out what that amounts to on a full-time equivalent basis. Then we will recalculate the state aid based on what they would have received if the student accounting had been reported the way the auditors say that it should be. And then we will include that state aid adjustment in a letter to the school district. In this case, the letter was finished yesterday, and send it out to the school district. I spoke with Mr. Weber, and he has not received the report. It's in the mail. But at any event, they will get that report, and then they have a certain number of days from yesterday to appeal. And they can appeal if they want to the Commissioner of Education. And the Commissioner will review that. We have an appeals team in the department. There are 3 or 4 of us, depending on what area is being audited, that will sit on an appeals committee, and we will review the appeal. So in this case, the school district, I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but they could say, well, you took away money for band, but really some of that band was at the public school. And that's not reflected in the audit report, so we don't think it's fair to take that money away for those kids that were in the band class. So they could appeal that, provide us with documentation. The appeal committee would look at that, and then we would make a recommendation to the commissioner as to whether to approve all or part of the appeal. Once the commissioner makes a final ruling, then we would adjust the current year state aid to reflect the audit findings. So in this case, the auditors are recommending that we reduce the state aid to the Pierce School District by $52,000. So if all of the audit findings were upheld, then probably a couple months from now, the school district would be seeing a negative $52,000 adjustment on one of their general education aid payments.
Representative Murphy.
Madam Chair, Mr. Melcher, then, in their appeal, do they get to talk about the deficit that's put in with the band? Having that many students in the band, and then all of a sudden saying that many students can't be in the band, and then what's left of the band isn't so much, and their tunes wouldn't be so great.
Mr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative Murphy, I haven't seen an appeal that would go to that, along that line of argument. Certainly they can put whatever they want in the appeal, but in terms of what the appeals committee will look at, they will, for example, there might be some information that the auditors didn't know about. So it's not uncommon. We do a lot of compensatory audits, and one of the common findings is the district couldn't produce the document that verified that the student's family income was below the level which causes them to be eligible for free and reduced lunch. And so maybe the district says, well, you know, that file box was in the storeroom and we couldn't find it. We now have it. Here's the document. So they could produce that on appeal, and we would say, yep, we looked at it. It's got original signatures on it. The date's okay. And we would give them the money back for that sort of situation. In this situation, the appeal would probably be based on facts that are in the audit report that they would dispute. They can't appeal and say, gee, if we lose $52,000, we're going to be an SOD or some other kind of reason. It just has to be based on the facts of the audit and whether they have some new information that would cause the auditors to change their mind, or the commissioner on appeal to change her mind. So the commissioner could say, well, gee, you know, that Mars manual is outdated and it needs to be revised, or something like that. That would be pretty extraordinary, though. Typically, the auditors are relying on the published documents that the state puts out, and on what the statute says, and on the information they've collected during the audit. And then typically an appeal is disputing some of the facts that the auditors have found. Maybe they had incomplete information when they were there.
Representative Murphy.
Madam Chair, Representative Kresha, I think that you should advise them to have a before and after CD and then send that to Mr. Melcher.
I think that's good advice, Representative Murphy. Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Murphy, I love that. That's a great suggestion. Mr. Melcher, there's two sticky points here, right? The perceived vagueness of the core curriculum. The other issue we have here is the location. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Representative Kresha, the statute is very clear, 126C19, that public school programs that provide instruction in core curriculum may be provided to shared time pupils only at a public school building. So there's a question of fact as to whether those programs were provided at a public school building. I quickly read through the audit report before it went out yesterday, and I don't recall seeing anything about the band program being at the public school. I think the auditors are assuming it was at the private school. So that's a question of fact that I think could be cleared up on the appeal.
And so,
Representative Kresha.
thank you, Madam Chair. And so as I think this, in outstate Minnesota, in many of our situations, school districts rent gyms for gym space. They find creative ways to use the space that we have available. What I'm looking for here is, and I'm sure they'll work through whatever fines or whatever the audit will be, But I know one of the things they're asking for is planning purposes. They want to continue to do what has worked. And I'll say that again, they want to continue to do what has worked for the kids. And so what I'm, could they rent the gym for $1 a day? Are there creative ways that they can get so that this still works? We do pilot programs all around the state all the time. And I realize on one hand this is a special exception, but then I look at the list and we have 3 pages of schools that are trying to be creative with shared time. And what I'm looking for is what are our alternatives? I don't believe the alternative should just be this is how it has to be. I'm looking for what could it be to work for these kids and these teachers.
Madam Chair and Representative Crecia, we've had the issue come up before about public schools renting space at private school locations and providing programs there. And our student accounting manual specifically says that a public school can rent space in a private school if it needs the space for its public school students. So in other words, if they were going to provide physical education at the private school because they didn't have enough gym space at the public school, and they were going to send some public school kids over there to do that, and the private school kids participated in that, that would probably be okay, and that would be considered shared time. But if the public school is renting space in the private school for the sole purpose of providing instruction to the private school kids, in the past we've said, no, that's just a work around the law, and that's really space in the private school. It's not a public school program. It's a program that's specifically for the private school kids. And so our student accounting manual would say that would not be an allowable solution, unless the law were to change to say that that was allowable.
Representative Crecia.
What if we were to include a simple clause that says, unless there's a memorandum of understanding between the two entities that is accepted by the commissioner?
Mr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative Crecia.
The correct answer is yes, but go ahead.
If you were to do that, we would probably have some fiscal impact.
Okay.
Because probably and you've got a very good example here of a public school and a private school that are working very well together. That's not always the case, I know. But I think in many school districts, it is the case that they want to work together and be cooperative. So I think what you've got is a situation where if the rules are loosened up, and the department would certainly want everyone to know about that, so we have a level playing field for all. My guess is that it wouldn't just be this school that would want to take advantage of that. It would be others, and so there would be a cost to the state to carry that.
Representative Crecia.
And Mr. Melcher, walk me through what that, I'm not sure I understand what the cost would be. Is it because suddenly all these schools in these lists would be moving teachers? Where do you anticipate that fiscal note?
Mr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative Crecia, I think the list that you have is the list of the shared time average daily membership that we currently have. And so what you've got on that list is for private school, for the shared time, the special education column, the students with IEPs. Currently, the state law and federal law allows the shared time program to be provided either at the public school, a neutral site, or the private school. So there's no issue there with those students. But in the column, and I'm not sure, I haven't got the exact report in front of you, if there's a column there for the non-special education students, then for those students, we're assuming that all of those services are being provided at the public school building right now. So if the state were to say, let's say we passed a law that says that the services can be provided at the private school building as long as there's an agreement between the public school and the private school to do that, then I think over time we would see more and more school districts that they want to be cooperative with their private school. They may be providing the physical education teacher for more and more private school programs at the private school. But we're not paying for any of that right now. We happen to find out about that in this one school because of the audit. And quite frankly, we audit 25 schools a year. It's basically a once every 20 years kind of a deal because we have 500 entities we have to audit. So, chances are you can be doing this for a long time before the state ever finds out about it. So I'm not going to say that Pierce was the only school in this situation, but our assumption is that these schools that are providing the shared time instruction that's not special ed, that they're providing that at a public school site consistent with what our MARS guidelines were. So if we were to open it up and say, well, anytime you have an agreement between the schools to do this, then that opens up the possibility that some schools that aren't doing it right now will start doing it. So right now, if the private school calls the district on the phone and they say, gee, can you provide a physical education teacher for us? We've got a gym space available. The public school administrator will probably say, gee, I'd like to, but the law won't let me do that and I can't get reimbursed for that teacher. If the law were to change to say, if you have an agreement, that public school superintendent can no longer say that. They'll say, well, gee, give me time to hire a gym teacher, or maybe we'll hire yours, and we'll provide that service, and then the state will pay the general education formula allowance times the number of hours the kids were there. And over time, it's not gonna all happen at once, but over time, there will be a cost, and it will get larger as more school districts adopt that practice.
Representative Creasy.
And thank you, Madam Chair. But as I understand it, if those students were to pick up and go to the school district anyway, you're paying that revenue. So the fiscal note that you're talking about is the fiscal note of us paying for more students going to the private school. Under this scenario, we're paying a sliver of that cost because it's just their time. But if these kids were just to uproot and move over, we'd have the full FTE,
Mr. Melcher.
which
Madam
would be a
Chair,
larger fiscal note.
Representative Creasy, we have a very small number of students in the program now. You can see the state total average daily membership is 526, but if you exclude the special ed, it's only 351 full-time equivalents in the entire state. That's not very much. And I think probably one of the reasons for that is there are real barriers. And you can, from listening to the testimony here, you can see what some of the barriers are. In their case, it's only 2 blocks, right? But still, it's not that efficient to put coats on the kindergartners, get a bus running, drive them over there 2 blocks, drop them off, pick them up. That's a difficult challenge. I think the public schools private schools would be much more likely to use this service if it could be at the private school rather than at the public school. So right now, I guess there's a barrier to doing this. It probably tends to be much more limited, and they really have to want it badly enough to be willing to transport their kid over to the public school in order to get the program. But if you make the program available to private school, then, and it also depends on, how broad you open it up. Is it only physical education? Is it physical education and music? Is it all elective courses that aren't required for graduation? The broader you open it up and the easier you make those programs accessible, then the more hours you're likely to pay for. That's all I'm saying. And I don't have a fiscal note prepared on exactly what it would be. I'm just saying there would be a significant cost, and it would vary depending on how broadly you defined services that were allowable at the private school.
Representative Grisha. And Mr. Melcher, and is it allowable, or does it happen that you're aware of where a private school will contract for maybe part of a teacher's time to come over in a more formal arrangement where they're, I guess, reimbursing the public school that they have a shared time revenue arrangement with, or is the shared time revenue just mean that it's just an arrangement through their state funding and that doesn't enter into the picture?
Madam Chair, the shared time program is just where the state is paying on a part-time basis for students who primarily attend public schools, but for part of the day they are private schools, but for part of the day they attend a public school. So what we're really saying is these students are part-time private school kids and part-time public school kids, and we're paying for the part of the day that they're in the public school. Now, I know in the case of special education, there's a lot of public school teachers that provide services in private school settings. I'm not sure, maybe the School Board Association or the Superintendent's Association might have a better handle on whether school districts contract. School districts could, let's say you've got a band teacher and he's the only band teacher in town, right? So, theoretically, I suppose a school district could contract for part of that person's time, but it would be the private school paying for it, not the state of Minnesota paying for the bill.
Thank you. Representative Detmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And mine was kind of like on your question was, let's say you have Mr. Melcher, you have a private school and a public school, and what if the public school teacher is a half-time teacher at the public school and then goes the next part of the day as a half-time teacher at the private school? Does that work? I was just doing some brainstorming here, so.
Mr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative Detmer, again, I'm not an expert on contract law, and you know, possibly the school boards or the school districts might have a better handle on that, but certainly, let's say that a school district hired a teacher as a .5 teacher, and the person's looking for another job. He wants to be employed full-time, right? Not ready to retire. The private school in town needs a half-time teacher. Certainly, a teacher could hold a contract with the public school and a contract with the private school, but the state wouldn't be paying for the contract with the private school. Here, we have a situation where the shared time aid is paying the salary of the teacher for the time that they're teaching physical education in the private school. And in our read of the law, that's not allowed.
Thank you. Other questions? And I don't know, since we invoked your names, if any of MSBA or AMSD, if anyone's here wants to comment? Don't have to? No. He's, okay. And, all right, so did our superintendents have anything else you wanted to add to the discussion? I'll need you to come down to the testifier table. Mr. Weber.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to come back. I think that what we've heard is what's not appealable is their definition of core curriculum. And that, to me, is sort of, I mean, I can see where we say going forward, okay, what are we gonna do next year? Well, they're gonna take money away for what we've already done on a law that's not well-defined, just because we happen to be one of them that got audited. And I feel like what we're hearing is I can appeal whether or not they were in the public school or not, but I can't appeal that who knew band lessons were core curriculum. They're not letting me appeal that. And we're sitting here wondering, we don't know, none of us here can say, well, for sure that's core curriculum. So how were we supposed to know that that was core curriculum and then get penalized from years back going forward? As opposed to saying, okay, starting next year, you need to build a different schedule. You know, so I feel like that's not talked about. It's not an option for me to say, wait a minute here, it's a poorly defined statute, there's never been any training on it, and you're taking money from me.
Mr. Melcher?
Madam Chair, I did speak to that issue briefly earlier. I'd just like to repeat that. What I suggested was that typically schools are when they do an appeal, they're appealing, you know, findings of fact. I did say that a school district could include in their appeal other issues, such as they feel like the auditors and the student accounting manual are not properly interpreting the statute, and the commissioner could certainly make a decision to change the student accounting manual. It would be probably something that would be bigger and more difficult for the commissioner to do than the typical thing, which would be the students are actually in the public school part of the day. But I wouldn't want to be on record as saying the district couldn't appeal that. They could certainly appeal that. It would be a bigger issue for the commissioner to resolve than simply whether to approve factual information that the kids were in fact in public school for part of the day.
Thank you. Representative Dabney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And maybe I'll ask Dr. Melcher, but Superintendent certainly chip in. What's the dollar amount we're talking about? And I guess from what I thought I understood the superintendent to say, it's not just that the department is dealing with this year, it's that you're going back and collecting past monies too, and I'm not sure I understood it, so.
Dr. Melcher.
Madam Chair and Representative Dabney, the audit, and I'm trying to remember if it was fiscal 14 or fiscal 15. Usually we're auditing, you know, a ways back. So it's one of those 2 years, and I don't recall which of the two. So the audit findings are just dealing with the 1 year. And so I believe it's $52,000. That was the amount that was associated with the shared time finding as presented by the auditors, subject to review. But certainly going forward, we would be advising the district that they shouldn't be reporting those students as they have in the past. So, you know, as they're looking at their budget for this year, we would probably be expecting that they wouldn't be reporting those. You know, if we see I think it was about 10 shared time students they had on a full-time equivalent basis. If we see 10 full-time equivalent shared time students again, we're probably not sending the auditors out, but we might send them an email saying, gee, did you change the program? Are those kids now coming over to the public school for Phi Ed? Because we've already had a ruling that you can't be doing this other. That would probably be, I think, what he's alluding to, that it's probably not just costing him the $52,000 for last year, but they're halfway through this year, and certainly they've incurred that expense already.
Mr. Weber?
And I certainly have my half-time Phi Ed teacher that I can't recoup my money from for the year that we're in right now. So I guess I feel like, our band lessons core curriculum, Minnesota doesn't have Phi Ed standards. I mean, yes, we can say we're defining core curriculum this way now, but to say we're going to take money from you for every year since the audit for something that's not defined, I think is unfair.
Thank you.
Representative Erickson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Melcher, do we distinguish between elementary and secondary when it comes to core curriculum? For example, I know elementaries that cannot offer music or do not offer music. I'm not sure it's everyday Phi Ed either. Sometimes it's maybe once a week. So wouldn't that play into this interpretation as well? Because the high school is different. Credits must be earned in Minnesota to graduate. But at the elementary level, I think there's some ambiguity here about, how you rule on what is it that we require and what we don't require.
Madam Chair and Representative Erickson, I think what our student accounting manual would say, if it's an activity that occurs during the regular core school day, and it's something that's available to the students as part of the curriculum that's offered by the school during the day, that's considered core curriculum. If they come in early before school starts to take a band lesson, that's not core curriculum.
Well, Madam Chair and Superintendent Weber, you could have the children from Holy Trinity run or bounce the basketball or throw the football or skip or hop over to the public, and you'd be just fine.
Correct. And so for 2016-17, we'll have to work something out.
Mr. Weber.
But they're penalizing me for other years.
All right, any other questions from committee members? Representative Krisha, any final comments? So you brought this to the committee's attention.
Yeah, and so I just want to thank the committee and the chair. I mean, I know it's a bit of a court of law here, but it's an issue that I didn't know much about, and I don't know that we all did, and so I'm glad we've been able to illuminate it. And I will work in the future, because I looked at this list to see if there is a creative way to help some of these schools, because when you get into the outer state Minnesota, we're just trying to, I think what you've clearly heard is a superintendent from a public school and a administrator from a private school just trying to make it work for the kids. And I don't think that's a bad thing, and we'll look to see if we can find a solution.
Right. I mean, the reason it's only
Mr.
10
Weber.
FTE is because we're not in it for money,
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
well,
I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Dr. Melcher, thanks for coming down and responding to our questions, and thank you. I appreciate the chance to explore the topic, so. All right, and we have, next we're gonna have a presentation on the World's Best Workforce Report, and we have members from the department who are here. Welcome. All right, and Mr. Uni, we would be remiss, although you did not bring him along today, I hope you will someday, but I and the committee wish you the best on the birth of your son, right, baby, first baby, and so we're all very, very pleased and happy for you, so if you get a chance, please bring him by. The chair does appreciate it when people do that, so. Thank you, all right. All right, well, welcome, and please go ahead and state your name for the record, and we look forward to your testimony.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Steve Dibb. I serve as Deputy Commissioner of Education, and with me today I have Stephanie Graff, who is our Chief Accountability Officer as well. And we look forward to an opportunity to sharing a little bit more information around the world's best workforce legislation and give you an update. And out of respect for your time, we have just a short presentation that we'll run through, and then have some time after that for questions if you wish, if that pleases you.
Very well, thank you.
So again, the world's best workforce legislation passed in 2013. Have had a couple of small modifications over the last couple of years, but again, it charges school districts with creating a long-term strategic plan to reach 5 world's best workforce goals. And these goals, going from students ready for kindergarten to students exiting K-12 school, career and college ready. And again, it includes all public schools, districts, and charter schools. The process, very quickly, the school boards, again, are charged with this responsibility of producing that comprehensive long-term plan. The plan, again, and one of the misconceptions that we've been working with over the years, and I think we've got it pretty well straightened out in our school districts, is that the plan is not submitted to the Department of Education. The plan is the community's plan, and it's put on the school district's website and is accessible there if anyone wants to take a look at that. They are the year after a plan is put into place, required in the fall to produce an annual report. Basically, the annual report is reflecting on the previous year, and you know, what were their goals, what strategies were put into place, and then what did they realize in terms of their student outcomes. So it is a one-year strategic plan. Every year, new goals. Every year, new strategies, using data to really drive improvement in the district. And again, that is not submitted to the Department of Ed, but again, posted on the website as a report to the community each year. They also, under legislation, are to have an annual meeting with their community to talk about planning for the next year, reflecting on the past year. And that happens in a variety of modalities across the state. I've had superintendents tell me that they will bring folks into an auditorium setting similar to this with clicker technology and asking questions and getting feedback responses from larger groups of people, to having them come in and cafeteria tables and doing kind of jigsaw strategies around each of the goals. You name it. Our superintendents have been very creative in getting that feedback from their communities and engaging communities in their planning. And then finally, after that, in the last part of the cycle of any annual plan is that after they've developed that report, they then send a summary of that report to the Department of Education. And that summary basically covers, again, reflecting on the previous year, and it talks about what were your goals, what were your strategies, what were your outcomes. Very simply, give us a kind of a thermostat, if you will, of how you did last year in your district with the student achievement goals under World's Best Workforce. In 2015, a small piece was put in the legislation that required the Department of Education to also create a report to the legislature, which was submitted about 2 months ago, month and a half ago or so. And that is kind of what we are reporting on today. Hopefully you've all had a chance to read through that. One of the things that was asked in that request is that we also highlight how many school districts or charter schools had not handed in that summary the first year, just because of probably communication, lack thereof, understanding of the legislation. We didn't get all of them in. This year we set a target. We communicated very clearly and often, and our superintendents and school districts and school boards responded very well, and we just only have a handful of districts that and charter schools that have yet to this day, I think 11 is the number we have at this point that we do not have a summary from. In terms of that outreach I mentioned, right from the get-go in 2013, we hit the road going around the state talking about this new piece of legislation, which is pretty broad, very sweeping legislation that impacted planning of school districts. And so we want to make sure we got out face-to-face with them. So from October 2013 to February 2014, we put on a fair share of miles on state cars and talked to over 800 participants across the state, mainly superintendents, school board members, and others. We have presented at MSBA conferences, MREA, MASSP, the Principals Association, Title I Conference, AMSD, Summer Superintendents Conferences for the last several years. Last year, the Summer Superintendents Conference in August was all about World's Best Workforce and the plan that, helping superintendents and districts plan their strategies for the next year. We've had on an ongoing basis, you're kind of pretty much at the table here looking at the World's Best Workforce team at MDE, and so we've handled literally hundreds of one-on-one technical calls from superintendents and school board members as well. Once again, this past November, the commissioner loaded up the car and we did the circuit around the state again and talked to superintendents, giving them update. Some of the slides that you see today, we expanded on quite a bit in those 1 to 2 hour meetings. And then we've had, I think this is the third or fourth legislative hearing we've already had this spring on this. So again, we love every opportunity to talk about this and talk about the great work that districts are doing. Last year, districts did not use a standard format. We said, let's show us your goals, your strategies and outcomes, and we want to review those and give feedback for you as well as the districts. And we ended up with summaries that, if you can call them summaries, that I think the largest was 76 pages long of data and detail and so forth and so on. And we said, if we're going to be able to review these and be able to give clear feedback to districts about, again, just the points of the World's Best Workforce legislation, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples to apples here. So MDE created a template and a rubric for districts to follow for the summaries. We've gotten much better feedback on that from school districts. Just tell us what to fill out and what to submit. And they did a nice job of those summaries. They were due on December 1st, like I said. We had a vast majority of the summaries in on December 1st, right at 4:59. I know my emails were still clicking. And we did have a few that came in between December 1st and actually in March now. We have a couple more that came in. We had another wave that came in December and January. And then we rounded up about 43 staff members from the Department of Education that work in various programs, from title programs to special ed programs, our content specialists, our career and college ready specialists, from all the divisions to sit down with Ms. Graff and go through that rubric and a training about how to review these. We did iterative reliability training with them so that every summary was reviewed first by a team of 2. Those results and that summary was then handed to another team of 2, and they went through and then they met to come to consensus on the feedback that they would give to the districts. And the feedback, we want it to be supportive in nature. We want to let them know that this is good information that you provided, and maybe this would also be additional good information to provide in your plan and your report for next year. And that feedback was just sent out to districts that made the December deadline just earlier this month. There was that group that came in after December 1st, about 28 of them, 26, something like that, and we are just finishing, our team is just finishing the review of those, and we'll be getting that feedback to superintendents, so again, they can use that in the development of their plan for next year. In the next slide, the measures, there's been a lot of conversation around student data and measures, and how do you measure success, and how we close the achievement gap, and all those things around those 5 goals. And within the legislation, it gives districts a lot of flexibility in how they set their goals. So to say, how are all districts doing in, raising reading levels for 5th graders? We have one set of data for that. We have a reading assessment that we give, but they may not set their goals on that reading assessment. They may set it on any number of diagnostic reading assessments that they use locally, or even develop locally from grade level to another. And so those goals really vary from place to place. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Graff and have her talk a little bit about how we work with districts to work in their SMART goals and give them some data in order to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So as Steve talked about, that's really you know, what we're seeing around the goal setting, the reporting of the results and the progress in the 5 areas of world's workforce. We're seeing a variety of the types of measures and assessments and indicators that districts are using, which is great because districts have state level measures that are available to them, you know, mainly our graduation rates and our MCA assessment results and some other indicators as well. But they also have really, really meaningful local data that they're using to set their goals, and they're using to talk with their stakeholders about their progress on their results, and set benchmarks over time in the short term and long term as well. What we are seeing is that, as the commissioner would say, I think districts are maturing in their goal setting, and we're seeing some districts set very, very rigorous yet attainable and what we're calling kind of SMART goals, specific and time-based. And we're seeing other districts that really have maybe some work to do and where we can really provide and target some of our support around goal setting to make sure that these are goals that where you really can measure progress, right? And that the measures that we're using really are valid and reliable. So I would say the quality and the rigor of the goals that we're seeing in the summaries really do vary across the state, as well as the types of assessments and the metrics that that districts are using, and we are providing a lot of support around SMART goals and how to set SMART goals. Steve did talk about the regional meetings that we had last fall with the commissioner. I know some of you were able to attend some of those as we kind of toured the state, and at that time we talked a bit about SMART goals and the need to ensure that our goals are based on, you know, a point in time, and that they're specific and that we can measure them and that we can really communicate progress with our goals. So I think this gives just sort of some good examples about the types of goals, the variety of goals that we're seeing in our summaries. And you're seeing some, for example, kindergarten readiness, so increased participation in ECFE learning opportunities. It's quantified by 2% between 2014 and 2015. Or you're seeing maybe looser goals where we might be able to strengthen things like we will use data to identify instructional needs of all students. So we're trying to work towards getting that to be a little bit more measurable and a little bit more specific. The use of MMR data around achievement gap. Some focus on student groups will raise achievement for Native American students. So we're seeing quite the variety in the types of goals, and I think this gives some good examples of the sorts of measures that we're seeing across the state.
Ms. Graff, if I can interrupt for
Sure.
just 1 second in that. So as you're giving guidance to districts on their goals and that, I mean, are you being tough on the districts who really aren't stretching much in their goals? I'm just looking at the one on third grade reading, you know, from 76.2% to 77%. Is that the kind of stretch we're looking for?
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. That's exactly the type of feedback that we're providing. That Steve mentioned, we've really shifted to a kind of a more rigorous and even kind of qualitative rubric review process. And those are the types of comments that MDE staff are providing to say that doesn't seem so rigorous there to have a 0.8% increase. That's not going to get us to our 50% gap closure goal by 2017. And that's not the message that we want to send to our communities, or certainly not to our students as well. And so that is exactly the type of feedback that we're providing, both upfront before they submit, as well as on the back end after we go through our review.
And Madam Chair, in response to that, we developed our own set of data for school districts based on state level data that she can run through with you right now. And in that data, and these are available online for each of your regions in the state of Minnesota, so you can see how your school districts are doing in terms of our state level data. Again, they don't need to use it, but it's what we measure. And in there, it will actually give the target that they need to reach in 2017 to realize their achievement gap goal or their graduation goal by 2020. And so so again, if you set this goal and you need to go there, it's in black and white for them in these data profiles. So I'll let Stephanie talk about that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's right. So,
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
I opened up the box
Sure,
now, so I have to let members ask a question on this line. Representative Newton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just out of curiosity, what enforcement measures do you have in the department if you want the district to change? How can you force them to change?
Well,
Mr. Dibb?
Madam Chair, Representative Newton, the legislation, grants very little authority to the agency to reach out and intervene or hold them responsible in any way. So what we'd like to do is be able to provide technical assistance and support, and I think this has been a really positively received method. And also by sharing these profile reports where you open up your regions and you see your district and all the other districts in the area, there's kind of a sense of accountability to your other fellow district leaders and other school districts to do a better job and move along. And then, like I said, if you need help with that, we will make sure that you have the technical assistance to write the goals, understand the data. I think that's one of the areas, Representative Newton, that we've seen that we could do even more support in helping districts and staff members in schools understand what their data is saying, and then be able to put those measures out there and help them really establish good goals. But again, our intent is to provide that technical assistance when we see that, and congratulate those who are making the progress that we hope to see on these goals.
Just, Madam Chair, just a comment is that my fear is that what we'll do is just adjust and move up a few years and still not reach the goals, and we'll keep changing the time frame that we allow the schools to comply without some sort of an enforcement measure.
There is, Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Dibbs.
if I may,
Yep.
and Representative Newton, there is at the end of the legislation gives the commissioner authority after the third year, and we are entering into the third year of working with school districts and looking at their measures, to determine that if a district is not making, and I quote from the legislation, adequate progress toward improving teaching and learning, by looking at their goals and their results, that the commissioner has the ability to intervene by sitting down and collaborating with districts and saying, you set your goals, they didn't move very far, so what is it that you're going to need to move on? Because the rest of the districts are moving on, and they're closing gaps, they're increasing graduation, they're getting more kids ready for kindergarten, and be able to recommend the use of general ed funding up to 2%. To kind of repurpose that funding for professional development, for new strategies. And maybe this reading program that we've been doing for many years hasn't gotten the results we want. Well, what else is there that we could take a look at? And then the next bullet in the legislation after that is that Department of Education will provide technical assistance strategies and best practices to school districts so that they can, in the next 3-year round, that they can realize the growth. So it's an authority given to the commissioner to intervene from the standpoint of sitting down and having these collaborative conversations about, here's your data, it didn't move, how do we move your kids and really close those achievement gaps and raise graduation rates? And maybe let's take a look at the creative, and this is as close as I'll get to school financing, Madam Chair, is to use some of these funds to repurpose them and look at how are we spending those resources on teaching and learning, and is there a better way to do that based on best practices from things like our reward schools and other schools and districts that are really moving the needle on this.
Thank you. All right, please continue, Ms. Graff.
Oh, okay,
Thank
sorry.
you, Madam Chair. So on an annual basis, we started this last year and we will continue to do so. MDE has provided all districts and charter schools in the state with a World's Best Workforce Data Profile. And what we've really done is we've packaged some of the key state indicators into one data profile that is really focused on the 5 areas of the world's best workforce. We have 9 data profiles that we developed, and we'll continue, as I said, to provide these on an annual basis every fall, usually early fall. They were released early October, right before we were heading on the road to do some of the regional meetings with superintendents. And there are 9 regions, and the 9 regions are on the following slide, breaking up the state. And you can also find the link here where you can see the data profiles on our website. So these data profiles are going to provide district-level indicators for each of the 5 areas of World's Best Workforce, as well as regional performance. So what you can do, or what districts can do, is they can look at how they're doing for 3rd grade reading, as an example, compared to all districts within their region, as well as compared to the region as a whole. And so it's a really good way to shed light on where there are successes, to, I think, begin to facilitate some really good conversations and sharing of practices across districts to really know where are we seeing, really great achievement or closure of achievement gaps for particular student groups, and go and see what is that 3rd grade reading teacher doing, or what kind of practices do they have in place. So it's really facilitated, I think, the start of some really good conversations of sharing on a regional basis. We broke these up by EXU region, and so you can see the 2 links provided there with the data profiles, as well as the EXU regions and what those kind of mean. Just because of limited time today, we're not providing a lot of the data. We've done that at a couple of the past hearings, but I just wanted to say that we're always happy to follow up with more information about the data, or if you'd like a walkthrough of the data profiles. They're complex, but I'm always happy to provide that sort of assistance. So while it's not in this presentation today, I just want you to know that I'm happy to have those discussions.
All right, thank you. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Graff, well, I guess we haven't, on this page that you're going to now, would you expound a little bit on close the achievement gap among all groups? Because what I hear is that the MMR, and I think we're in a transition now to reform or change that, but I think these other groups, districts understand the data and have some idea as to how they can improve learning and growth. But in the MMR, I think there still continues to be confusion out there about, well, what do we do now? That's what they say to me. So if you could expound a little bit on that as you walk us through these profiles.
Sure, Madam Chair and Representative Erickson, I'd be happy to just start with the achievement gap measure, and then I'll walk through each of these indicators. So when we're looking at the achievement gap measure within the context of the data profiles, as well in the context of the MMR, and I will say we were very intentional about using a consistent measure here. It's the same as what we've been providing for multiple years. I think this is the 4th year the Commissioner has provided this achievement gap data to districts. And so what it allows districts to do is really see for, and it's inclusive of all grades in the district, is to see for every single student group, they have to have at least 20 students in a student group for that group to count, is that student group reaching their annual kind of established target? And so within the 2015 data profiles, we're looking at the performance for Hispanic students, for example, in the district, and whether the Hispanic student group is kind of on track to the 2017 goal, and they would be considered on track if they met their 2015 target. And so districts can really see how the incremental increases on an annual basis of these targets. So they would be able to go back and say, our targets for our Hispanic student group, they've gone up 3 points every year. And so we know we need to keep up with that 3-point increase every single year for Hispanic students. So it allows them to track over time, and then it allows them to see where they are kind of, in a given year towards that 2017 gap closure goal. And so that's really the achievement gap measure that we're using. So we look at both math and reading, and it includes all grades. And this did, come from federal accountability. And again, in an effort to really stay consistent and have some alignment across state and federal kind of systems, we used that same measure here. And as I said, superintendents were very, very familiar with this measure.
Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then, why are they confused about the data that goes along with the MMR and this? Because that seems to be where the rubber meets the road, is that the MMR is throwing them off because they understand this, but then the other is confusing.
Madam Chair, Representative Erickson, thank you. I think I understand your question. So when we look at the achievement gap measure used here in the World's Best Workforce data profiles, it's actually the same as the proficiency measure of MMR. We have another growth gap measure And I don't want to get too technical or into the weeds, but that's called our Achievement Gap Reduction Domain of the MMR. And that is a different measure, and it's focused on student growth and looking at growth gaps using growth Z-scores. And so this measure right here is actually, again, that proficiency part of the MMR. And so you may be referring to, Representative Erickson, that Achievement Gap Reduction Domain, which is very separate from this. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we do have for the other areas, for kindergarten readiness, we don't have one, as you may know, we don't have one state assessment or state indicator that all, is inclusive of all students. Through our Race to the Top efforts, we have developed some valid and reliable tools at the state level to assess students at the entrance of kindergarten. But we don't have all that data collected right now at the state. We're hoping to move in that direction, but districts are using their own local measures right now for kindergarten readiness. As far as third grade reading, we're looking really at third grade reading proficiency, and we're looking at kind of where did the district start? Where's the district going in 2017? And then where is the district now in 2015? And then also including grade 4 reading growth scores. Our literacy incentive aid is inclusive of both third grade proficiency as well as fourth grade growth. And so we wanted to make sure that we were including not just where are the students in third grade, but what kind of acceleration are we seeing in third grade and fourth grade in reading as well. For all students career and college ready, we really have a host of indicators that we're seeing districts use, whether that's ACT, which we know now in Minnesota is not inclusive of all students, maybe SLEDS data looking at enrollment in post-secondary and 2-year and 4-year colleges, need for remediation. Maybe they're looking at programming in high school, so maybe taking kind of an equity lens and seeing participation in AP and IB or CTE. There are a lot of measures districts are using. What we landed on here for our data profiles was 8th grade math for a couple different reasons. First, it's inclusive of all, and we wanted to make sure that our indicators that we're using here in our state profiles include all students and not just a subset of students. Secondly, we know that our 8th grade math MCA is a strong predictor of performance on the ACT, and we've run those predictability studies. And so if we're thinking about college and career readiness, 8th grade math proficiency on our state assessment would be a strong indicator to use there. Also thinking about 8th grade math potentially being kind of a gateway to high school programming and opportunities and being very actionable for districts, looking just as they are finishing their middle school years and entering high school as well. So for 8th grade math, we're looking at percent proficient, and again, kind of giving a where did they start, sort of where's the end goal in 2017, and then where are they today. And then lastly, graduation rates. And since we released these data profiles, we've had new graduation rates, but in the data profiles that we issued last fall, we included 2014 graduation rates by student group, and we do have a 90% graduation rate goal by the year 2020, with no student group below 85%, and so we've provided that information where districts are towards reaching that 2020 goal.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we'll finish up with one more slide here, but I think it merits notice again to remind you that these data profiles were created by the Department of Education to help inform school districts about what state level data we have. But again, they don't need to use this data in setting their goals. We've had a number of districts that set different types of achievement gap goals. It could be, I think there's one in about graduation rates and gap, or they use a different form of assessment, and again, keeping track of their student groups. We are providing this through our state accountability system, like Stephanie said, this from our federal, the 3rd grade, 8th grade, and the achievement gap closure is from our federal accountability system. And then we offer up, again, the early readiness assessments that our early learning division has tested, piloted, and now being released. And then, there's conversations around what is career and college ready, and what are all the different things that could be used to measure that. And those conversations around those metrics continue. But this was to be provided to them for their information, kind of give them some guidance on those SMART goals as well. They could use this information, or they could do this. So again, they were able to take that achievement gap data, and in those profiles, if you look, it will tell them what their proficiency target is in 2015, where it needs to be in 2017, and what they achieved in 2015, and then that's translated into the number of students. If you had 6 more students that were proficient on that reading test, you would have met your target. And so we can give them a growth projection for the following year as well. So again, I think a lot of it is about educating on districts on what data is out there, how they can use that data to put it into real students. And I think that's a challenge we still have, Representative Erickson. I appreciate your calling that out to us, that there's still a lot of confusion there, and that's one thing that we hope to remedy. Speaking of federal accountability systems, we have an opportunity now to build a comprehensive accountability system and support system around common goals. And with the passage of the Every Student Succeeds Act in December, the agency is now engaged, and we'll be starting in the next week or so some community stakeholder conversations around the various components of ESSA. And it's our hope that we can align our state accountability system under World's Best Workforce and our new accountability system under ESSA, the federal accountability system, and align those so that the World's Best Workforce goals are core to our new federal accountability system. And whether we use this measure or that metric is yet to be determined. That's all going to be worked out. We submit our ESSA plan to the U.S. Department of Education in January-ish of next year. And we were just on a call with the U.S. Department of Education again today. They still don't know when even the initial guidance and regs come out. We're hoping in May, final regs in October. But during that time, we'll be meeting with stakeholders and many of you, hopefully, to talk about accountability systems and what we should measure and what it means and how we build a better support system for our school. Keeping in mind that under the federal accountability system, including ESSA, it only covers Title I schools, which in the state of Minnesota is only 800 of our 2,000 schools. So the rest of the districts have not had an accountability system until this legislation was put into place. And it takes in all districts in the state. And one part of the ESSA legislation is giving us flexibility to have districts focus more at the district level like we do with the World's Best Workforce, and have the districts work with their buildings and identify those that probably need more support than others. So again, the conversation would be how can we blend those two accountability systems into one so superintendents and districts don't have two different systems that they're trying to operate under. So that's where we're at right now with the World's Best Workforce.
Thank you. We appreciate your presentation. Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and just a huge thank you to Mr. Dibb and Ms. Graff and the department for really taking broad legislation and putting it into a format that will make it work. And, I remember back in 2012 when we were talking about a $1 billion Viking Stadium and that huge project. Well, we spend about 8 Viking stadiums a year on education. And the fact that you're mentioning that other than those Title I schools, there was really no accountability in place. And, the bottom line is to provide accountability in a results-based system for parents and for students that really can move the dial on some of this data. And I know my own superintendent says, a lot of these things we've been doing already, but we never kind of put them in writing. And I think he said that's been really valuable, where they can really get with the community and talk about strategic plans, and they're focusing on result-based and data. I mean, they're looking at things that really matter. And so I just want to congratulate also the superintendents and school boards who, I know this is a learning curve. And I appreciate your work in supporting them, moving them forward, and getting kind of a template to make this thing work. So I think what's happened so far on this is really remarkable, and we're moving in the right direction. And ultimately, the bottom line is we're going to see better results and better educated students in the long run. So thank you so much.
Other questions? I'll have one. Again, going back to, and I appreciate, and I think it's good that the accountability really is with the local community and the parents sending their children to school and that. And we talked a little bit, Representative Newton brought a good question up of, what is the accountability really with either with the state or the department on these. You know, as these systems become a little bit more mature, the goals, and maybe refined in that, I mean, do you see something down the road from any interactions with districts at this point that there may be a need for some kind of additional teeth in the law, if you will, on goals? Or, I mean, we visited with, I think it was Albert Lee Schools on some of their world's best workforce goals and how they kind of worked cooperatively between the administration and the teachers and the community in putting together their goals. But I'm just wondering if, you know, you may have variances in how different districts and communities approach these things. So any greater need for legislative or other intervention to make sure that we're making sure that we're being rigorous, because as we know, the demands on our students as they're entering the economy continue to escalate, and we want to make sure our students are prepared.
Madam Chair, thank you for the question. There's an old saying that you can't legislate yourself to excellence, and I think it really stands true that the magic, and many of us know, and Representative Erickson was a teacher as well, the magic happens in the classroom between the teacher and the student. And then at the district level, the superintendent being that person responsible for all things underneath that district roof. I think we feel, the commissioner feels, and I can share that I do too, as both former educators in districts and leaders in buildings, that that we feel that our role would best serve to provide the support to districts in order to do the work, to call out where, you know, what best practices are out there, what some things they could suggest changing and doing differently, getting people sitting down. I think one of the first meetings I did on the World's Best Workforce, they were looking for all the answers. What's the best reading program? What's the best this and best that? And I said, you know where the answers are? They're in this room. And you just have to sit down and you have to start talking about what's working for you and what's working for you and what's not working for you, and start being brave and thinking outside of the box about how you're going to move your kids who have been increasing, you know, improving by 1 or 2% every year, and how can you make those leaps to 10, 15% improvement, and we'll be there to support them. In terms of other forms of legislation and authority, I leave that up, very frankly, to you as experts in legislation. I think one of the things that both the Commissioner and I feel very strongly, and Stephanie also as former educators, we want to do what makes sense to the districts, what makes sense to the classrooms, and not over-regulate and offer too much compliance monitoring types of things. We have an awful lot of people that do compliance monitoring already for other things, and a lot of it for federal. And even our federal counterparts look at the World's Best Workforce and say, how do you do that? How do you get districts to move when there's no compliance there? And it's about doing what's right for kids. And when we first started the working around the World's Best Workforce legislation, I had superintendents say, so what's with the name, World's Best Workforce? And now 3 years later, in all the information you see across the media about the global economy, they're getting it. We need to make sure our students, when they're done with their high school experience, step out and they can jump anywhere they want to in a global society and be part of that economy. And that change is different, and I'll say this, it's different than when I went to high school. And it's going to be different for the kids coming up, and we need to adapt our education system and make sure that we're providing what students need to be successful, not just in school, but in society. And that's where that career and college readiness really comes into play, because we need to make sure they are not just being handed a diploma on the stage and said, good luck. We need to be able to hand them a tool of life skills that they can walk off that stage with and continue on their pathway. So we defer to you on the legislation. We would certainly love to be able to provide feedback and input if something was going to change. Right now, I think, and if Mr. Amoroso is around, I think we can both agree that we've found a nice balance right now in the 5 goals of the World's Best Workforce. They get that, they understand what they need to do, and we're starting to see some really great things happening in our district. So let's hope that work can continue and that we can continue supporting districts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right. I don't see any other questions from committee members at this point. I don't know if there's anyone in the public here who wish to offer any comments on the World's Best Workforce Report? Mr. Heller, are you coming down to testify? All right. Thank you both very much, Mr. Graff, Mr. Gibbs. We appreciate you being here. All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record and provide your testimony.
Rick Heller, unofficially represent the twice exceptional and print disabled. This is the Education Finance on March 22nd, 2016. I don't know if the chair would allow the Ministry of Public Education to yield the questions, or maybe even get back in writing for the public so they can have that on domain regarding this ongoing conversation as we relate to Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. Again, I stress to add the word opportunity in 2014 for a reason, as well as adding the word opportunity in the Higher Education Act of 2008, which identifies the two types of lifetime learners. Once again, blindness and print disability. Specific question I have for the Minister of Education to yield to is a common strand that's found throughout the assessment SMART Consortium. I believe they're part of the two national Race to the Top groups. One is the formative, which is the para, and then that's a summative is part of the SMART Consortium. Again, there are two types of assessments: independence, what you know it can do, and instructional for the classroom. So again, I have a specific question. I believe a specific strand runs through this whole process of connecting and connecting assessment as classroom and outcomes. I wondered if the chair would allow the department to yield to a question.
Well, why don't you state your question, and then I'll see if someone from the department can come up and provide a response.
I provided a handout to Ms. Erickson, Ms. Carlos Marani, and yourself, and it gets into our new national metric, which is called Lexile. And there's a little triangle on there, I believe, that kind of bores down into how it relates to universal design for learning. And I think universal design for learning started in 1985 at Harvard, or CAST, now under a new funding stream called aem.cast.org. They took new federal money starting last year because universal design is for everybody and is needed and essential in the classroom setting, not for including the twice exceptional and print disabled. So the question again specifically, is there a common strand that runs through ACT, SAT, MAP Testing 3, AccuPlacer, NWA, that's in the classroom. There's many assessments that have a common strand that has to do with text complexity as it relates to cognitive overload regarding these specific learners. Again, is there a common strand on a national level so people can be engaged in content based on how they acquire, enjoy, and provide the same services with ease and use in our education system? Again, specifically, the outcomes for those in the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act and those in the Higher Education Opportunity Act. Again, blindness and print disability, a functional thing that has to relate, again, how people acquire, enjoy, and are motivated, and are provided by the same public services with ease and use. Again, silent readers, oral readers, no others. It's a real simple piece about being on task, being engaged with content, being able to process information in 7 seconds, which we all have for working memories on an average level, and be able to store it and retrieve and build upon it based on acquiring information. Again, a simple strand. Does it run throughout this process of all these assessments? Classroom.
All right, Mr. Heller, I'm going to ask the department representatives if any of them has any comments on your question, since we are just about at 2:30. Mr. Uni.
Madam Chair, members, thank you for the question, Mr. Heller. I don't have the information on hand about whether the common strand of text complexity exists between the assessments that are given, including ACT, SAT, NWA, and others. I can certainly go back to the department and talk with our assessment division, and we can respond to the committee and Mr. Heller in kind in writing with the information that we have.
Thank you. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Uni, I'm quite sure that it exists within our state testing, because I had a conversation in the last administration with Commissioner Secret about this. And so I'm sure that that's followed through. But whether or not it is true of ACT, NWEA, SAT, et cetera, I don't know. But I was assured that that they had worked on it in the last administration and made sure that they addressed this need that Mr. Heller is always referring to. But
Madam Chair,
Mr. Rooney.
Representative Erickson, I can look into that to provide those assurances and provide
Thank you.
that information
Thank
in the follow-up as well.
If I may just speak one more piece here.
Mr.
the
Heller,
cup-
very
for-
briefly, we're at 2:30.
Recall. It's my understanding, I hope that he sends you and copies me on this, and that it becomes a fully accessible document, because currently the document is not online, specifically under your committee, but you got to go up to the reference library. The other piece of this is, again, it's my understanding, and hopefully Adash, he didn't recognize himself, I'm doing that for him. It's my understanding that Minnesota kind of did an alignment study with Lexile back in 2009, and it's common knowledge, because I've talked to Adash about it before. Anyhow, maybe he's forgot it. Obviously, things do happen, a lot of stuff going on here. Minnesota became the 21st state in the country to align their accountability assessments to Lexile, which was part of the diploma project, where the governors and commissioners got together with the college universities and looked at how to make the connection, not only to have common core standards, but also they have a common denominator such as metric Lexile, because the NAEP people, the National Academic Performance Education Assessment, recognizes Lexile best on informational. As we all know, we've moved that up to 70% now, informational text. The piece of this is Minnesota.
Mr. Heller, I'm sorry, but we have another committee who
Okay, I'll
now
finish.
has this room, so.
Minnesota got rid of degree of power reading, and they kind of silently accepted to move the reading level up by three grade levels. I think it's relevant to a conversation as it relates to outcomes for third graders as well as eighth graders as we move ahead to college career readiness. Hopefully, the department will get back to you in a respectful and a timely and accessible format, and perhaps it'd be a more engaged conversation. It also relates to the teacher assessments. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. And again, thanks so much to our FCCL students who are here with us today. We appreciate you being here at the committee. And with that, the Education Finance Committee is adjourned.
first order of business would be approving of the minutes from March 16th. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move the minutes.
Dr. Christensen moves the minutes, March 16th. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We have the minutes approved. All right. Our plan is to get you out of here early today. That's my plan, anyway. First order of business today, we have two guests who will be joining us at the table. Larry Isaac and Senator David Pierce. And they're from Minnesota Higher Education Compact. And we'll get a formal introduction here, President Isaac, welcome to the Higher Education Committee. And if you will then introduce your guest.
I will.
Thank you very much. So proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Larry Isaac. I'm president of the Midwestern Higher Education Compact. Our offices are located here in the Twin Cities, and we serve 12 Midwestern states through an interstate compact that Minnesota is a member of. We're very pleased today to have with us Senator David Pierce from Missouri, or Missouri, depending on where you're at in the state. Senator Pierce has been in the legislature, in the House or the Senate for 14 years. He is chair of the Higher Education, or of the Education Committee, excuse me, in the Missouri Senate presently. He'll tell you why it's convenient for him to be here this week, but we're just delighted that he is here. He is chair of the commission. Our chair rotates between a legislator and a non-legislator from year to year, and this year Senator Pierce is our chair and has been very active in working with us on a number of initiatives. Senator Pierce.
Thank you, Larry.
Welcome,
My name is
Senator.
Senator David Pierce. Mr. Chair.
Proceed. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I do have the honor of chairing the Senate Education Committee in Missouri. We're on spring break this week. And so spending my spring break in Minnesota, and then tomorrow we're going to Nebraska to do our state visits on behalf of the Midwestern Higher Education Compact. So some of my colleagues were headed south for spring break, and I headed north, and I'm glad I did. So it's good to be here among friends. Midwestern Higher Education Compact is celebrating its 25th year. There's 12 states in the compact, and there's no state that takes advantage of the programs more than Minnesota. And I've always had a good relationship with the compact. You literally save millions of dollars through cost savings and getting institutions to work together. Not only higher institutions, but public schools and private institutions as well. So we want to thank you for your involvement in that. And so that's very important. In addition to the cost savings program, we're also very involved in policy decisions. And as a state representative, or in my case, as a state senator, I think it's always good to be able to get objective information from entities, and the Midwestern Higher Education Compact does provide that. This past year, we worked very hard on the issue of dual credit. And I represent a very rural district in my state. I'm sure some of you do as well. Dual credit's a very tough issue in outstate, because it's very difficult sometimes to find teachers to give our young people a leg up when it comes to getting some college education while they're still in high school. Some of you might have been aware of how the Higher Learning Commission wanted to increase the standards very quickly, and would have necessitated some of our students not getting dual credit. Minnesota and Indiana were very, very involved in stopping that implementation as quickly as the Higher Learning Commission. So thank you for your involvement. Also, the Midwestern Higher Education Compact was very involved in it as well. We took that as somewhat of our theme to talk about this past year, dual credit accreditation. And so we were able to get some concessions from the Higher Learning Commission. And just a day before our annual meeting this past fall, they said that they would delay that implementation until the year 2020 for institutions to make that choice if they wanted to. I think that's a big victory for dual credit back home, for a lot of teachers who had been forced to go back to school to get certain credits to teach those courses that they were already teaching, and in my opinion, already doing a very good job. So that's just one example of what the Midwestern Higher Education Compact does. It's an honor for me this year to be the chairman of that. Like you, time is a very precious commodity for us, and we can be involved in a whole host of things. But MEC is the one thing that I've really decided to get involved in because it does so much for our state. Like Minnesota, we've saved millions of dollars over the years, and I think it brings a lot to our students, our teachers, and our parents back home to our home state. So I want to thank Minnesota for your involvement in MEC. The chairman is one of our commissioners, and we have 5 or 6 commissioners for each state. And so we appreciate your involvement in MEC as well. Thank you.
We appreciate you being here, and if there are members have questions, I apologize. The plan yesterday was for both for President Isaac and the Senator Pierce to be at our floor session, but because we were so quick, they didn't quite make it.
Hey,
But
you have quick sessions.
we do. They were in the back. They were in the retiring room as the gavel was being hit, so came close. Any members? President Isaac, I think you mentioned where the headquarters
Yeah.
is
The
located.
headquarters are
and-
located here in the Twin Cities. There was a competition where to locate the headquarters 25 years ago. And Minnesota won that competition among the 12 states, put forward a very good proposal that was led by former Senator Roger Moe and representatives from the University of Minnesota at the time. And we were actually housed in University of Minnesota space until 3 years ago. They helped incubate the compact during its first formative years, and that was very instrumental in the success of the compact. There are 12 states in the compact. In the Midwest, you have a handout here in front of you. And we've been able to do many things with the help of persons from Minnesota who have helped create different programs, as well as people in all of our states. Our cost savings programs have saved Minnesota $62 million in those years you've been a member in technology and in risk management, property insurance, et cetera. So we have a very unique niche in this cost savings area, but in addition, we have a number of programs in student access, student success, a couple of those you may have heard about. We have a very new program, we're very optimistic about a program called the Multi-State Collaborative for Military Credit, which its purpose is to try and achieve improved improving credit for military education and training for active duty personnel and for veterans. We actually had funding organizations come to us to see if we could take this on a regional level. And it's completely privately funded by $1.1 million in grants from the Lumina Foundation and USA funds to enter into this. So we're very excited about that. So those are some of the kind of things we do. We also have the State Authorization Reciprocity Agreement, which Minnesota was one of the first states to enter into 2 years ago to literally save your institutions millions of dollars in this state and across the country on streamlining what they had to do to receive approval from states for other state citizens to take courses from Minnesota institutions. Well, with online learning, if you have to go to 50 states to get approval, it's pretty expensive. And so a few years ago, a number of entities came together and said, we want the regional higher ed compacts, there are 4 of these in the country, to implement a reciprocity agreement among states that will completely streamline this thing. In 2 years, 36 states have joined. Now, that's pretty fast, and that I mean, that's tremendous when you think about it, what has happened there to come together. And then we do a lot of policy work, as Senator Pierce said. We have a special report that we put out for each state every year. Representative Nornes is familiar with it. It tells you how you're doing on a number of indicators and trending on anything from participation to completion to finance and a whole other number of areas, which shows how Minnesota is doing in a number of areas. So we'd be glad to share that information with you too at any other time. So thank you for having us, Mr. Chairman. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate all of the help we get from Minnesota as our home state, and you've done a great job in helping really make this compact a great success in the Midwest.
And we didn't talk sports at all.
No.
The senator was very nice not to bring that up. But there will be You want to know what that is? Maybe I do. Maybe you do? Senator, we've got an opening here for you to brag a little bit, so.
Oh, okay. I live pretty close to Kansas City, and so we had a baseball team that won the World Series last year. So.
Not familiar with that.
Oh, not familiar with that. Okay. I'll talk to you offline. Missouri, yeah.
All right.
It'd been 30 years since we'd won anything, so
That's all good.
a lot of pent-up enthusiasm there.
Members have any questions? Otherwise, we do appreciate you coming to visit Minnesota and coming to our committee. I'm not sure when you leave, but there's snow on the way, so I think timing was good for you, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
members of the committee.
We have a couple of bills today, and we're going to begin with Representative Green, Steve Green, House File 2590. I will move House File 2590, and I believe there is an amendment that you have, it's an oral amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to amend House File 2590. I would like on page 1 to delete lines 7 to 9, and also on page 1, delete line 10 with the head note subdivision 2, no net gain approval.
Okay. Everyone get that?
Mr. Chair, could
Do we need to repeat it? You want to repeat it?
Yes, thank you.
You want to repeat the
I
amendment?
can try. House File 2590 will be amended on page 1 to delete lines 7 to 9. And on line 10, delete the head note, subdivision 2, no net gain and county approval.
Essentially, it's removing Minskew from the bill.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Representative Norton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's great that we're removing those. I'm glad to see that. And I'm wondering if the same thing's going to be done to all of these, if maybe the committee just wants to forward them without recommendations, seeing as how there will be no higher ed components any longer.
That's basically, I think, our plan.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Any discussion on the oral amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The amendment is adopted. And since Minskew is out of the bill, we no longer have any jurisdiction, so we will then forward that to the State Government Finance Committee. All right? We want to vote for it? Okay. You get to vote?
Yes,
All those in
Mr. Chair,
favor?
could I request that we recommend moving it to that committee without recommendation, since we're not going to hear the bill?
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Right. Okay, all those in favor of the, of moving 2590, say aye. 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 Louder, please. All those opposed? Okay. All right. Now we'll do 25, thank you very much, Representative Green, or Representative Green. House File 2591 is the next bill up today. Very similar action necessary, and you want to offer the amendment to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will. The amendment is identical amendment. On page 1, delete lines 7 to 9, and on page 1, delete line 10, delete the head note, subdivision 2, approval required.
Okay, I'll offer the amendment to House File 2591. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that amendment is adopted. And now we will then move House File 2591 to the State Government Finance Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Green. We have one more bill here dealing with the Office of Higher Education. Happens to be mine. Is there a representative here today from? If it's all right for the committee, I'm just going to stay here and offer my House File 3237, which has some technical and policy changes brought to us by the Office of Higher Education. And we'll be just laying this over after the presentations. If you want to proceed and introduce yourself and then kind of walk through the bill, please.
I'm Nikki Oliver, Legislative Liaison for the Office of Higher Education.
And Mr. Chair, I'm Meredith Burgess, Manager of Financial Aid Research for the Office of Higher Education.
So I'll just go through the policy bill section by section. The first section is management of programs. This is, as you know, our office was assigned several programs, new programs last session, and either they weren't funded or weren't adequately funded for administration. So this is safety net language. If the legislator does not appropriate or designate any admin funds, the office may retain up to 5% for new programs established after January 1 of 2016. Section 2 is receipt of donations, money, and grants. Working with MMB, we know we have limited authority to accept outside funds, especially from nonprofits, private entities such as Lumina and Gates Foundation. And with this language, it would make it explicit our ability to accept and retain until spent such funds. That section. Section 3 deals with the teacher shortage loan forgiveness program that was assigned to our office last session. There's just clarification language on lines 2.6 through 2.9. We are striking that language because later in line 2.24, we're clarifying that the recipients could only receive the grants up to 5 years. As it currently reads, it sounds like they can receive the grant 6 years. So we're clarifying that. Lines 2.1 through 2.3 is to clarify, and we also spoke with the author on these items as well, is to clarify that to be eligible, you need to be teaching in a shortage subject area or in a shortage geographical area. As the language currently reads, it sounds like you need to be in both, and that was not the intent of the author. The final edit to this program is on line 2.30, and that is to clarify the receipt that a participant, the time in which a participant has paid their loan with the funds given. Currently reads that they have 60 days upon receipt. We have no way of knowing when someone receives the funds, but we can verify when the money went out. So we're changing that language to say 60 days within disbursement date. So those are the items there. The final change is to the reporting requirements for the two-year occupational scholarship program. It is a pilot program that ends in 2019. So we just want the report dates to reflect that it's a pilot. So that is all for the policy bill.
All right. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question related to the Office of Higher Ed being able to receive donations, grants, bequests. I guess I'm just curious, is this typical of other state agencies? Have there been instances where donations have been made? What sorts of donations
Other
are
state
these?
agencies actually have language. We don't have the language, so that's why we're doing it now. We go back and forth with MMB on ways to accept these funds, and they constantly say we need to put it in statute.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what sorts of donations are these? I guess just.
Mr. Chair and Representative Lean, currently we are the recipient of 2 grants. One is from the Lumina Foundation to support gathering stakeholders to support Minnesota's new educational attainment goal. That grant came with approximately, what, $25,000, Nikki? $50,000? $50,000 to support stakeholder involvement. However, MMB is questioning our ability to actually accept those funds, even though we were awarded them. Secondly, we also did receive some funds from the Gates Foundation in support of a research study trying to ascertain why Minnesota students borrow so much in terms of paying for higher education, and if there are policies or programs the state can implement to reduce our borrowing levels.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that clarification.
Representative Norton.
I don't have a question for the testifiers, but just in relation to this, this bill, and I just, for the record, we talked prior to the committee, we had some members that had amendments today, and we're very disappointed that the one bill was pulled because we think it was a bill we would have all liked to vote on. But, you know, members in the minority don't often get their bills heard, and so amendments were drafted as, you know, as what happens around here. And they're really important policy, you know, the amendments are very important policy changes for some members on this aisle, and I suspect we'll have support from the other aisle as well. And I just wanted for the record to say that we really appreciate, we're not going to offer those amendments to your bill here, the OHE bill, even though we had them drafted for that. But we're just going to say thank you for the opportunity to hear these bills and perhaps some others, because I know there's a lot of bills about student loans and things that the OHE and others work on in the coming weeks. So just wanted to thank you for that, and we apologize, I think, for some confusion here, because I think we all want great turnouts, great results from our students. We don't want them to be saddled with debt. Not death. We don't want them to have that either, debt. And there's lots of great ideas out there, and so we appreciate that you're going to hear those in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. So House File 32, Representative Pugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the testifier, I just wanted clarification on the Gates Foundation. I was surprised to hear you say that. I didn't even give consideration that there would be grants coming in directly from outside sources to the agency. And I'm wondering if you can recall specifically what the amount was from the Gates Foundation, and then wondering if there's any previous history of other entities, was it Lumina, as well as Gates, in previous bienniums?
Mr. Chair and Representative, the Gates Foundation money totals only $37,000. Typically for a research study, we don't necessarily charge time for that, but it is cover the IT costs. Minute charges us to pull data for the study, and so it is to recoup those costs that Minute's charging us. That's pretty much the only resources we accept for that. There is additional funds in the Gates Foundation grant that actually go to pay an external researcher to assist us with the project, and that's where the majority of funds actually go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In terms of prior biennia, it actually rarely happens. So I just think it's kind of funny that this year we got 2 small grants. Typically, those monies will go directly to MnSCU or the U if they're supporting institutional efforts, not to the Office of Higher Education. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, House File 3237 will be laid over for possible inclusion in our omnibus bill. I understand that Commissioner Pogemiller is not feeling well today.
No.
Are you here to fill in on the report, or do we do that a different day?
On the GovRec?
You're prepared to do that now?
Yes, I am.
All right. Then let's go ahead.
Chair Norris and committee, I understand that you all will also be hearing from MnSCU and the U tomorrow, so I won't go into detail on their items. I will go over the high-level stuff. Governor Dayton and Lieutenant Governor Smith have proposed significant new initiatives to expand educational opportunities for all Minnesotans and eliminate disparities for Minnesotans of color. Minnesota is doing a pretty good job overall getting students into college. 67% of Minnesota's 2014 high school grads went on to college the following fall. However, there are lower participation rates for first-generation and low-income students who are disproportionately students of color. These students not only enroll in college at lower rates, they are also more likely to drop out, leaving them with the burden of student debt without the certificate or degree needed to reap the economic opportunities a post-secondary education can provide. In 2015, you all passed and the governor signed into law a statewide attainment goal for 70% or more of Minnesota residents aged 25 to 44 to hold a post-secondary degree or certificate by 2025. There are challenges meeting this goal. 6-year graduation rates at 4-year institutions are rising, but a 12% gap exists between whites and students of color. This gap has increased by 3% since 2008. In 2014, graduation rates for students of color at state colleges were more than 10% lower than their white peers. Minnesota ranks 34th nationally in retention at 2-year institutions. I have more demographics, but I'll go into the actual recs. The governor's supplemental budget appropriates $20 million for equity and opportunity grants. These resources will be managed by the Office of Higher Education in collaboration with colleges, universities, public and non-public, and their appropriate nonprofit partners to support their efforts to narrow existing gaps in post-secondary attainment. The grants will fund in the form of a matching grant, research-based effective efforts being used to increase retention and completion rates for undertrained and underserved students. Many of these strategies are already being employed successfully within Minnesota by our institutions, public and non-public, and in collaboration with nonprofits working with communities of color and first-generation students. These grants are meant to scale up and institutionalize a successful and sustainable retention completion culture in Minnesota. The governor's supplemental also provides $21 million in continuing funds to MnSCU for operating support and protecting affordability. The University of Minnesota portion of the recs is $10.5 million for healthcare restoration, that's continuing, and $19 million for cybersecurity, which is one-time spending. The U of M's request also includes $5.75 million in fiscal year 16-17 and $6.5 million fiscal year 18-19 for Healthy Minnesotans. There's $100 million of this is targeted that is key to hit as a fundamental building block for next session. This will take an intentional, targeted, several-year commitment to change our institutional culture or support its evolution to where we need to be to meet our workforce needs. The equity and opportunity grants proposed by Governor Dayton are aimed at dramatically narrowing the racial and first-generation attainment gaps in Minnesota post-secondary education. These grants, combined with the $21 million base funding increase for the MnSCU system, will support the creation of a culture of completion across Minnesota post-secondary education, particularly at our 2-year campuses. I'll stand for any questions.
Oh, thank you. The governor did not add any money to the state grant program. He was pretty generous in places, but not there.
Yeah. Chair Nornis, the governor made a significant investment into the state grant last session, and with this being a non-budget year, has chosen to focus on areas where there could be investments made to equity and opportunity in the form of one-time spending.
All right. Members have any questions? Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And based on some of the legislation recently passed, I understand the office can put more funding from surplus dollars in the state grant program into the tuition caps or into the LME.
Actually, sorry, Chair Nornis, Representative, Meredith Fergus is actually here to present on the state grant projections, and yes, the commissioner does have the authority to put any spending balance on either LME or tuition and fee maximums.
Ms. Fergus?
Mr. Chair and members, you were distributed a handout that talks about the Minnesota State Grant recent projections from February. If you look at page 1, it gives you the location of our latest report on our website. But it also notes that state grant projections are produced twice a year on November 1st.
I can interrupt for a minute. I only got page 2.
Oh,
it's two-sided.
And then page 4.
I got 2 and 4.
Is it labeled wrong?
It's, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry.
They're slides.
Oh, I see what you said.
My apologies.
We should have caught on to that, but, you know, It's 3:30, 3:20.
Chair Norris, me and Meredith have been in committee since 8 o'clock this morning and with little food, so we apologize.
All right. Page 2 would have been a little more, we could have figured that
Yes.
out, so.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the
Go
top
ahead,
of page
go ahead.
2. The projections are released on November 1st and February 15th of each year. What we do is we first contact institutions and gather data from them on what their projected enrollment changes are for fall term as well as the full year. And then we also ask them what their potential tuition and fee increases are. We also look at what the federal government is doing in terms of Pell Grant or the federal needs analysis, which calculates how much students will get in terms of a Pell Grant. And then we pull in data from Minnesota Revenue on wages of Minnesota tax filers so we can monitor how Minnesota's economy is changing. What you have on the bottom of page 2 is the chart that we released on February 15th of this year. It shows that under current projections, we currently have a spending balance of just over $12 million within the state grant program. The largest drivers in spending declines, the projection at the end of last session was about $3 million. We increased to $12 million by February, largely because enrollment declined at rates higher than anticipated by our institutions. Also, the federal Pell Grant was actually increased and funded by Congress as of January, and so that actually brought in some $4 to $6 million. The actual dollar amounts are on the top of page 4. You can see we track what is called the technical changes in our spending estimates, just so we're being transparent. Enrollment estimates between the end of session in November resulted in $6.5 million of money being freed up. And the Pell Grant changes, which is in the bottom section of that top chart, resulted in a $2 million. There's an error in my change column. Approximately a $2 million decline in estimated spending. The one thing I want to highlight is the chart that's on the bottom of page 4. Currently, we are projecting that by the end of this biennium, Minnesota will have experienced 6 straight years of enrollment declines. And if you look at the chart, this is essentially unprecedented since 1978. So it really calls into perspective what our institutions have been facing over the most recent 5 to 6 years in terms of the fact that fewer students are enrolling, and therefore, given the other fiscal impacts of state budgeting, that it really has been a complex situation for them. Mr. Chair, I would add that as of the end of February, the commissioner did notify the chairs of both the House and Senate Higher Education Committee of his intent to spend down the $12 million by increasing the state grant living and miscellaneous expense allowance. That would increase state grant awards. It would increase the living and miscellaneous expense allowance by $420, which would essentially result in a $210 increase to next year's state grant awards for full-time students.
Representative Norton?
Thank you. Could you pointed out the 6 years of decrease, and we've been hearing this throughout all of our colleges and universities, and it's a little understandable to me with some of our MNSCU institutions. When the job market's good, people can work, and maybe they're working rather than going to school. Do you have an explanation other than perhaps demographics, which we haven't really talked a lot about, the demographic shifts? Is this explained through demographics? Is there some other thing that you can point to help us understand?
Ms. Fergus?
Mr. Chair and Representative, it is largely a function of the economy. The two-year institutions are such a sizable portion of Minnesota students that anything that affects them dramatically will affect the overall state trend line. So this trend is largely those two-year students choosing to work instead of enroll. Among our four-year colleges, especially those that enroll more traditional students, such as the University of Minnesota and our private colleges, what we're actually seeing is enrollment stabilize. They've been showing declines of negative 0.1%, negative 0.2%, but pretty much stable across the trend for the last 2 years. However, we do expect the number of Minnesota high school graduates to begin to decline starting in fiscal year 18, so I don't know that they'll be able to maintain that stability over the long term. But yeah, it is largely the two-year workforce.
And Mr. Chair?
Representative Norton?
You know, one of the things that's been disappointing to me in my 10 years at the legislature is the drop in funding and the shift from, you know, being the state burden paying for higher ed to being the student burden primarily, and loans and all that for students. How do you say you've struggled? I absolutely can understand why, you know, folks would be struggling with all this, but what, you know, do you have a suggestion for, you know, how we can look at this? I won't be here, but others will. How do you start accounting for those demographic changes as well as the impact, and how can we expect your office as well as the colleges themselves to adjust their budgets, because it's going to be very difficult.
Who has the answer?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure anyone quite has the
Ms. Burgess.
answer. I will tell you, there has been a bright spot in Minnesota. If you look at the data we have on how much our lowest income students are paying for college, with the increases to state grant, the increases to Pell Grant, and the tuition freezes that have been enacted, our lowest income students are paying the same for college as they did 5 and 6 years ago. So we actually have managed to succeed at least keeping the price of college somewhat stable for those students. So as their economy recovers, there is a glimmer of hope that if we maintain stability, we will be able to almost lower the burden of college costs for them. However, as you mentioned, it is a complex interaction of tuition policies, financial aid investments, and the resources students and families have. So I don't have the answer.
I think that is very complicated, and I think it's going to increase the competition among institutions. I mean, that's probably a good thing, because everybody's going to have to really perform at their peak and deliver, you know, so the value is there. But it's going to be difficult. Representative Lean, did you have, before, I think I've got Barrett in front of you. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the testifiers, the question I have is somewhat related to Representative Norton as it relates to future projections and what higher ed will do. A couple months ago, in response to the issue regarding whether we should, whether the U of M should raise tuition for non-residents, there's an editorial in a local paper that said that would be a really bad thing to do, because we rely on non-residents to come in to fulfill and fill our job market, which by the year 2023 or so, we're going to have a lack of workers. So it caused me to look into the issue, and I looked at a report from DEED that looked at the labor market in 2023, and indeed we are projected to have a 80,000 worker shortage, but the shortage was in two areas mostly, and that almost primarily, and that would be high school educated and non-high school educated. So a lot of the shortages were in the service industries related to healthcare, PCAs, and others in which there was a need for technical knowledge, not necessarily a four-year degree. So that's a long introduction to my question as to whether you in the OHE work with DEED to understand long-term projections. I'm thinking specifically of the 6-year trend of fewer people going to college. Are they just aware that a lot of the jobs that are going to be needed in which there's a shortage in the future don't require a four-year degree? And if that's true, what has higher ed done to downsize or right-size their organization to account for that, if you know?
We have a lot of time, so take time to answer the question. Ms.
Mr.
Burgess.
Chair and Representative Barrett, we do work with DEED in understanding how the supply of college-educated workers actually meets our workforce demand. And actually, there's a number of ways we do that. For example, MnSCU actually gets data from DEED and can analyze the extent to which their programs are serving workforce needs in given areas. So there is a data exchange component that MnSCU does participate in. We're expanding that data exchange component to actually be all colleges through the statewide longitudinal data system project, so that all colleges can begin to use actual employment data to understand their programs better. In terms of the fact that the shortage of workers will be in those high school or below educated workforce, we see those numbers as well. I think the one thing I would say about those numbers is many of us actually worked in those jobs in entry-level fields before going to college, and most of those jobs do not pay sustainable family wages. And so we need to be clear on whether we're expecting those positions to be short-term positions or long-term career opportunities for students. And I think having a workforce in which the ability is to have them start an entry wage work and then get education and training and move on is actually something we need to take into consideration. That said, we also, we're very aware that we actually may need more technical workers, and so I do think emphasizing more on the vocational, technical, and career education aspects of Minnesota's system are important. When we talk college at the Office of Higher Education, we're talking any form of post-secondary education and training, be it a 5-credit certified nursing assistant program all the way up to a PhD, provided that it is leading to a career in which you will have sustainable employment at a wage where you can support a family in Minnesota.
Representative Barrett.
Quick follow-up to that. As it relates to the slide in which there's 6 years of a pattern of behavior by people coming to college or not coming to college, do you think that their understanding of the job market in the future would cause that slide to continue? I mean, it's bad from higher ed, but granted, we want everyone to have a highly successful job which pays a goodly amount of money, but similar studies say there's a glut of college educated, so a lot of those folks aren't getting the jobs they want, unfortunately. We want all of them to, but I think in cases they're not. Will this trend continue because of that balance between the investment you're putting in a college education and the return you would be expected to get over your lifetime?
Mr. Chair and Representative Barrett, I don't expect the enrollment declines to continue long-term. I do think they will begin to stabilize as we recover. I don't think we're doing enough to inform prospective students about what their labor market outcomes are likely to be. So the one thing we did do is DEED and the Office of Higher Education 2 weeks ago released a new version of the Graduate Employment Outcomes Tool, which is on DEED's website, which allows students, parents, or prospective students, workers, to go in and actually look at the outcomes for individuals of given programs at a specific college. So if you wanted to know what a person earning a welding certificate from a vocational college in your area was making, you could look it up for the last 5 years of graduates from that program. And so that to that extent, we think information like that is useful to our students. But do I think everybody's going to rush to the DEED website to look it up either? No. So we have to figure out ways of packaging it where it's actually consumer friendly. So possibly building it into career and college and career interest inventories in high school, using it in workforce centers better, those kinds of things.
Just a quick follow-up.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you for that. Could you send that to us? You probably already have, and I probably haven't just realized how important it is. That's a great tool that we should be communicating to the people that we represent so that they can make good decisions on what majors they might want to pursue based on their interest and passion, and also their ability to find a job in that particular market. So if you could send that to us, that'd be great. Thank you.
Representative Lee, you still have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back again to some of the discretion the Office of Higher Ed has to put surplus money into tuition cap or the LME area, what sort of qualifications or how do you prioritize which of those areas you focus on if, you know, you were not to have enough resources to supplement both of them?
Mr. Chair, Representative Lee.
Burgess.
Typically, the Office of Higher Education will always prioritize living and miscellaneous expenses. However, I think the kind of perspective we also hold is that we spent 10 years trying to get the tuition and fee maximum to cover the University of Minnesota's tuition. And it was a fight that we felt, you know, if you're going to offer grants to public college students, we should treat the University of Minnesota equally. And so we wanted to make sure we had a little bit of authority to do that. But again, our priority is always going to be living and miscellaneous expenses.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much, and wish the commissioner good health. We didn't frighten him away or anything, did we?
No.
Okay.
No. If he
Tell
could
him-
have been here, he would have been here.
I'm sure he would. Tell him to stop by when he has time and when he's feeling better.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else the members want to talk about? Because we have time. But I promised you we would get out early, and so right now I adjourn the meeting.